Section 1 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Under Drake's Flag. A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 1. The Wreck on the Devon Coast. It was a stormy morning in the month of May, 1572, and the fishermen of the little village of Westport, situate about 5 miles from Plymouth, clustered in the public house of the place, and discussed, not the storm, for that was a common topic, but the fact that Master Francis Drake, whose ships lay now at Plymouth, was visiting the Squire of Treadwood, had passed through the village overnight, and might go through it again to–day. There was not one of the hardy fishermen there but would gladly have joined Drake's expedition, for marvellous tales had been told of the great booty which he, and other well–known captains, had already obtained from the dons on the Spanish Main. The number, however, who could go was limited, and even of these the seafaring men were but a small proportion. For in those days, although a certain number of sailors were required to trim the sails and navigate the ship, the strength of the company were the fighting men, who were soldiers by trade, and fought on board ship as if on land. Captain Drake was accompanied by many men of good Devon blood, for that county was then ahead of all England in its enterprise and its seamanship, and no captain of name or repute ever had any difficulty in getting together a band of adventurers from the sturdy population of her shores. "I went over myself last week," said a finely built young sailor, "and I prayed the captain, on my knees, to take me on board, but he said the tale had been full long ago, and that so many were the applicants that Master Drake and himself had sworn a great oath that they would take none beyond those already engaged." "Ay, I would have gone myself," said a grizzly, weather–beaten old sailor, "if they would have had me. There was Will Trelawney, who went on such another expedition as this, and came back with more bags of Spanish dollars than he could carry. Truly they are a gold–mine, these western seas; but even better than getting gold is the thrashing of those haughty Spaniards, who seem to look upon themselves as gods, and on all others as only fit to clean their worship's boots." "They cannot fight neither, can they?" asked a young sailor. "They can fight, boy, and have fought as well as we could; but somehow they cannot stand against us in those seas. Whether it is that the curse of the poor natives, whom they kill, enslave, and ill–treat in every way, rises against them, and takes away their courage and their nerve; but certain is it that, when our little craft lay alongside their big galleons, fight as they will, the battle is as good as over. Nothing less than 4-1, at the very least, has any chance against our buccaneers." "They ill–treat those that fall into their hands, do they not?" "Ay, they do," said the old sailor. "They tear off their flesh with hot pincers, wrench out their nails, and play all sorts of devil's games; and then at last they burn what is left of them in the market–places. I have heard tell of fearsome tales, lad, but the Spaniards outwit themselves. Were our men to have fair treatment as prisoners of war, it may be that the Spaniards would often be able to hold their own against us; but the knowledge that, if we are taken, this horrible fate is certain to be ours, makes our men fight with a desperate fury, and never to give in, as long as one is left. This it is that accounts for the wonderful victories which we have gained there. He would be a coward, indeed, who would not fight with thumb–screws and a bonfire behind him." "It is said that the Queen and her ministers favour, though not openly, these adventures." "She cannot do it openly," said the old man, "for here in Europe we are at peace with Spain, worse luck." "How is it, then, that if we are at peace here, we can be at war in the Indian seas?" "That is more than I can tell thee, lad. I guess the Queen's writ runs not so far as that; and while her Majesty's commands must be obeyed, and the Spanish flag suffered to pass unchallenged on these seas, on the Spanish Main there are none to keep the peace, and the Don and the Englishman go at each other's throats, as a thing of nature." The storm is rising, methinks. It is not often I have heard the wind howl more loudly. It is well that the adventurers have not yet started. It would be bad for any craft caught in the channel today." As he spoke, he looked from the casement. Several people were seen hurrying towards the beach. "Something is the matter, lads. Maybe a ship is driving on the rocks even now." Seizing their hats and cloaks, the party sallied out and hurried down to the shore. There they saw a large ship, driving in before the wind into the bay. She was making every effort that seamanship could suggest, to beat clear of the head, but the sailors saw at once that her case was hopeless. "She will go on the Black Shoal to a certainty," the old sailor said, "and then may God have mercy on their souls." "Can we do nothing to help them?" a woman standing near asked. "No, no," the sailor said. "We could not launch a boat in the teeth of this tremendous sea. All we can do is to look out, and throw a line to any who may be washed ashore, on a spar, when she goes to pieces." Presently a group of men, whose dress belonged to the upper class, moved down through the streets to the beach. "Ay, there is Mr. Trevelyan," said the sailor, "and the gentleman beside him is Captain Drake himself." The group moved on to where the fishermen were standing. "Is there no hope," they asked, "of helping the ship?" The seamen shook their heads. "You will see for yourself, Master Drake, that no boat could live in such a sea as this." "It could not put out from here," the captain said, "but if they could lower one from the ship, it might live until it got into the breakers." "Ay, ay," said the sailor, "but there is no lowering a boat from a ship which has begun to beat on the Black Shoal." "Another minute and she will strike," the old sailor said. All gazed intently at the ship. The whole population of the village were now on the shore, and were eager to render any assistance, if it were possible. In another minute or two, a general cry announced that the ship had struck. Rising high on a wave, she came down with a force which caused her mainmast at once to go over the side. Another lift on the next sea, and then, high and fast, she was jammed on the rocks of the Black Shoal. The distance from shore was but small, not more than 300 yards, and the shouts of the sailors on board could be heard in the storm. "Why does not one of them jump over with a rope?" Captain Drake said impatiently. "Are the men all cowards, or can none of them swim? It would be easy to swim from that ship to the shore, while it is next to impossible for anyone to make his way out through these breakers. Is there no one who can reach her from here?" he said, looking round. "No one among us, your honour," the old sailor said. "Few here can keep themselves up in the water in a calm sea, but if man or boy could swim through that surf, it is the lad who is just coming down from behind us. The Otter, as we call him, for he seems to be able to live in water as well as on land." The lad of whom they were speaking was a bright-faced boy of some 15 years of age. He was squarely built, and his dress differed a little from that of the fisher lads standing on the beach. "Who is he?" "He is the son of the schoolmaster here, a learned man, and they do say one who was once wealthy. The lad himself would fain go to sea, but his father keeps him here. It is a pity, for he is a bold boy and would make a fine sailor." The Otter, as he had been called, had now come down to the beach, and, with his hands shading his eyes from the spray, sheets of which the wind carried along with blinding force, he gazed at the ship and the sea with a steady intentness. "I think I can get out to her," he said to the fisherman. "It is madness, boy," Captain Drake said. "There are few men, indeed, so far as I know, in these climes, I talk not of the heathens of the Western Islands, who could swim through a breaking sea like yonder." "I think I can do it," the boy said, quietly. "I have been out in as heavy seas before, and if one does but choose one's time, and humour them a bit, the waves are not much to be feared, after all." "Get me the light line," he said to the sailors, "and I will be off at once." So saying, he carelessly threw off his clothes. The fishermen brought a light line. One end they fastened round his shoulders, and, with a cheerful good-bye, he ran down to the water's edge. The sea was breaking with tremendous violence, and the chance of the lad's getting out, through the breakers, appeared slight indeed. He watched, however, quietly for 3 or 4 minutes, when a wave larger than usual broke on the beach. Following it out, he stood knee-deep till the next great wave advanced, then, with a plunge, he dived in beneath it. It seemed an age before he was again seen, and Captain Drake expressed his fear that his head must have been dashed against a rock beneath the water, but the men said, "He dives like a duck, sir, and has often frighted us by the time he keeps under water. You will see, he will come up beyond the second line of waves." It seemed an age to the watchers before a black spot appeared suddenly beyond the foaming line of breakers. There was a general shout of "There he is!" but they had scarce time to note the position of the swimmer when he again disappeared. Again and again he came up, each time rapidly decreasing the distance between himself and the shipwrecked vessel, and keeping his head above the waves for a few seconds only at each appearance. The people in the vessel were watching the progress of the lad with attention and interest even greater than was manifested by those on shore, and as he approached the ship, which already showed signs of breaking up, a line was thrown to him. He caught it, but instead of holding on and being lifted to the ship, he fastened the light rope which he had brought out to it, and made signs to them to haul. "Fasten a thicker rope to it," he shouted, "and they will haul it in from the shore." It would have been no easy matter to get on board the ship, so, having done his work, the lad turned to make his way back to the shore. A thick rope was fastened, at once, by those of the crew who still remained on the deck of the vessel, to the lighter one, and those on shore began to pull it rapidly in. But ere the knotted joint reached the shore, a cry from all gathered on the beach showed that the brave attempt of the Otter had been useless. A tremendous sea had struck the ship, and in a moment it broke up, and a number of floating fragments, alone, showed where the fine vessel had, a few minutes before, floated on the sea. The lad paused in his course towards the shore, and, looking round, endeavoured to face the driving wind and spray, in hopes that he might see, among the fragments of the wreck, someone to whom his assistance might be of use. For a time he could see no signs of human being among the floating masses of wreck, and indeed he was obliged to use great caution in keeping away from these, as a blow from any of the larger spars might have been fatal. Presently, close to him, he heard a short muffled bark, and looking round saw a large dog with a child in its mouth. The animal, which was of the mastiff breed, appeared already exhausted. The Otter looked hastily round, and seeing a piece of wreck of suitable size, he seized it, and with some difficulty succeeded in bringing it close to the dog. Fortunately the spar was a portion of one of the yards, and still had a quantity of rope connected to it. He now took hold of the child's clothes, the dog readily yielding up the treasure he had carried, seeing that the newcomer was likely to afford better assistance than himself. In a few moments the child was fastened to the spar, and the Otter began steadily to push it towards the shore, the dog swimming alongside, evidently much relieved at getting rid of his burden. When he neared the line of breakers the lad waved his hand, as a sign to them to prepare to rush forward and lend a hand when the spar approached. He then paddled forward quietly, and keeping just outside the line of the breakers, waved to those on shore to throw, if possible, a rope. Several attempts were made to hurl a stone, fastened to the end of a light line, within his reach. After many failures, he at last caught the line. This he fastened to the spar, and signalled to those on shore to pull it in. Then, side by side with the dog, he followed. Looking round behind him, he watched a great breaker rolling in, and, as before, dived as it passed over his head, and rowed forward on the swell towards the shore. Then there was a desperate struggle. At one moment his feet touched the ground, at another he was hauled back and tossed into the whirling sea, sometimes almost losing his consciousness, but ever keeping his head cool, and striving steadily to make progress. Several times he was dashed against the beach with great force, and it was his knowledge that the only safe way of approaching shore through a heavy surf is to keep sideways to the waves, and allowing them to roll one over and over, that he escaped death; for, had he advanced straight towards the shore, the force of the waves would have rolled him heels over head, and would almost certainly have broken his neck. At last, just as consciousness was leaving him, and he thought that he could struggle no more, a hand grasped his arm. The fishermen, joining hand in hand, had gone down into the surf, and after many ineffectual efforts, had at last seized him, as a retiring wave was carrying him out again for the 5th time. With the consciousness of rescue all feeling left him, and it was some minutes before he recovered his senses. His first question was for the safety of the child on the spar, and he was glad to hear that it had come to shore without hurt. The dog, too, had been rolled up the beach and seized before taken off again, but had broken one of its legs. The Otter was soon on his feet again, and saying, "I must make my way home, they will be alarmed about me," and was about to turn away when a group of gentlemen standing near advanced. "You are a fine lad," one of them said to him, "a fine lad, and an honour to the south of Devonshire. My name is Francis Drake, and if there be aught that I can do for you, now or hereafter, I shall be glad, indeed, to do my utmost for so gallant a youth as yourself." "Oh, sir!" the boy exclaimed, his cheek flushing with excitement, "if you are Master Francis Drake, will you let me join your ship for the voyage to the Indies?" "Ah, my boy," the gentleman said, "you have asked the only thing, perhaps, which I should feel obliged to refuse you. Already we have more than our number, and to avoid the importunity of the many who wish to go, or of my powerful friends who desired to place sons or relations in my charge, I have been obliged to swear that I would take no other sailor, in addition to those already shipped. You are, however, young," he said, as he marked the change in the boy's face, "and I promise you that if I come back, and again sail on an expedition like that on which I now start, that you shall be one of my crew. What is your name, lad? I hear them call you Otter, and truly the beast is no better swimmer than you are." "My name, sir, is Ned Hearne. My father is the schoolmaster here." "Will he consent, think you, to your taking to a seafaring life?" "Methinks he will, sir. He knows that my heart is set upon it, for he hath often said if I loved my lessons with 1/10 of the love I bear for the sea, I should make a good scholar, and be a credit to him." "I will not forget you, lad. Trust me, and when you hear of my return, fail not to send a reminder, and to claim a place in my next adventure." Ned Hearne, delighted at the assurance, ran off at full speed to the cottage where his father resided at the end of the village. The dominie, who was an old man, wore the huge tortoise-shell rimmed spectacles of the time. "Wet again," he said, as his son burst into the room in which he was sitting studying a Greek tome. "Truly thou earnest the name for which thou art so proud. Otter, hardly. What tempted thee to go into the water on a day like this?" Ned briefly explained what had taken place. The story was no unusual one, for this was the 3rd time that he had swum out to vessels on the rocks between Westport and Plymouth. Then he related to his father how Captain Francis Drake had spoken to him and praised him, and how he had promised that, on his next trip to the West Indies, he would take him with him. "I would not have you count too much upon that," the dominie said, dryly. "It is like, indeed, that he may never come back from this hare-brained adventure, and if he brings home his skin safe, he will, methinks, have had enough of burning in the sun, and fighting the Spaniards." "But hath he not already made 2 or 3 voyages thither, father?" the boy asked. "That is true enough," said his father, "but from what I gather, these were mere trips to spy out the land. This affair on which he starts now will be, I wot, a very different matter." "How is it, father?" the boy said on the following morning, resuming the conversation from that point which they were at when he went up to change his wet clothes the day before, "that when England is at peace with Spain, our sailors and the Spanish do fight bloodily in the West Indies?" "That, my son, is a point upon which the Roman law telleth us nothing. I have, in my shelves, some very learned treatises on war, but in none do I find mention of a state of things in which 2 powers, at peace at home, do fight desperately at the extreme end of the earth." "But, father, do you think it not lawful?" To kill the Spaniard, and to take the treasures which he robbeth from the poor heathen of the West." "I know not about lawful, my son, but I see no warrant whatsoever for it. And as for heathen, indeed it appears to me that the attacks upon him do touch very closely upon piracy upon the high seas. However, as the country in general appeareth to approve of it, and as it is said that the Queen's most gracious Majesty doth gladly hear of the beating of the Spaniards in those seas, it becometh not me to question the rights of the case." "At any rate, father, you would not object when the time comes for me to sail with Mr. Francis Drake?" "No, my boy. Thou hast never shown any aptitude whatever for learning. Thou canst read and write, and beyond that thy knowledge runneth not. Your mind seems to be set on the water, and when you are not in it you are on it. Therefore it appears to me to be flying in the face of Providence to try to keep you on shore. Had your poor mother lived it would have been a different thing. Her mind was set upon your becoming a clerk. But there, one might as well try to make a silk purse from the ear of a sow. But I tell you again, count not too much upon this promise. It may be years before Mr. Francis Drake may be in a position to keep it." Had Ned Hearne watched for Captain Drake's second voyage he would, indeed, as his father had said, have waited long. 3 days after the conversation, however, a horseman from Plymouth rode into the little village, and inquired for the house of Master Hearne. Being directed thither, he rode up in haste to the gate. "Here's a letter," he cried, "for the son of the schoolmaster, who goes by the name of the Otter." "I am he," Ned cried. "What is it, and who can have written to me?" "It is a letter from his honor, the worshipful Mr. Francis Drake." Seizing the letter, Ned broke the seal, read a few lines, threw his cap into the air with a shout of joy, and rushed in to his father. "Father," he said, "Captain Drake has written to acquaint me that one of the boys in his ship has been taken ill, and cannot go, and that it has pleased him to appoint me to go in his place, and that I am to be at Plymouth in 3 days, at the utmost, bringing with me what gear I may require for the expedition." The schoolmaster was a little taken aback at this sudden prospect of departure, but he had always been wholly indulgent to his son, and it was not in his nature to refuse to allow him to avail himself of an opportunity which appeared to be an excellent one. The danger of these expeditions was, no doubt, very great, but the spoils were in proportion, and there was not a boy or man of the seafaring population of Devon who would not gladly have gone with the adventurous captains. End of chapter 1.
Section 2 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 2. Friends and Foes. 3 days after the receipt of the letter, Ned Hearne stood with his bundle on the quay at Plymouth. Near him lay a large rowboat from the ships, waiting to take off the last comers. A little way behind, Captain Francis Drake and his brother, Captain John Drake, talked with the notable people of Plymouth who had come down to bid them farewell. The more since this was a holiday, being Whitsun Eve, the 24th of May, and all in the town who could spare time had made their way down to the Hove to watch the departure of the expedition, for none could say how famous this might become, or how great deeds would be accomplished by the 2 little craft lying there. Each looker-on thought to himself that it might be that, to the end of his life, he should tell his children and his children's children, with pride, "I saw Mr. Drake start for his great voyage." Small, indeed, did the fleet appear, in comparison to the work which it had to do. It was composed of but 2 vessels. The first, the Pasha, of 70 tons, carrying 47 men and boys, was commanded by Captain Francis Drake himself. By her side was the Swan, of 25 tons, carrying 26 men and boys, and commanded by Captain John Drake. This was truly but a small affair to undertake so great a voyage. In those days the Spaniards were masters of the whole of South America and of the isles of the West Indies. They had many very large towns full of troops, and great fleets armed to carry the treasure which was collected there to Spain. It did seem almost like an act of madness that two vessels, which by the side of those of the Spaniards were mere cockle shells, manned in all by less than 80 men, should attempt to enter a region where they would be regarded, and rightly, as enemies, and where the hand of every man would be against them. Captain Drake and his men thought little of these things. The success which had attended their predecessors had inspired the English sailors with a belief in their own invincibility when opposed to the Spaniards. They looked to a certain extent upon their mission as a crusade. In those days England had a horror of popery, and Spain was the mainstay and supporter of this religion. The escape which England had had of having popery forced upon it during the reign of Mary by her spouse Philip of Spain had been a narrow one, and even now it was by no means certain that Spain would not, sooner or later, endeavor to carry out the pretensions of the late queen's husband. And then, too, terrible tales had come of the sufferings of the Indians at the hands of the Spaniards, and it was certain that the English sailors who had fallen into the hands of Spain had been put to death with horrible cruelty. Thus, then, the English sailors regarded the Spaniards as the enemy of their country, as the enemy of their religion, and as the enemy of humanity. Besides which, it cannot be denied that they viewed them as rich men, well worth plundering, and although, when it came to fighting, it is probable that hatred overbore the thought of gain, it is certain that the desire for gold was in itself the main incentive to those who sailed upon these expeditions. Amid the cheers of the townsfolk the boats pushed off, Mr. Francis Drake and his brother waving their plumed hats to the burghers of Plymouth, and the sailors giving a hurrah as they bent to the oars. Ned Hearne, who had received a kind word of greeting from Mr. Drake, had taken his place in the bow of one of the boats, lost in admiration at the scene, and at the thought that he was one of this band of heroes who were going out to fight the Spaniards and to return laden with countless treasure wrested from them. At the thought his eyes sparkled, his blood seemed to dance through his veins. The Western Main in those days was a name almost of enchantment. Such strange tales had been brought home by the voyagers who had navigated those seas, of the wonderful trees, the bright birds, the beauties of nature, the gold and silver, and the abundance of all precious things, that it was the dream of every youngster on the seaboard some day to penetrate to these charmed regions. A week since, and the realization of the dream had appeared beyond his wildest hopes, and now, almost with the suddenness of a transformation scene, this had changed, and there he was on his way out to the Swan, a part of the expedition itself. It was to the Swan that he had been allotted, for it was on board that ship that the boy whose place he was to take had been seized with illness. Although but 25 tons in burden, the Swan made a far greater show than would be made by a craft of that size in the present day. The ships of the time lay but lightly on the water, while their hulls were carried up to prodigious height, and it is not too much to say that the portion of the Swan above water was fully as large as the hull which we see of a merchantman of 4 times her tonnage. Still, even so, it was but a tiny craft to cross the Atlantic, and former voyages had been generally made in larger ships. Mr. Francis Drake, however, knew what he was about. He considered that large ships required large crews to be left behind to defend them, that they drew more water and were less handy, and he resolved in this expedition he would do no small part of his work with pinnaces and rowboats, and of these he had 3 fine craft now lying in pieces in his hold, ready to fit together on arriving in the Indies. As they neared the ships, the 2 boats separated, and Ned soon found himself alongside of the Swan. A ladder hung at her side, and up this Ned followed his captain, for in those days the strict etiquette that the highest goes last had not been instituted. "Master Holyoake," said Mr. John Drake to a big and powerful looking man standing near, "this is the new lad whose skill in swimming and whose courage I told you of yesternight. He will, I doubt not, be found as willing as he is brave, and I trust that you will put him in the way of learning his business as a sailor. It's his first voyage. He comes on board a green hand, but I doubt not that ere the voyage be finished he will have become a smart young sailor." "I will put him through," John Holyoake, sailing master of the ship, replied, for in those days the sailing master was the navigator of the ship, and the captain was as often as not a soldier, who knew nothing whatever about seamanship. The one sailed the ship, the other fought it, and the admirals were in those days more frequently known as generals, and held that position on shore. As Ned looked round the deck, he thought that he had never seen a finer set of sailors. All were picked men, hardy and experienced, and for the most part young. Some had made previous voyages to the West Indies, but the greater portion were new to that country. They looked the men on whom a captain could rely to the last, tall and stalwart, bronzed with the sun, and with a reckless and fearless expression about them which boded ill to any foes upon whom they might fall. Although Ned had never been to sea on a long voyage, he had sailed too often in the fishing boats of his native village to have any qualm of seasickness, or to feel in any degree like a new hand. He was, therefore, at once assigned to a place and duty. An hour later the admiral, as Mr. Francis Drake was called, fired a gun. The two vessels hoisted their broad sails and turned their heads from shore, and the crews of both ships gave a parting cheer as they turned their faces to the south. As Ned was not in the slightest degree either homesick or seasick, he at once fell to work, laughing and joking with the other boys, of whom there were 3 on board. He found that their duties consisted of bearing messages, of hauling any rope to which they were told to fix themselves, and in receiving, with as good a face as might be, the various orders, to say nothing of the various kicks which might be bestowed upon them by all on board. At the same time their cheerful countenances showed that these things which, when told, sounded a little terrible, were in truth in no way serious. Ned was first shown where he was to sling his hammock, and how, where he was to get his food, and under whose orders he was specially to consider himself, the master for the present taking him under his own charge. For the next 10 days, as the vessel sailed calmly along with a favoring wind, Ned had learned all the names of the ropes and sails, and their uses, could climb aloft and do his share of the work on the ship, and if not yet a skilled sailor, was at least on the high road to become one. The master was pleased at his willingness and eagerness to oblige, and he soon became a great favorite of his. Between the 4 boys on the ship a good feeling existed. All had been chosen as a special favor upon the recommendation of one or other of those in authority. Each of them had made up his mind that one of these days he too would command an expedition to the West Indies. Each thought of the glory which he would attain, and although in the hearts of many of the elder men in the expedition the substantial benefits to be reaped stood higher than any ideas of glory or honor, to the lads at least pecuniary gain exercised no inducement whatever. They burned to see the strange country, and to gain some of the credit and glory which would, if the voyage was successful, attach to each member of the crew. All were full of fun, and took what came to them in the way of work so good-temperedly and cheerfully that the men soon ceased to give them work for work's sake. They were, too, a strong and well-built group of boys. Ned was by a full year the youngest, and by nigh a head the shortest of them, but his broad shoulders and sturdy build, and the strength acquired by long practice in swimming and rowing, made him their equal. There were, however, no quarrels among them, and their strength they agreed to use in alliance if need be, should any of the crew make a dead set at one or other of them, for even in an expedition like this there must be some brutal as well as many brave men. There were assuredly 2 or 3 at least of those on board the Swan who might well be called brutal. They were for the most part old hands, who had lived on board ship half their lives, had taken part in the slave traffic of Captain Hawkins, and in the buccaneering exploits of the earlier commanders. To them the voyage was one in which the lust of gold was the sole stimulant, and accustomed to deeds of bloodshed, what feelings they ever had become utterly blunted, and they needed but the power to become despotic and brutal masters. The chief among these was Giles Taunton, the armourer. He was a swarthy ruffian who hid beneath the guise of a jovial bonhomie, a cruel and unfeeling nature. He was ever ready to cuff and beat the boys on the smallest provocation. They soon gathered together in a sort of defensive league against their common oppressors. All four were high-spirited lads. The other three, indeed, were sons of men of substance in Devon, whose fathers had lent funds to Captain Drake for the carrying out of his great enterprise. They therefore looked but ill on the kicks and curses which occasionally fell to their lot. One day they gathered together round the bowsprit, and talked over what they should do. Gerald Summers, the eldest of the party, proposed that they should go in a body to Captain Drake, and complain of the tyranny to which they were subject. After some talk, however, all agreed that such a course as this would lower them in the estimation of the men, and that it would be better to put up with the ill treatment than to get the name of tell-tales. Ned then said to the others, "It seems to me that, if we do but hold together, we need not be afraid of this big bully. If we all declare to each other and swear that the first time he strikes one of us we will all set upon him, my faith on it, we shall be able to master him, big as he is. We're all of good size, and in 2 years will think ourselves men. Therefore it would be shame indeed if the 4 of us could not master one, however big and sturdy he may be." After much consultation it was agreed that this course should be adopted, and the next day, as Reuben Gale was passing by Giles, he turned round and struck him on the head with a broom. The boy gave a long whistle, and in a moment, to the astonishment of the armourer, the other 3 lads rushed up and at once assailed him with fury. Astonished at such an attack, he struck out at them with many strange oaths. Gerald he knocked down, but Ned leaped on his back from behind, and the other 2, closing with him, rolled him on to the deck. Then, despite of his efforts, they pummeled him until his face was swollen and bruised, and his eyes nearly closed. Several of the men of his own sort, standing by, would fain have interfered, but the better disposed of the crew, who had seen with disgust the conduct of the armourer and his mates to the boys, held them back, and said that none should come between. Just as the boys drew off and allowed the furious armourer to rise to his feet, Captain John Drake, attracted by the unusual noise, came from his cabin. "What is this?" he asked. "These young wildcats have leaped upon me," said Giles Taunton furiously, "and have beaten me nigh to death. But I'll have my turn. They'll see, and bitterly shall they have cause to regret what they have done." "We have been driven almost weary of our lives, sir, with the foul and rough conduct of this man, and of some of his mates," Gerald said. "We did not like to come to tell you of it, and to gain the name of carry tales, but we had resolved among ourselves at last that whoever struck one of us, the whole should set upon him. Today we've carried it out, and we've shown Giles Taunton that we're more than a match for one man, at any rate." "4 good-sized dogs, if they're well managed," said Captain John Drake, "will pull down a lion, and the best thing that the lion can do is to leave them alone." "I'm sorry to hear, Master Taunton, that you've been chosen to mistreat these lads, who are indeed the sons of worthy men, and are not the common kind of ship boys. I am sure that my brother would not brook such conduct, and I warn you that if any complaint again on this head reaches me, I shall lay it before him." With angry mutterings the armourer went below. "We've earned a bitter foe," Ned said to his friends, "and we had best keep our eyes well open. There's very little of the lion about Master Taunton. He's strong indeed, but if it be true that the lion has a noble heart and fights his foes openly, methinks he resembles rather the tiger, who is prone to leap suddenly upon his enemies." "Yes, indeed, he looked dark enough," Gerald said as he went below, "and if looks could have killed us, we should not be standing here alive at present. It is not force that we need fear now, but that he will do us some foul turn. At all events, we are now forewarned, and if he plays us a scurvy trick, it will be our own faults." For several days the voyage went on quietly and without adventure. They passed at a distance the Portuguese Isle of Madeira, lying like a cloud on the sea. The weather now had become warm and very fair. A steady wind blew, and the two barks kept along at a good pace. All sorts of creatures, strange to the boys, were to be seen in the sea. Sometimes there was a spout of a distant whale. Thousands of flying fish darted from the water, driven thence by the pursuit of their enemies beneath, while huge flocks of gulls and other birds hovered over the sea, chasing the flying fish, or pouncing down upon the shoals of small fry, whose splashings whitened the surface of the water as if a sandbank had lain below it. Gradually, as the time went on, the heat increased. Many of the crew found themselves unable to sleep below, for in those days there was but little thought of ventilation. The boys were among these, for the heat and the confinement were to them especially irksome. One day the wind had fallen almost to a calm, and the small boat had to be lowered, to enable the carpenter to do some repair to the ship's side, where a seam leaked somewhat when the waves were high. When night came on and all was quiet, Ned proposed to the others that they should slip down the rope over the stern into the boat which was towing behind, where they could sleep undisturbed by the tramp of the sentry, or the call to pull at ropes and trim sails. The idea was considered a capital one, and the boys slid down into the boat, where, taking up their quarters as comfortably as they could, they, after a short chat, curled themselves up and were soon sound asleep, intending to be on board again with the earliest gleam of morn. When they awoke, however, it was with a start and a cry. The sun was already high, but there were no signs whatever of the ship. They floated alone in the mid-ocean. With blank amazement they looked at one another. "This is a stroke of misfortune indeed," Gerald said. "We have lost the ship, and I fear our lives as well. What do you say, Otter?" For the lad's nickname had come on board ship with him, and he was generally known by it. "It seems to me," said Ned, "that our friend the armourer has done us a bad turn. I'm sure that the rope was well tied, for I was the first who slipped down it, and I looked at the knot well before I went over the side and trusted my weight to it. He must have seen us, and as soon as he thought we were fairly asleep, must have loosened the knot and cast us adrift. What on earth is to be done now?" "I should think," Gerald said, "that it will not be long before the ship comes back for us. The boat is sure to be missed in the morning, for the carpenter will be wanting it to go over the side. We too will be missed, for the captain will be wanting his flagon of wine soon after the day has dawned." "But think you," Tom Tressilis said, "that the captain will turn back on his voyage for us?" "Of that I think there is no doubt," Gerald said. "The only question is as to the finding us. But I should say that of that there is little fear. The wind is light, the ship was not making fast through the water, and she will not be more than 50 miles at most away when she turns on her heel and comes to look for us. I expect that Master Taunton knew well enough that we should be picked up again, but he guessed that the admiral will not be pleased at losing a day by our freak, and that the matter is not likely to improve the favour in which we may stand with him and his brother." "It's going to be a terrible hot day," Ned said, "and with the sun above our heads and no shade, and not so much as a drop of water, the sooner we are picked up the more pleasant it will be, even if we all get a touch of the rope's end for our exploit." All day the boys watched anxiously. Once they saw the two vessels sailing backward on their track, but the current had drifted the boat, and the ships passed fully 8 miles away to the windward of them, and thus without seeing them. This caused the boys, courageous as they were, almost to despair. "If," argued Gerald, "they pass us in the daylight, our chance is small indeed that they'll find us at night. They will doubtless sail back till dusk, and then judge that they have missed us, or that we have in some way sunk. Then, putting our heads to the west, they will continue their voyage. If we had oars or a sail, we might make a shift to pull the boat into the track they are following, which would give us a chance of being picked up when they again turn west. But as we have neither one nor the other, we are helpless indeed." "I do not think," Ned said, "that Captain John or his brother are the men to leave us, without a great effort, and methinks that, when they have sailed over the ground to the point where, at the utmost, we must have parted from them, they will lay by through the night, and search back again tomorrow." And so it proved. On the morrow, about midday, the boys beheld one of the ships coming up nearly in a line behind them, while the other, some 6 miles away to leeward, was keeping abreast of her. "They are quartering the ground like hounds," Gerald said, "and thanks to their care and thoughtfulness we are saved this time." By the time that 3 hours later the ship, which was the Pasha, came alongside, the boys were suffering terribly from the heat and thirst. For 36 hours no drop of water had passed their lips, and the sun had blazed down upon them with terrible force. Therefore, when the vessel hauled her course and laid by for a boat to be lowered to pick them up, their plight was so bad a one that Captain Francis, although sorely vexed at having lost nearly 2 days of his voyage, yet felt that they had been amply punished for their escapade. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, a tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 3. On the Spanish Main. The 4 boys, after gaining the Pasha's deck, were taken below, and after drink and food had been given them, were called to the captain's cabin. He spoke to them gravely, and inquired how it was that they had all got adrift together. They told him the circumstances, and said that they thought there was no chance of any mishap occurring. The knot was well fastened, the night was calm, and though they regretted much the pains and trouble which they had given, and the delay to which they had put the fleet, yet it did not appear to them, they said frankly, that they had been so very much to blame, as they could hardly have believed that the boat would have broken afloat. And indeed, Ned said plainly, they believed that it was not the result of chance, but that an enemy had done them an evil turn. "Why think you so?" Captain Drake said sharply. "How can boys like you have an enemy?" Gerald then detailed the account of their trouble with Master Taunton. "He is a rough man, Captain," Drake said, "and a violent man, maybe, but he is useful and brave. However, I will have reason with him. Of course, it is a mere suspicion, but I will speak to my brother." When the boat had first come in sight, the Pasha had made the signal to the Swan that the boys were found, and that she was to keep her course, drawing gradually alongside. Before dark the vessels were within hailing distance, and Captain Drake, lowering a boat, went himself on board the Swan with the 4 lads. Captain John was at the top of the ladder, and was about to rate them soundly. Captain Francis said, "Let us talk together, John, first," and he repaired with him to his cabin, while the crew swarmed round the boys to gather an account of how they got adrift. And then Captain John appeared at the door of his cabin, and called for Master Taunton, who went in and remained for some time in converse with the 2 captains. Then he came out looking surly and black, and Captain Francis soon after issued out with his brother, walked round the ship, said a few cheery words to all the crew, and with a parting laugh and word of advice to the boys to be more careful where they slept in the future, descended the side and went off to his ship again. Opinions were much mingled on board the Swan as to whether the slipping of the knot had been the effect of the accident or of an evil turn. However, the boys said little about it, and endeavored, so far as might be, to let it pass as an accident. They felt that the matter between themselves and Master Taunton had already gone too far for their safety and comfort. They doubted not that he had been reprimanded by the admiral as well as by Captain John, and that they had earned his hatred, which, although it might slumber for a while, was likely to show itself again when a chance might occur. Not wishing to inflame farther his fury against them, they abstained from giving such a complexion to their tale as might seem to cast a suspicion upon him. Nevertheless, there was a strong feeling amongst many of the crew that Master Taunton must have had a hand in the casting adrift of the boys, or that if he did not himself do it, it had been done by one of the party which always worked with him. Whatever the feelings of Giles Taunton might be, he kept them to himself. He now never interfered with the boys by word or deed, working sullenly and quietly at his craft as armourer. The boys felt their lives much lightened thereby, and now thoroughly enjoyed the voyage. Although as boys it was not a part of their duty to go aloft, which was done by the regular sailors who were hired for the purpose, and yet they spent no small part of their time when not engaged, and their duties truly were but nominal, in going aloft, sliding down the ropes, and learning to be thoroughly at home among the sails. Every day, too, there would be practices with arms. It was of the utmost importance that each man should be able to use sword and axe with the greatest skill, and on board each ship those who were best skilled would exercise and give lessons to those who were less practised with their arms, and, using wooden clubs in place of boarding axes, they would much belabor each other, to the amusement of the lookers on. The boys were most assiduous at this kind of work. It was their highest ambition to become good swordsmen, and to have a chance of distinguishing themselves against the Spaniards, and so they practised diligently with point and edge. The knowledge of single stick and quarter staff still lingered in the country parts of England. They had already some skill with these, and picked up fast the use of the heavier and more manly arms. It was the end of July before they sighted land. Great was the delight of all, for cooped up in what were after all but narrow quarters, they longed for a sight of the green and beautiful forests of which they had heard so much. They were still far from the destination which the admiral had marked as his base of operations. They cruised along for days, with the land often in sight, but keeping for the most part a long distance out, for they feared that the knowledge of their coming might be carried by the natives to the Spaniards in the towns, and that such preparations might be made as would render their journey fruitless. Near, however, to some of the smaller islands, which were known to be uninhabited by Spaniards, the vessels went closely, and one day dropped anchor in a bay. They observed some natives on the shore, but the white men had so bad a name, caused by the cruelty of the Spaniards, that these withdrew hastily from sight. The captain, however, had a boat lowered, which, pulling towards shore and waving a white flag in token of amity, met with no resistance. There were on board some who could speak Spanish, and one of these shouted aloud to the Indians to have no fear, for that they were friends and haters of the Spaniards, whereupon the natives came out from the woods and greeted them. They were a fine race of men, but gentle and timid in their demeanor. They were copper in color, and wore headdresses of bright feathers, but the men had but little other clothing, of which indeed in such a climate there is but slight necessity. In exchange for some trifles from the ship, they brought many baskets of fruits, such as none of those who had fresh come from England had ever before seen. Great was the joy on board ship, especially among the 4 boys, at the profusion of strange fruits, and they were seen seated together, eating pineapples, bananas, and many other things of which they knew not so much as the name, but which they found delicious, indeed, after so long a voyage upon salted food. Then, sailing on, they dropped anchor in the bay which Captain Drake had himself christened during his last voyage Port Pheasant, for they had killed many of this kind of bird there. Here the admiral proposed waiting for a while, to refresh the crews and to put the pinnaces together. Accordingly the anchors were put out, and all was made snug. A boat's crew was sent on shore to see that all was safe, for there was no saying where the Spaniards might be lurking. They returned with a great plate of lead, which they had found fastened to a tree close to the water's edge. Upon it were these words: "Captain Drake, if it is your fortune to come into this part, make haste away, for the Spaniards, which were with you here last year, have betrayed the place, and taken away all that you left here. I departed hence on this present 7th of July, 1572. Your very loving friend, John Garrett." "I would I had been here a few days earlier," Captain Drake said when he read this notice, "for John Garrett would assuredly have joined us, and his aid would have been no slight assistance in the matter in which we are about to engage. However, it will not do to despise his caution. Therefore, lest we be attacked while on shore by the Spaniards, we will even make a fort, and we shall be able to unload our stores and put our pinnaces together without fear of interruption." The crew were now landed, and set to work, with hatchet and bill, to clear a plot of ground. 3/4 of an acre was, after 3 days' work, cleared, and the trees were cast outwards and piled together in such form as to make a sort of wall, 30 feet high round it. This hard work done, most of the crew were allowed a little liberty. The carpenters and experienced artificers were being engaged in putting the 3 pinnaces together. The boys, in pairs, for all could never obtain leave together, rambled in the woods, full of admiration for the beauties of nature. Huge butterflies flitted about upon the brilliant flowers. Long trailing creepers, rich with blossom, hung on the trees. Here and there, as they passed along, snakes slipped away among the undergrowth, and these, in truth, the boys were as ready to leave alone as the reptiles were to avoid them, for they were told that it was certain death to be bitten by these creatures. Most of all, the boys admired the little birds, which indeed it was hard for them to believe not to be butterflies, so small were they, so rapid their movements, and so brilliant their color. On the 7th day from landing, the pinnaces were finished, and the vessels being anchored near the shore, the crews went on board for the last time, preparatory to making their start the next day. There was one tall and bright-faced sailor with whom the boys had struck up a great friendship. He had sailed before with Captain Drake, and as the evening was cool and there was naught to do, they begged him to tell them of his former visits in the Caribbean seas. "My first," he said, "was the worst, and might well have been my last. Captain John Hawkins was our captain, a bold man and a good sailor, but not gentle as well as brave, as is our good Captain Francis. Our fleet was a strong one. The admiral's ship, the Jesus of Lubeck, was 700 tons. Then there was the smaller craft, the Minion, Captain Hampton, in which I myself sailed; the William and John of Captain Bolton; the Judith with Captain Francis Drake, and 2 little ships besides. We sailed later in the year. It was the 2nd of October, 5 years back, that is 1567. We started badly, for a storm struck us off Finisterre. The ships separated, and some boats were lost. We came together at Cape de Verde, and there we tried to get slaves, for it was part of the object of our voyage to buy slaves on the coast of Africa and sell them to the Spaniards here. It was a traffic for which I myself had but little mind, for though it be true that these black fellows are a pernicious race given to murder and to fighting of all kinds among themselves, yet are they human beings, and it is, methinks, cruel to send them beyond the seas into slavery, so far from their homes and people. But it was not for me, a simple mariner, to argue the question with our admirals and captains, and I have heard many worshipful merchants are engaged in the traffic. However that be, methinks that our good Captain Francis did, likewise, turn himself against this kind of traffic in human flesh, for although he has been 3 times since in these regions, he has never again taken a hand in it. With much to do at Cape de Verde, we succeeded in getting 150 men, but not without much resistance from the natives, who shot their arrows at us, and wounded many, and most of those who were wounded did die of lockjaw, for the arrows had been smeared in some poisonous stuff. Then we went farther down the coast, and took in 200 more. Coasting still farther down to St. George de Mina, we landed, and Captain Hawkins found that the negro king there was at war with an enemy a little farther inland. He besought our assistance, and promised us plenty of slaves if we would go there and storm the place with him. Captain Hawkins agreed cheerfully enough, and set off with a portion of his crews to assist the king. The enemy fought well, and it was only after a very hard fight on our part, and the loss of many men, that we took the town. Methinks the 250 slaves which we took there were dearly paid for, and there was much grumbling among the ships at the reckless way in which our admiral had risked our lives for meagre gain. It is true that these slaves would sell at a high price, yet none of us looked upon money gained in that way quite as we do upon treasure taken in a fair fight. In the one case we traffic with the Spaniards, who are our natural enemies, and it is repugnant to a Christian man to hand over even these poor negroes to such willful masters as these. In the other we are fighting for our queen and country. The Spaniards are the natural enemies of all good Protestants, and every ship we see and every treasure bag we capture does something to pare the nails of that fierce and haughty power. Having filled up our hold with the slaves which we had captured at St. George de Mina, we turned our back upon the African coast and sailed to the West Indies. At Rio de Hacha, the first port at which we touched, the people did not wish to trade with us. But the admiral was not the man to allow people to indulge in fancies of this kind. We soon forced them to buy or to sell that which we chose, and not what they had a fancy for. Sailing along, we were caught in a storm, and in searching for the port of St. Juan de Ulloa, where we hoped to refit, we captured 3 ships. In the port we found 12 other small craft, but these we released, and sent some of them to Mexico to ask that victuals and stores might be sent. The next day 13 great ships appeared off the harbor. In them was the Viceroy of Mexico. We had then only the Jesus, the Minion of 100 tons, and the Judith of 50 tons, and this big fleet was large enough to have eaten us. But Captain Hawkins put a good face on it, and sailed out to meet them. Waiting at the mouth of the harbor here, he told them haughtily that he should not allow their fleet to enter save on his terms. I doubt not that Hawkins would have been glad enough to have made off if he could have done so, for what with the sale of the slaves and the vessels we had captured, we had now £1,800,000 in silver and gold on board of the ships. The Spanish admiral accepted the terms which Captain Hawkins laid down, and most solemnly swore to observe them. And so, with colors flying, both fleets sailed into the harbor together. It is true, however, that the man who places faith in a Spaniard is a fool, and so it proved to us. No sooner had they reached the port than they began to plot secretly among themselves how to fall upon us. Even then, though they had 13 big ships, the smallest of which was larger than the Jesus, they feared to attack us openly. Numbers of men were set to work by them on the shore, secretly, to get up batteries by which they might fire into us, while a great ship, having 500 men on board, was moored close alongside the Minion. I remember well talking the matter over with Jack Boscawen, who was boatswain on board, and we agreed that this time we had run into an ugly trap, and that we didn't see our way out of it. Englishmen can, as all the world knows, lick the Spaniards when they are but as 1 to 5, but when there are 20 of the Dons to 1 of us, it is clear that the task is a hard one. What made it worse was that we were in a harbor. At sea, our quickness in handling our ships would have made us a match for the Spanish fleet, but at anchor, and with the guns of the port commanding us, we did not truly see how we were to get out of it. The fight began by the Spaniards letting their big ship drift alongside the Minion, when suddenly 500 men leaped out on our decks. We were beaten below in no time, for we were scarce prepared for so sudden an onslaught. There, however, we defended ourselves stoutly, firing into the hull of the ship alongside, and defending our ports and entrances from the Spaniards. For a while our case seemed desperate. The Jesus was hard at work too, and when she had sunk the ship of the Spanish admiral, she came up and gave a broadside into the ship alongside of us. Her crew ran swiftly back to her, and we, with much rejoicing, poured on deck again, and began to pay them hotly for their sudden attack upon us. It was a great fight, and one that would have done your heart good, to see the 3 English ships, 2 of them so small as to be little more than boats, surrounded by a whole fleet of Spaniards, while from on shore the guns of the forts played upon us. Had it not been for those forts, I verily believe that we should have destroyed the Spanish fleet. Already another large vessel had followed the example of their admiral's ship, and had gone to the bottom. Over 540 of their sailors we had, as they have themselves admitted, slain outright. We were faring well, and had begun to hope that we might get to find our way out of the toils, when a cry came from the lookout, who said that the Jesus was hoisting signals of distress, and that he feared she was sinking. Close as she was, lying to a battery, and surrounded by enemies, our bold captain did not hesitate a minute, but sailed the Minion through a crowd of enemies close to the Jesus. You should have heard the cheer that the 2 crews gave each other. It rose above all the noise of the battle, and would have assuredly done your heart good. The Jesus was sinking fast, and it was as much as they could do to tumble into the boats, and to row hastily to our side. We should have saved them all, But the Spaniards, who dared not lay us aboard, and who were in no slight degree troubled by the bravery with which we had fought, set 2 of their great ships on fire, and launched them down upon us, preferring to lose 2 of their own ships for the sake of capturing or destroying our little bark. The sight of the ships coming down in flames shook the hearts of our men more than all the fury of the Spaniards had been able to do, and without waiting for orders they turned the ship's head for the mouth of the port. The admiral, who had just come on board, cursed and shouted when he saw what was being done, but the panic of the fire ships got the better of the men, and we made off, firing broadsides at the Spaniards' fleet as we passed through them, and aided by the little Judith, which stuck to us through the whole of the fight. When we cooled down and came to think of it, we were in no slight degree ashamed of our desertion of our comrades in the Jesus. Fortunately, the number so left behind was not large, but we knew that according to their custom the Spaniards would put all to death, and so indeed it afterwards turned out, many of them being dispatched with horrible tortures. This terrible treatment of the prisoners caused, when it was known, great indignation, and although Queen Elizabeth did not declare war with Spain, from that time she gave every countenance she could to the adventurers who waged war on their own account against her. The Minion suffered severely, packed close as she was with all her own crew and a great part of that of the Jesus, vast numbers of whom were wounded. However, at length 100 were, at their own request, landed and left to shift for themselves, preferring to run the risk of Indians, or even of Spaniards, to continue any longer amid the horrors on board the ship. I myself, boys, was not one of that number, and came back to England in her. Truly it was the worst voyage that I ever made, for though fortune was for a time good to us, and we collected much money, yet in the end we lost all, and hardly escaped with our lives. It has seemed to me that this bad fortune was sent as a punishment upon us for carrying off the negroes into slavery. Many others thought the same, and methinks that that was also the opinion of our present good admiral. "Did you come out with him in his further voyages here?" Ned asked. "I was with him in the Dragon 2 years ago, when with the Swan she came here. Last year I sailed with him in the Swan alone." "You did not have any very stirring adventures?" "No, we were mainly bent on exploring, but for all that we carried off many prizes, and might, had we been pilgrims, have bought farms in Devonshire and settled down on our share of the prize money. But there, that is not the way with sailors. Quick come, quick go, and not one in 100 that I have ever heard of, however much he may have taken as his share of prizes, has ever kept it or prospered greatly therefrom." It was now evening, and many of the men had betaken themselves to the water for a swim. The heat had been great all day, and it was their last. They had been pressed at work to get the stores which had been landed again on board ship, and to finish all up, ready for the division of the party next day. "I do not care for bathing here," Ned said, in reply to a sailor who asked him why he too did not join in the sport. "I confess that I have a dread of those horrible sharks of which we have heard so much, and whose black fins we see from time to time." "I should have thought," said the harsh, sneering voice of Giles Taunton, "that an otter would have been a match for a shark. The swimmers of the South Isles, and indeed the natives here, attack the sharks without fear. I should have thought that anyone who prides himself, as you do, upon swimming, would have been equally willing to encounter them." "I do not know that I do pride myself on my swimming, Giles Taunton," Ned said composedly. "At any rate, no one has ever heard me speak of such abilities as I may have in that way. As to the natives, they have seen each other fight with sharks, and know how the matter is gone about. If I were to be present a few times when such strife takes place, it may be that I should not shirk from joining in the sport, but knowing nothing whatever of the method pursued, or of the manner of attack, I should be worse than a fool were I to propose to venture my life in such a sport." Many sailors who were standing round approved of what Ned said. "Aye, aye, lad," one said. "No one would think of making his first jump across the spot where he might be dashed to pieces. Let a man learn to jump on level ground, and then when he knows his powers he may go across a deep chasm." But this time a good many of the men were out in the water, when suddenly there arose the cry of "Shark!" from the lookout on the poop. There was a great rush for the ship, and the excitement on board was nearly as great as that in the water. Ned quietly dropped off his jacket and his shoes, and seizing a short boarding pike, waited to see what would come of it. It chanced that his friends, the other boys, were farther out than the men, having, with the ardor of youth, engaged themselves in races, regardless of the admonition that had frequently been given them to keep near the ship, for the terror of these water beasts was very great. The men all gained the ship in safety, but the shark, which had come up from a direction in which it would cut them off, was clearly likely to arrive before the boys could gain the side. At first it seemed indeed that their fate was sealed, but the shark, who in many respects resembles a cat with a mouse, and seems to prefer to trifle with its victim to the last, allowed them to get close to the ship, although by rapid swimming it could easily have seized them before. The nearest to it, as it approached the ship, was Tom Tressilis, who was not so good a swimmer as the others, but he had swum lustily and with good heart, though his white face showed how great the effect of the danger was upon him. He had not spoken a word since the shark first made its appearance. As he struck despairingly to gain the ship, from which the sailors were already casting him ropes, his eye caught that of Ned, who cried to him cheerily, "Keep up your spirits, Tom. I'll be with you." As the huge fish swept along at a distance of some 4 yards from the side of the ship, and was already turning on its back, opening its huge mouth to seize its victim, Ned dived head foremost from the ship on to him. So great was the force and impetus with which he struck the creature that it was fairly driven sideways from its course, missing by the nearest shave the leg of Tom Tressilis. Ned himself was half stunned by the force with which his head had struck the fish, for a shark is not so soft a creature to jump against as he had imagined. However, he retained consciousness enough to grasp at the fin of the shark, to which he held on to for half a minute. By this time the shark was recovering from the effects of the sudden blow, and Ned was beginning to be able to reflect. In a moment he plunged the half pike deep into the creature's stomach. Again and again he repeated the stroke, until the shark, rolling over in his agony and striking furiously with his tail, shook Ned from his hold. He instantly dived beneath the water and came up at a short distance. The shark was still striking the water furiously. The sailors on board were throwing down upon him with shot, pieces of iron, and all sorts of missiles, and some of the best archers were hastily bringing their bows to the side. The shark caught sight of his opponent and instantly rushed at him. Ned again dived just before the creature reached him, and rising under him, inflicted some more stabs with the pike. Then he again swam off, for he was in no slight fear that he might be struck by his friends on board ship, of whose missiles, indeed, he was more in dread than of the shark himself. When he rose at a short distance from the shark, he was again prepared for a rush on the part of his enemy, but the great fish had now had enough of it. He was still striking the water, but his movements were becoming slower, for he was weakened by the loss of blood from the stabs he had received from below, and from the arrows, many of which were now buried to the goose quill in him. In a minute or two he gradually turned on one side and floated with his white belly in the air. A shout broke from the crew of the Swan, and also of the Pasha, who had been attracted to the side by the cries. When he saw that the battle was over, and that the enemy had been vanquished without loss of life or hurt to any, Ned speedily seized one of the ropes and climbed up the side of the ship, where he was, you may be sure, received with great cheering and shouts of joy and approval. "You are a fine lad," Captain John Drake said, "and your name of Otter has indeed been well bestowed. You've saved the life of your comrade, and I know that my old friend, Mr. Frank Tressilis, his father, will feel indebted indeed to you when he comes to learn how gallantly you risked your life to preserve that of his son." Ned said that he saw no credit in the action, and that he was mightily glad to have had an opportunity of learning to do that which the negroes thought nothing of, for that it shamed him to think that these heathens would venture their lives boldly against sharks, while he, an English boy, although a good swimmer, and not, he hoped, wanting in courage, was yet afraid to encounter these fierce brutes. This incident acted, as might be expected, as a fresh bond between the boys, and as it also secured for Ned the cordial goodwill of the sailors. They were, in future, free from any persecution at the hands of Master Taunton or of his fellows. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 4, Part 1. An Unsuccessful Attack. It should have been said in its proper place that upon the day after the arrival of the Pasha and Swan in Pheasant Bay, a bark named the Isle of Wight, commanded by James Rouse, with 30 men on board, many of whom had sailed with Captain Drake upon his previous voyages, came into the port, and there was great greeting between the crews of the various ships. Captain Rouse brought with him a Spanish caravel, captured the day before, and a shallop also, which he had taken at Cape Blanco. This was a welcome reinforcement, for the crews of the two ships were but small for the purpose which they had in hand, especially as it would be necessary to leave a party to take charge of the vessels. Captain Drake made some proposals to Captain Rouse, which the latter accepted, and it was arranged that he and his crew would be, for a time, under the command of Captain Drake. When the division of the crews was made, it was decided that James Rouse should remain in command of the 4 ships at Pheasant Bay, and that Captain Drake, with 53 of his own men and 20 of Rouse's, should start in the 3 pinnaces and the shallop for Nombre de Dios. The first point at which they stopped was the Isle of Pines on the 22nd of July. Here they put in to water the boats, and as the crews had been cramped from their stay therein, Captain Drake decided to give them a day on shore. Ned and Reuben Gale were of the party, the other 2 being, to their great discontent, left behind in the ship. After the barriques had been filled with water, the fires lit for cooking, and the labors of the day over, Ned and Reuben started for a ramble in the island, which was of a goodly extent. When they had proceeded some distance in the wood, picking fruit as they went, and looking at the butterflies and bright birds, they were suddenly seized and thrown upon the ground by some men who sprang out from the underwood through which they had passed. They were too surprised at this sudden attack to utter even a cry, and being safely gagged and bound, they were lifted by their captors and carried away into the interior of the island. After an hour's passage they were put down in the heart of a thick grove of trees, and, looking round, saw they were surrounded by a large number of natives. One of these, a person evidently in authority, spoke to them in a language which they did not understand. They shook their heads, and after several times attempting to make them comprehend, Ned caught the words Espanoles. To this he vehemently shook his head in denial, which caused quite an excitement among his hearers. One of the latter then said English, to which Ned and his companion nodded. The news evidently filled the natives with great joy. The bands were taken off the boys, and the Indians endeavored by gestures to express the sorrow that they felt for having carried them off. It was clear that they had taken them for Spaniards, and that they had been watched as they wandered inland, and captured for the purpose of learning the objects and force of the expedition. Now, however, that their captors understood that the ships were English, with great signs of pleasure they started with them for the seashore. It had already darkened when they arrived there, and the crews of the boats jumped hastily to their feet at the sight of so many persons approaching. Ned, however, called to them just as they were about to betake themselves to their arms, and shouted that the natives were perfectly friendly and well disposed. Captain Drake himself now advanced, and entered into conversation with the leader of the natives, in Spanish. It seemed that they had met before, and that many, indeed, of the natives were acquainted with his person. These were a party of Cimarroons, as they were then called, i.e., of natives who had been made slaves by the Spaniards, and who had now fled. They afterwards came to be called Cameroons, and are mostly so spoken of in the books of English buccaneers. These men were greatly pleased at the arrival of Captain Drake and his boats, for their own had been destroyed, and they feared taking to the sea in such as they could build. After much talk, Captain Drake arranged to put them on shore, so that they would go on to the Isthmus of Darien, where there were more of them in the forests, and they promised to prepare these to assist Captain Drake when he should come there. The natives, some 30 in number, were soon packed into the boats, and were ready to cross to the mainland, and the party, then going forward, entered the port of Nombre de Dios at 3 in the morning. As they sailed in, being yet a good way from the city, they came upon a bark of some 60 tons. It was all unprepared for attack, and the boats got alongside, and the crews climbed on to the deck before their presence was discovered or dreamt of. No resistance whatever was offered by the Spaniards against the English. All were, indeed, asleep below. A search was made, and it was found that the ship was laden with Canary wine, a circumstance which gave great pleasure to the English, who looked forward to a long bout of good drinking. While they were searching the ship, they had paid but little attention to the Spanish crew, and presently, however, they heard the sound of oars at some little distance from the ship. "What is that?" said Captain Drake. Ned ran to the stern of the vessel. "I think, sir," he said, "that 1 or 2 of the Spaniards have got off with their boat. I saw it towing to the stern when we boarded." Captain Drake leant over the side, and at once gave orders to one of the boats whose crew had not boarded the vessel and was lying alongside to pursue, and to strain every nerve to catch the boat before she came near the town. The sailors leaped to their oars and pulled with a will, for they knew as well as their captain how serious a matter it would be were the town alarmed, and indeed that all their toil and pains would be thrown away, as it was only by surprise that so small a handful of men could possibly expect to take a large and important town like Nombre de Dios. Fortunately, the boat overtook the fugitives before they were within hailing distance of the town, and rapidly towed them back to the ship. All then took their places in the pinnaces, and pushed off without further delay. It was not yet light, and steered by one who knew the town well, they rowed up alongside a battery which defended it, without the alarm being given. As they climbed over the wall, the sentry fired his piece, and the artillerymen, who, there having been some rumors of the arrival of Drake's fleet in those waters, were sleeping by the side of their guns, sprang to their feet and fled, as the English leaped down into the battery. There were 6 large guns in the place, and many small and bombards. "Now, my lads," Captain Drake said, "you must lose no time. In 5 minutes yonder artillerymen will have alarmed the whole town, and we must be there before the Spaniards have managed to get their sleepy eyes open. Advance in 3 parties and meet in the marketplace. It is good that we should make as much show as possible. There can be no more concealment, and therefore we must endeavor to make the Spaniards believe that we are a far stronger force than in truth we are." It was not until the 3 parties met in the marketplace that any real resistance on the part of the Spaniards began, although windows had been opened and shots fired here and there. The alarm bells were now ringing, shouts and screams were heard throughout the town, and the whole population was becoming fairly aroused. As they entered the marketplace, however, a heavy fire was opened up with arquebuses and guns. The English had taken with them no firearms, but each man carried his bow and arrows, and with these they shot fast and hard at the Spaniards and silenced their fire. At this moment, however, it happened, sadly for the success of the enterprise, that a ball struck Captain Drake and inflicted a serious wound. Ned was standing near him, and observed him stagger. "Are you hit, sir?" he asked anxiously. "Tush, my boy," he replied, "it's a scratch. Say nothing of it. Now, forward to the treasury. The town is in your hands, my lads. It only remains to you to sack as much treasure as you can carry. But remember, do not lose your discipline, and keep together. If we straggle, we are lost. Now, light at once the torches which you have brought with you, and shout aloud to the inhabitants, you that can speak Spanish, that if any more resistance is offered, we will burn the whole town to the ground." The threat mightily alarmed the inhabitants, and the firing ceased altogether, for as these were not regular soldiers, and knew that the object of the English attack was to plunder the public treasuries rather than private property, the townsmen readily deemed it to their interest to hold aloof, rather than to bring upon their city and themselves so grievous a calamity as that threatened by the English. In the advance, 2 or 3 Spaniards had fallen into the hands of the men, and these, being threatened with instant death if they hesitated, at once led the way to the governor's house, where the silver, brought down on mules from Panama, was stored. A party was placed at the door of this building, and Captain Drake with the rest entered. The governor had fled with his attendants. The house was richly furnished, full of silk hangings, of vessels of gold and silver, and of all kinds of beautiful things. These, however, attracted little attention from the English, although Ned and his young comrades marveled much. Never had they seen in England anything approaching to the wealth and beauty of this furnishing. It seemed to them, indeed, as if they had entered one of the houses of the magicians and enchanters, of whom they had read in books during their childhood. Captain Drake, however, passed through these gorgeous rooms with scarce a glance, and, led by the Spaniards, descended some steps into a vast cellar. A cry of astonishment and admiration burst from the whole party as they entered this treasury. Here, piled up 12 feet high, lay a mighty mass of bars of silver, carefully packed. This heap was no less than 70 feet long and 10 feet wide, and the bars each weighed from 35 to 40 pounds. "My lads," Captain Drake said, "here is money enough to make us all rich for our lives. But we must leave it for the present, and make for the treasury house, which is as full of gold and of precious stones as this is of silver." The men followed Captain Drake and his brother, feeling quite astonished and almost stupefied at the sight of this pile of silver. But they felt, moreover, the impossibility of their carrying off so vast a weight unless the town were completely in their hands. This, indeed, was very far from being the case, for the whole town was now rising. The troops, who had at the first panic fled, were now being brought forward, and as the day lightened, the Spaniards, sorely ashamed that so small a body of men should have made themselves masters of so great and rich a city, were plucking up heart and preparing to attack them. Ill was it, then, for the success of the adventure that Captain Francis had suffered so heavy a wound in the marketplace. Up to this time he had kept bravely on, and none except Ned, at being full of the prospect of vast plunder, had noticed his pale face, or seen the blood which streamed down from him and marked every footstep as he went. But nature could now do no more, and with his body well nigh drained of all its blood, he suddenly fell down fainting. Great was the cry that rose from the men as they saw the admiral thus fall. Hastily gathering round him, they lifted his body from the ground, and shuddered at seeing how great a pool of blood was gathered where he had been standing. It seemed almost as if, with the fall of their captain, the courage which had animated these men, and would animate them again in fighting against ever so great odds, had for the moment deserted them. In spite of the orders of Captain John that 4 or 5 should carry his brother to the boats, and that the rest should seize without delay the treasures of gold and diamonds in the treasury, and carry off as great a weight as they might bear, none paid attention. They gathered round the body of Captain Francis, and lifting him on their shoulders, they hurried to the boats, careless of the promised treasures, and thinking only to escape and bear with them their beloved commander from the forces of the Spaniards, who, as they saw the party fall back, with great shouting fell upon them, shooting hotly. The swoon of the admiral had lasted but a few moments. As cordial was poured down his throat, he opened his eyes, and seeing what the men were minded to do, protested with all his force against their retreat. His words, however, had no weight with them, and in spite of his resistance they carried him down to the battery, and there, placing him in a pinnace, the whole took to their boats and rowed on board ship. Wonderful to relate, although many were wounded, but one man, and he Giles Taunton, the armourer, was killed in this attack upon the great city, in which they only missed making themselves masters of one of the greatest treasures upon earth by the accident of their commander fainting at a critical moment, and to the men being seized by an unaccountable panic. Some of the crew had indeed carried off certain plunder, which they had snatched in passing through the governor's house, and in such short searches as they had been able to make in private dwellings. But the men in general had been so struck with amazement and sorrow at the sight of their general's wound, that although this wealth was virtually at their mercy, they put off with him without casting a thought upon what they were leaving behind. The boats now rowed without pausing to the isle, which they called the Isle of Victuals. There they stayed 2 days, nursing their wounds, and supporting themselves with poultry, of which there was a great abundance found in the island, and with vegetables and fruits from the gardens. There was great joy among them when it was found that Captain Drake's wound, although severe enough, was yet not likely to imperil his life, and that it was loss of blood alone which had caused him to faint. At this news the men all took heart, and rejoiced so exceedingly that a stranger would have supposed that they had attained some great victory, rather than have come out unsuccessful from an adventure which promised to make each man wealthy. Upon the second day after their arrival at the Isle of Victuals, they saw a boat rowing out from the direction of Nombre de Dios. As they knew there was no fleet in that harbor which would venture to attack them, the English had no fear of the approaching boat, although indeed they wondered much what message could have been sent them. On board the boat was a hidalgo, or Spanish noble, who was rowed by 4 negroes. He said that he had come from the mainland to make inquiries as to the gallant men who had performed so great a feat, and that he cherished no malice whatever against them. He wished to know whether the Captain Drake who commanded them was the same who had been there before, and especially did he inquire whether the arrows used by the English were poisoned, for he said great fear and alarm reigned in the town, many believing that all who had been struck by the English shafts would certainly die. Upon this head he was soon reassured, and the English were indeed mightily indignant at it being supposed they would use such cowardly weapons as poisoned arrows. Then the hidalgo inquired why the English had so suddenly retreated from the town, when it was in their hands, and why they had abstained from carrying off the 360 tons of silver which lay at the governor's house, and the still greater value of gold in the treasure house, the gold indeed being far more valuable than the silver, insomuch as it was more portable. The answers to all these questions were freely given, for in those days there was a curious mixture of peace and war, of desperate violence and of great courtesy between combatants. And whereas now an enemy arriving with a view merely to obtain information would be roughly treated, in those days he was courteously entertained, and his questions as freely answered as if he had been a friend and ally. When he heard of the wound of Captain Drake he expressed great sorrow, and after many compliments were exchanged he returned to Nombre de Dios, while the next day Captain Drake and the English rowed away to the Isle of Pines, where Captain Rous was remaining in charge of the ships. He was mightily glad to see them return, as were their comrades who had remained, for their long absence had caused great fear and anxiety, and it was thought that Captain Drake must have fallen into some ambuscade, and that ill had come to the party. Although there was some regret at the thought that the chance of gaining such vast booty had been missed, yet the joy at the safe return overpowered this feeling, and for a day or two the crews feasted merrily and held festival. Captain Rous then determined to continue the adventure no further, but to separate with his ship and men from Captain Drake. He was of opinion firmly that now the Spaniards had discovered their presence in the island, such measures of defense would be taken at every port as to place these beyond the hazard of attack by so small a body as those carried by the 3 ships. He therefore, receiving full satisfaction for the use of his men and for guarding the ships, sailed away on the 7th of August, leaving the Swan and the Pasha to proceed upon the adventure alone. Captain Drake sent his brother and Ellis Hickson to examine the river Chagres, and on their return Captain Drake, with his 2 ships and 3 pinnaces, sailed for Carthagena, where he arrived on the 13th day of August. While on the voyage thither he captured 2 Spanish ships, each of 240 tons, with rich cargoes, neither of them striking so much as a blow in resistance. At evening he anchored between the island of Cara and St. Bernardo, and the 3 pinnaces entered the harbor of Carthagena. Lying at the entrance they found a frigate, which in those days meant a very small craft, not much larger than a rowing boat, She had but one old man on board, who said that the rest of the company had gone ashore to fight a duel about a quarrel which they had had overnight. He said, too, what was much more important to the English, that an hour before nightfall a pinnace had passed him, and that the man who was steering had shouted out that the English were at hand, and that he had better up anchor and go into port. He said, moreover, that when the pinnace reached Carthagena, guns were fired, and he could see that all the shipping hauled in under shelter of the castle. This was bad news indeed, and there was much hard language among the sailors when they heard it. It was clear that the castle of Carthagena, if prepared, was not to be carried by some 30 or 40 men, however gallant and determined they might be. There was, too, but little hope that the old man had spoken falsely, for they had themselves heard guns shortly before their arrival there. With much bitterness it was determined to abandon the plan of attack, and thus Carthagena, as well as Nombre de Dios, escaped from the hands of the English. They did not, however, go out empty-handed, for they succeeded in capturing by boarding 4 pinnaces, each laden with cargo, and as they turned their heads to go out to sea, a great ship of Seville came sailing in. Her they laid alongside and captured easily, she, having just arrived from Spain, having no thoughts of meeting a foe just as she reached her port of destination. This lightened the hearts of the crew, and with their prizes in tow they sailed out in good spirits. The ship contained large stores of goods from Spain, with sherries and merchandise of every kind. They went back to the Isle of Pines, their usual rendezvous, and on adding up the goods that they had taken from various prizes, found that even now they had made no bad thing of their voyage. They were now much reduced in fighting strength by illness, and Captain Drake determined in his mind that the crews were no longer strong enough for the manning of 2 ships, and that it would be better to take to one alone. He knew, however, that even his authority would not suffice to persuade the sailors to abandon one of the vessels, for sailors have a great love for their ships. He therefore determined to do it by a sudden stroke, and that known only to himself and another. Therefore he called to him Thomas Moore, the carpenter of the Swan, and taking him aside, told him to make auger holes in the bottom of that ship. Moore, who was a good sailor, made a great resistance to the orders, but upon the admiral assuring him that it was necessary for the success of the enterprise that one of the ships should be destroyed, he very reluctantly undertook the task. Previous to this, Captain Drake had ordered all the booty and a considerable portion of the stores of both ships to be hauled on shore, so that they might lose nothing of value to them. The next morning Ned and his friends were sitting on the bulwark of the vessel, watching the fish playing about in the depths of the clear blue water. "We seem to be lower in the water than usual," Ned said. "Does it not seem to you that we are not so high above the sea as we are wont to be?" The others agreed that the vessel had that appearance, but as it seemed clearly impossible that it should be so, especially when she was lighter than usual, they thought they must be mistaken, and the subject was put aside. Half an hour later, Captain Drake himself, rowing alongside, called to his brother, who came to the side. "I'm going to fish," he said. "Are you disposed to come also?" Captain John expressed his willingness to do so. "I'll wait for you," his brother said. Captain John was turning to go into his cabin to get his cap and cloak, when Captain Francis cried out, "Is not your ship very low in the water this morning?" "The same as usual, I suppose," Captain John said, laughing, but looking over the side himself, he said, "Methinks she does lie deep in the water," and calling the carpenter, he bade him sound the well. The latter, after doing so, cried out loudly that there were 4 feet of water in the ship. A great astonishment seized upon both officers and crew at this unexpected news. All hands were at once set to work. The pumps were rigged, and with buckets and all sorts of gear they strove manfully and hard to get rid of the water. It soon, however, became plain that it entered faster than they could pump it forth, and that the vessel must have sprung a bad leak. When it was clear that the Swan could not be saved, the boats of the Pasha were brought alongside, and all the goods that remained in her were removed, together with the arms and ammunition. Then the crew, taking to the boats, lay by, until in a few minutes the Swan sank, among the tears of many of her crew who had made 3 voyages in her and loved her well. It was not for a long time afterwards known that the loss of the ship was the effect of the orders of the admiral, who indeed acted with his usual wisdom in keeping the matter secret; for assuredly, although the men would have obeyed his orders, he would have lost much favor and popularity among them had the truth been at that time known. The next day the news was spread among the men that it was determined to fill the Pasha with all the stores that were on shore, and, leaving a party there with her, to embark the crews in the pinnaces for service in the river Chagres and along the coast, until at any rate they could capture another ship to replace the Swan. Next day they rowed on to the Gulf of Darien. There the ship was laid up in a good place, and they remained quiet for 15 days, amusing and refreshing themselves. By this means they hoped to throw all the Spaniards off their guard, and to cause a report to be spread that they had left the island. The Cimarroons living near had been warned, by those who had been landed from the Isle of Pines, of their coming, and received them with good cheer, and promised all aid that could be required. Then the pinnaces were sent out to catch any passing ships which might be cruising along the coast. Chapter 4. Section 5 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 4. An Unsuccessful Attack, Part 2. It happened one day that two of them had set off in pursuit of a great ship which they saw passing in the distance. The wind was light, and they had little doubt that they should overhaul her. Ned, who was one of those who remained behind, was much angered at missing so good an enterprise, but some 4 hours afterwards another ship was seen to pass along. The remaining pinnace was at once manned, Captain John Drake taking the command, and with 14 men she set out to take the Spanish galleon. Gallant as are the exploits which have been performed in modern times by British tars in their attacks upon slavers, yet in none of these cases does the disparity of force at all approach that which often existed between the English boats and the Spanish galleons. Indeed, the only possible reason that can be given for the success of the English is the fear that their enemy entertained for them. Both the Spanish captains and crews had come to look upon them as utterly invincible, and they seemed, when attacked by the English buccaneers, altogether paralyzed. As the boat rowed up towards the great ship, her size became gradually more apparent, and her deck could be seen crowded with men. Even Ned, who was not greatly given to reflection, could not but feel a passing doubt as to the possibility of one small boat with 14 men attacking a floating castle like this. Presently the boom of a cannon from the forecastle of the vessel was heard, and a ball whizzed over their heads, and then shot after shot was fired, and soon a rattle of small arms broke out, and the water all round was cut up by bullets and balls. The rough seamen cared little for this demonstration. With a cheer they bent their backs to the oars, and although some were wounded, they rowed up to the side of the ship without hesitation or doubt. Then from above a shower of missiles were hurled upon them, darts, stones, hot water, and even boiling tar. It would have gone hard with the English had not the Spanish carelessly left a porthole open near the water level. Through this the English clambered, eager to get at their foe, and many of them raging with the pain caused by the boiling materials. As they rushed on to the deck, the Spaniards were ranged in 2 ranks on either side of the hatchway, and fell upon them at once, but so great was the fury of the English that, facing either way, with a roar like beasts springing upon their prey, they fell with axe and sword upon the Spaniards. It was the wild rage with which the English buccaneers fought that was the secret of their success. The Spaniards are a people given to ceremony, and even in the matters of battle are somewhat formal and pedantic. The combat then between them and the English was one which presented no familiar conditions to their minds. These rough sailors, hardened by exposure, skilled in the use of arms, were no doubt formidable enough individually, But this alone would not have intimidated the Spaniards, or have gone any great distance towards equalizing the tremendous odds between them. It was the fury with which they fought that was the secret of their success. It was as when a cat, furious with passion, flies at a dog many times larger and heavier than itself. The latter may be as brave in many matters as the cat, and ready to face a creature much larger even than itself under ordinary circumstances. It is the fury of the cat which appalls, and turns it into a very coward. And thus, when the band of English fell upon the Spaniards in the galleon, who were some 6 times as numerous as themselves, naked to the waist, with their hair streaming back, with all their faces wild with pain, brandishing their heavy axes, and with a shout rushed upon their foes drawn up in regular order, the latter, after a moment or two of resistance, began rapidly to fall back. Their officers in vain shouted to them to stand firm. In vain they taunted them with falling back before a handful of men. In vain even turned their swords against their own soldiers. It was useless. Those in front, unable indeed to retreat, were cut down by the heavy axes. Those behind recoiled, and after but a few minutes' fighting, some began to leap down the hatchways. And although the fight continued for a short time, isolated groups here and there making resistance, the battle was virtually won in 5 minutes after the English appeared on deck. The captain and his 2 principal officers were killed, fighting bravely, and had their efforts been in any way backed by those of their men, they would have made short work of their assailants. Captain Drake's voice was heard high above the din as soon as the resistance ceased. He ordered the prisoners to be all brought upon deck and disarmed, and at once forced into their own boats and obliged to row away from the vessel, for he knew that, were his men once to begin to plunder and to fall upon the liquors, the Spaniards, even if unarmed, would be able to rise and overpower them. No sooner than the last Spaniard was out of the ship than the men scattered to look for plunder. Ned was standing on the poop, watching the boats rowing away, and thinking to himself that, so crowded were they, if a breeze were to spring up, there would not be much chance of their reaching Nombre de Dios. Suddenly he heard below him a scream, followed by a splash. Looking over, he saw the head of a woman appear above the water, and without hesitation dived at once from the side. For a moment the girl, for she was little more, struggled with him as if she would have sunk. But Ned, grasping her firmly in a few strokes, swam with her alongside the ship to the boat, and 2 or 3 sailors, running down, assisted him to pull her into it. And then, dripping wet, she was taken to the deck, where the captain in kind tones assured her that she would receive the most courteous treatment, and that she need be under no fear whatever. She was the daughter of a wealthy Spaniard at Nombre de Dios, and was now coming out from Spain to join him. Frightened by the noise of the fighting and by the terrible reputation of the English buccaneers, she had, when the sailors rushed into the cabin with loud shouts, been so alarmed that she had jumped from the stern windows into the sea. Captain Drake assured her courteously that, rough as his men might be, they would, none of them, lay a finger upon a woman. He then hoisted a flag and fired a gun as a signal to the Spanish boats, which were yet within a quarter of a mile, to return. For a moment they rowed on, but a ball sent skimming across their bows was a hint which they could not disregard, for, full as they were of men, they could not have hoped to avoid the English pinnace should it have put off after them. When the boats came alongside, some of those on board were ordered to ascend the side of the ship, and plenty of accommodation having been made, the young Spanish lady and her maid, who had remained in the cabin, descended into the largest boat handed down by Captain Drake, with a courtesy equal to that which a Spanish hidalgo himself would have shown. Before she went, the young lady turned to Ned, who was standing near, and expressed to him her deep thanks for the manner in which he had leaped over for her. Ned himself could understand only a few words, for although many of the sailors spoke Spanish and sometimes used it among themselves, he had not yet made any great progress with it, although he had tried to pick up as many words and phrases as he could. The captain, however, translated the words to him, and he said to her in reply that there was nothing for her to feel herself under any obligation to him for for that any dog would have jumped out and done the business just as well. The young lady, however, undid a bracelet of gold on her arm, and insisted upon herself fastening it round Ned's wrist, an action which caused blushes of confusion to crimson his face. In a few minutes the Spanish boats were again off. The captain added to that in which the young lady was placed some food, some bottles of liquor, and other matters which might render her voyage easy and pleasant. He promised that the Spaniards who had been transferred again to the ship should be landed at the earliest opportunity. The vessel was now searched regularly, and was found to contain much treasure in goods, but as she was on her way from Europe, she had of course none of the gold and silver which was the main object of their search. However, they consoled themselves with the thought that the ship which had been chased by their comrades earlier in the day was homewards bound, and they hoped, therefore, that a rich cargo would there be secured. They were not mistaken, for when the ship sailed up to the rendezvous they found another alongside, and the cheers of their comrades told them that the prize had been a handsome one. They found that they had secured nearly 500,000 in gold and silver, and transferring the cargo of the one ship into the other, they set the first on fire, and sailed back to the spot where their camp was formed on the isthmus. Several other ships fell into their hands in this way, but after this they hindered no more vessels on their way from Europe. They had ample stores, and indeed far more than enough to supply them with every luxury, for on board the Pasha the richest wines, the most delicate conserves, the richest garments of all kinds, were already in such abundance as to become common to them all. Down to the common sailor, all feasted on the best, and drank wines that an emperor might have approved. Captain Drake in this way gave his men when on shore much license, insisting, however, that they should abstain from drunkenness, for, as he said, not only would they be at the mercy of any small body of the enemy which might find them, but drunkenness breeds quarrels and disputes, and as between comrades would be fatal indeed. Thus, although enough of good liquor was given to each man to make him merry, none were allowed to drink beyond this point. The reason why the ships coming from Europe were allowed to pass unmolested was that Drake wished not that each day some fresh tale of capture should be brought to Panama by the crews set free in the boats, for it was certain that the tale so told would at last stir up such fear and indignation at the ravages committed by so small a body, that the governors of the Spanish towns would combine their forces and would march against them with a veritable army, while only the ships starting from Darien were overhauled and lightened of their contents. The tale was not brought back to Darien, for the crews were allowed to sail on with their ships to Europe, as Drake had already more vessels than he knew what to do with, and as for prisoners, they were to him quite useless. Captain John did indeed at one time propose to him that he should take out of each ship all the principal men, so as to hold them as hostages in case any misfortune happened to the English. But the admiral said to him that so great was the enmity and fear of them, that did they fall into the hands of the Spaniards, these would not exchange them and let them go, even if as many kings were set free in return. In all, 5 vessels were seized and plundered while lying at Darien. All were not, however, going well. For a while they lay there, a terrible sickness broke out among them. Whether this was from the change of life, or from any noxious thing which they ate, or merely from the heat, none could say, but very shortly the illness made great ravages among them. First died Charles Clift, one of the quartermasters. Then one day, when the pinnace in which Ned always sailed returned, they were met with the sad news that Captain John Drake was also dead. He had fallen, however, not by the fever, but by the ball of the Spaniards. He had gone out with one of the pinnaces, and had engaged a great Spanish ship, but the latter had shot more straight and faster than usual, and the captain himself and Richard Allen, one of his men, had been slain in an unsuccessful attempt to capture the ship. His sad end was not the result of any rashness on his part, for he indeed had told the men that the vessel carried many guns, and that it was too rash an enterprise. The sailors, however, had by this time become so accustomed to victory as to despise the Dons altogether, and insisted upon going forward. It was with bitter lamentation and regret that they returned, bringing the body of the admiral's brother. They were now at the end of the year, and in this week no less than 6 of the company died, among whom was Joseph Drake, another of the admiral's brothers. These losses saddened the crew greatly, and even the treasures which they had amassed now seemed to them small and of little account. Even those who did not take the fever were much cast down, and Captain Drake determined, without any further loss, to attempt the expedition on which he had set his mind. On February 3rd, being Shrove Tuesday, he started with 18 English and 13 Cimarroons for Panama. He had now, since he sailed, lost no less than 28 of the party which set out from Plymouth. In a few days they reached Venta Cruz, but one of the men, who had taken too much strong liquor, made a noise, and the alarm being given, much of the treasure was carried out of the place before they could effect a landing. They followed, however, one of the treasure parties out of the town, and pursued them for some distance. On their way they came across another large convoy with gold. This they easily took, and having sent the Spaniards away, unloaded the mules and buried the gold, desiring to press on further. As they went, one of the chief Cimarroons took the admiral apart from the road they were traversing, and led him to the foot of a lofty tree. Upon this steps had been cut, and the Indian told the admiral to ascend and see what he could observe from the top. Upon reaching the summit, the admiral gave a shout of joy and astonishment. From that point he could see the Pacific Ocean, and by turning his head, the Atlantic, which they had just left. This was a joyful moment for the great sailor, and when he descended, one by one most of the men climbed to the top of the tree to see the two oceans. Drake was the first Englishman who had seen this sight. To the Spaniards it was, of course, familiar. Indeed, Vasco Nunez had stood upon the spot, and had seen the Pacific, and taken possession of it in the name of Spain, in the year 1513. They now retraced their steps, for with the force at their disposal, Captain Drake thought it would be madness to cross the isthmus with any view of attacking the Spaniards on the other side. He had now accomplished his purpose, and had learned the nature and geography of the place, and proposed on some future occasion to return with a force sufficient to carry out the great enterprises on which he had set his mind. On their return they were sorely disappointed at finding that the Spaniards, having captured one of the party, had extorted from him the hiding place of the gold, and had lifted and carried it off. They now prepared to re-embark in their pinnace. Reaching the seashore, however, they were surprised, and in some way dismayed, at seeing 7 Spanish vessels nearing the coast. The Spaniards had at last determined to make an effort, and had arrived at a time more unfortunate for the English than could have been supposed. The pinnace, after landing the party, had sailed away, in order to prevent the Spaniards seizing upon those on board, and when Captain Drake reached the shore she was not in sight, having indeed hauled her wind and made off on the approach of the Spanish fleet. The situation seemed bad indeed, for it was certain that the Spaniards would land their troops and search the shore, and it was of the highest importance that the pinnace should be discovered first. There was a council held, and the men were well nigh despairing. Captain Drake, however, bade them keep up their courage, and pointed out to them the 4 lads, all of whom had escaped the effect of fever and disease, their constitution no doubt being strengthened by the fact that none of them indulged in too much liquor, indeed seldom touching any. "Look," said Captain Drake, "at these 4 lads. Their courage is unshaken, and they look cheerful and hopeful on all occasions. Take example from them, and keep up your hopes. I propose to make a raft upon which I myself will embark, and by making out from this bay into the open sea may succeed in catching sight of the pinnace and bringing it hither to your rescue." The proposal seemed a desperate one, for it was far more likely that the Spanish ships would come along and descry the raft than the latter should meet with the pinnace. However, there seemed no other resource. The materials for the raft were scanty and weak, and when Captain Francis with 3 companions got fairly out of the bay, the raft sank so deeply in the water that they were completely standing in the sea. For some hours they beat about, and then, to their great joy, they descried the pinnace in the distance, making for land. The wind had now risen, and it was blowing hard, and their position on the raft was dangerous enough. They found that it would be impossible for them to keep at sea, and still more impossible to place themselves in the track of the pinnaces, which were making for a bay behind a projecting headland. Painfully paddling the raft to the shore, Captain Francis landed, and they made their way with much toil and fatigue over the hill which divided them from that bay, and towards morning got down to the pinnace, where they were received with much joy. Then they at once launched the boat, and made for the spot where they had left their comrades. These received them as if risen from the dead, for they had all made up their minds that their admiral and his companions had been lost upon the frail raft on which they had embarked. They now put to sea, and had the good fortune to escape the ken of the Spaniards, who had sailed further up the coast, and so, thanking God for their escape, they sailed back to the bay where the Pasha and her prizes lay, and then all hands began to make great preparation for return home. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Section 6 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 5. Cast Ashore. It was time indeed for the little band of adventurers to be turning their faces towards England. Their original strength of 80 men was reduced to 50, and of these many were sick and weak. They had gained a vast store of wealth, although they had missed the plunder of Nombre de Dios and of Carthagena. Their doings had caused such consternation and alarm that it was certain that the Spaniards would ere long make a great and united effort to crush them, and 50 men, however valiant, could not battle with a fleet. The men were longing for home, looking forward to the delight of spending the great share of prize money which would fall to each. The sudden death which had stricken many of their comrades had, too, cast a chill on the expedition, and made all long more eagerly to be away from these beautiful but deadly shores. When, therefore, on the day after the return of Captain Francis, the word was given to prepare for the homeward voyage, the most lively joy prevailed. The stores were embarked, the Cimmerians, who had done them good service, dismissed with rich presents, and all embarked with much joy and thankfulness that their labors and dangers were overpast. They were, however, extremely short-handed, and were scattered among the 3 or 4 prizes which were the best among the ships which they had taken. Ned and Gerald, being now able to give good assistance in case of need to the sailors, were put on board one of the prizes with 4 seamen. Captain Drake had determined to keep for a time the prizes with him, for as it might well be that they should meet upon their way a great Spanish fleet, he thought that by keeping together, with the flag of St. George flying on all the ships, the Spaniards would believe that the Pasha had been joined by ships from England, and so would assuredly let her and her consorts pass at large. At the last land at which they touched, Captain Drake intended to dismiss all but one of the prizes, and to sail across the Atlantic with her and the Pasha. This, however, was not to be. One day, shortly after their departure, Ned said to Gerald, "I do not like the look of that sky. It reminds me of the sky that we had before that terrible hurricane, when we were moored off the Island of Pines, and with our scanty crew we should be in a mighty unfavorable position, should the wind come on to blow." In that wise the sailors shared Ned's apprehensions, and in the speediest possible time all sail was lowered, and the ship prepared to meet the gale. It was not long before the whole sky was covered with black clouds. Captain Drake signaled to the vessels that each was to do its best, and if separated were to rendezvous at the spot before agreed upon. Then, all having been done that could be thought of, they waited the bursting of the storm. It came at last, with the suddenness and almost the force of an explosion. A faint rumbling noise was first heard, a white line of foam was seen in the distance, and then with a roar and a crash the hurricane was upon them. The vessel reeled over so far under the blow that for a time all on board thought that she would capsize. The two sailors at the helm, however, held on sturdily, and at last her head drifted off on the wind, and she flew along before its force. The sea rose as if by magic. Where for weeks scarcely a ripple had ruffled the surface of the water, now great waves with crested tops tore along. The air was full of blinding foam, swept from the tops of the waves, and it was difficult for those on board even to breathe when facing the force of the wind. "This is tremendous!" Ned shouted in Gerald's ears. "And as there seems to be islands all over these seas, if we go on at the rate we're doing now, methinks it will not be long before we land on one or another. We are, as I reckon, near Hispaniola, but there's no saying which way we may drift, for these storms are almost always changeable, and while we're running south at present, an hour hence we may be going in the opposite direction." For 24 hours the storm continued with unabated fury. At times it seemed impossible that the vessel could live, so tremendous were the seas which struck and buffeted her. However, being light in the water and buoyant, she floated over it. During the next night the wind sensibly abated, and although still blowing with tremendous force, there was evidence to the accustomed eyes of the sailors that the storm was well nigh blowing itself out. The sea, too, sensibly went down, although still tremendous, and all began to hope that they would weather the gale, when one of the sailors, who had crawled forward to the bow, shouted, "Breakers ahead!" It was now fortunately morning, although the darkness had been so intense since the storm began that the difference between night and day was faint indeed. Still, it was better, if danger were to be met with, that there should be as much light as possible. All hands looked out over the bows and saw before them a steep coast rising both to the right and left. "It is all over with the ship," Gerald said to Ned, "and I do not think that there is a chance even for you. The surf on those rocks is terrible." "We must do our best," said Ned, "and trust in God. You keep close to me, Gerald, and when you want aid I will assist you as far as I can. You swim fairly, but scarce well enough, unaided, to get through that surf yonder." The men, seeing that what appeared to be a certain destruction stared them in the face, now shook hands all round, and then, commending their souls to God, sat down and waited for the shock. When it came, it was tremendous. The masts snapped at the board like rotten sticks. The vessel shivered from stem to stern, and drawing back for an instant, was again cast down with terrible force, and as if struck by lightning, parted amidships, and then seemed to fall all to pieces like a house of cards. Ned and Gerald were standing hand in hand when the vessel struck, and as she went to pieces and they were precipitated into the water, Ned still kept close to his friend, swimming side by side with him. They soon neared the edge of the line where the waves broke upon the rocks. Then Ned shouted to Gerald to coast along outside the broken water, for that there was no landing there with life. For upwards of an hour they swam on, outside the line of surf. The sea, although tremendously high, did not break till it touched a certain point, and the lads rose and fell over the great billows. They had stripped off the greater portion of their clothing before the ship struck, and in the warm water had no sensation of chill, and had nothing to fight against but fatigue. When they were in the hollow of the waves their position was easy enough, and they could make each other hear by shouting loudly. When, however, they were on the crest of one of the mountainous waves, it was a hard struggle for life. The wind blew with such fury, taking the top of the water off in sheets, and scattering it in fine spray, that the boys were nearly drowned, although they kept their back to the wind, and held their breath as if diving, except when necessary to make a gasp for air. Gerald became weak and tired at the end of the hour, But Ned kept up his courage and aided him by swimming by his side and letting Gerald put his hand upon his shoulder every time they were in the hollow of the waves, so that he got a complete rest at these periods. At last Ned thought he saw a passage between two of the big rocks, through which it might be possible, he thought, that they might swim, and so avoid the certain death which seemed to await them at every other spot. The passage was about 40 feet wide, and it was no easy matter to calculate upon striking this in so wild a sea. Side by side with Gerald, Ned made for the spot, and at last swam to the edge of the surf. Then a great wave came rolling in, and the boys, dizzy and confused, half smothered and choking, were hurled with tremendous force through the great rocks into comparatively calm water beyond. Ned now seized Gerald's hair, for his friend was nearly gone, and turning aside from the direct line of the entrance, found himself speedily in calm water behind the line of rocks. A few minutes' further struggle, and the two boys lay on the beach, well nigh insensible after their great exertions. After a while they recovered their strength, and with staggering feet made their way further inland. "I owe you my life, Ned," Gerald said. "I never could have struggled ashore, nor indeed kept myself up for half that time, had it not been for your aid." "I am glad to have been able to help you," Ned said simply. "We may thank heaven that the storm had abated a little in its force before the vessel struck, for had it been blowing as it was yesterday, we could not have swum 5 minutes. It was just the lowering of the wind that enabled us to swim without being drowned by the spray. It was bad enough as it was, on top of the waves, but yesterday it would have been impossible." One of the first thoughts of the boys, upon fairly recovering themselves, was to kneel down and thank God for having preserved their lives. And then, having rested for upwards of an hour to recover themselves, they made their way inland. "Our dangers are by no means over, Gerald," Ned said. "If this island is, as I believe, a thickly cultivated one, and in the hands of the Spaniards, it will go hard with us if they find us, after all the damage to their commerce which we've been inflicting for the last year." Upon getting to some rising ground, they saw, to their surprise, a large town lying on a bay in front of them. Instinctively they paused at the sight, and both sat down, so as to be out of view of any casual lookers-on. "What are we to do, Ned?" Gerald said. "If we stay here, we shall be starved. If we go into the town, we shall have our throats cut. Which think you is the best?" "I do not like either alternative," Ned said. "See, inland there are many high mountains, and even close to the town there appear to be thickets and woods. There are houses here and there, and no doubt plantations. It seems to me that if we get round to that side, we may conceal ourselves, and it is hard in a country like this if we cannot, at any rate, find fruit enough to keep us for some time. And we had better wait until dark. Our white shoulders will be seen at too far a distance by this light." Creeping into a thicket, the lads lay down and were soon sound asleep, and it was night before they awoke and looked out. All signs of the storm had passed. The moon was shining calmly, the stars were brilliant and seemed to hang like lamps in the sky, an effect which is only seen in tropical climes. There were lights in the town, and these served as a sort of guide to them. Skirting along at the top of the basin in which the town lay, they passed through cultivated estates, picking some ears of maize, and thus satisfying their hunger, which was, when they started, ravenous, for during the storm they had been unable to open the hatchways, and had been supported only by a little biscuit which happened to be in the caboose on deck. Towards morning they chose a spot in a thick plantation of trees, about 1.5 miles from the town, and here they agreed to wait for a while, until they could come to some decision as to their course. 3 days passed without any change. Each night they stole out and picked maize, pineapple, and melons in the plantations for their subsistence, and as morning returned, went back to their hiding place. Close to it a road ran along a noble house, which stood in some grounds at about 1/4 mile from their grove. Every morning they saw the owner of this house, apparently a man of distinction, riding towards the town, and they concluded that he was one of the great merchants of the place. One day he came accompanied by a young lady, carried in a litter by 4 slaves. The boys, who were weary of their solitude, pressed to the edge of the thicket to obtain a clear view of this little procession, which broke the monotony of their day. "Gerald," Ned exclaimed, grasping him by the arm, "do you know, I believe that the lady is the girl I picked out of the water the day we took that ship 3 months ago." "Do you think so?" Gerald said. "It's too far, surely, to think." "I do not know for certain," Ned answered, "but methinks that I cannot be mistaken." "Perhaps she would help us, or intercede for us," Gerald suggested. "Perhaps so," Ned said. "At any rate, we will try. Tonight we'll make a move into the gardens of the house she came from, and will hide there till we see her alone in the garden, and then I will sally forth and see how she takes it." Accordingly, that night, after obtaining their supply of fruit, the boys entered the enclosure, and when morning broke they were speedily astir. Negroes and negresses went out to the fields, servants moved hither and thither in the veranda outside the house, gardeners came out and set to work at their vocations. It was evident that the owner or his family was fond of gardening, for everything was kept with beautiful order and regularity. Mixed with the cactus and other gaudy flowering plants of Mexico and South America were many European plants brought out and acclimatized. Here fountains threw up dancing waters in the air, cool shady paths and bowers afforded protection from the heat of the day, and so carefully was it clipped and kept that a fallen leaf would have destroyed its perfection. The point which the boys had chosen was remote from the house, for it was of importance that there should be no witnesses of the meeting. Here, in a spacious arbor, were chairs, couches, and other signs that some of the family were in the habit of taking their seats there; and although the boys knew that it might be days before they succeeded in carrying out their object, yet they determined to wait and watch patiently, however long it might be. Their success, however, surpassed their expectations, for it was but an hour or two after they had taken up their post, and soon after the sun had risen, that they saw, walking along the path, the young lady whom they so desired to meet. She was not alone, for a black girl walked a little behind her, chatting constantly to her, and carrying some books, a shawl, and various other articles. When they reached the arbor, the attendant placed the things there, and then, as she took her seat, the young lady said to the girl, "Go and fetch me my coffee here. Say I shall not come in until breakfast time, and that if any orders are required they must come here for them. Will you want me to read to you?" "No," the young lady said, "it is not hot. I shall take a turn round the garden first, and then read to myself." The black girl went off at a trot towards the house, and the young lady strolled round and round that portion of the garden until her black attendant returned with a tray containing coffee, lemonade, and fruits, and this she placed on the table, and then, in answer to the "You need not wait" of the lady, again retired. Now was the time for the boys, who had watched these operations with keen interest and anxiety. It was uncertain whether she would keep the black attendant by her side, and all depended upon that. As soon as she was alone, Ned advanced from their hiding place. The boys had agreed that it was better at first that he should approach alone, lest the sudden appearance of the two, especially as Gerald was nearly as tall as a man, might have caused alarm, and she might have flown away before she had identified Ned as the lad who had jumped into the water to save her. Ned approached the arbor with hesitating steps, and felt that his appearance was, indeed, sorely against him. He had no covering to his head, had nothing on, indeed, but a pair of trousers. He was shoeless and stockingless, and presented the appearance of a beggar boy, rather than the smart young sailor whom she had seen on board the ship. The lady started up with a short exclamation on seeing a white, ragged boy standing before her. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, "and by what right do you enter these gardens?" "A white boy, and in rags. How comes this?" "Our ship had been wrecked," Ned said, using his best Spanish. "Do you not remember me? I am the boy who picked you up when you fell overboard on the day when the English captured the ship you came out in some 4 months ago." "Are you indeed?" the young lady said in surprise. "Yes, and now that I look close at you, I recognize your face. Poor boy, how have you got into a strait like this?" Ned understood but little of what she said, as he only knew a few words in Spanish. It was with difficulty that he could understand it, even when spoken slowly, while spoken as a native would do, he scarce gathered a word. He saw, however, from her attitude, that her meaning was kind, and that she was disposed to do what she could for him. He therefore, in his broken Spanish, told her how a ship, on which he and 5 of his comrades were embarked, had been driven ashore in the hurricane, and all lost, with the exception of another boy and himself. "It is lucky indeed," the girl said to herself when he had finished, "that I found that my father had left Nombre de Dios and had come down to his house here, for assuredly the people would have made short work of these poor lads had I not been here to aid them. But after all, what can I do? My father would, I know, do anything for my sake, and I have told him how this lad jumped overboard to save my life. But there is one here greater than he, that terrible Inquisition. These boys are heretics, and it will be impossible to conceal for any time from the priests that they are here. Still, at any rate, for a time we might hide them, and in gratitude only I would do all I can in my power for them." Ned watched her face as these thoughts passed through her mind. He saw at once that she was willing to do all in her power, but saw also that there were difficulties in the way. "Poor boy," she said, looking at him kindly, "you must be hungry indeed." And, taking an ivory mallet, she struck a gong which hung in the arbour, and made signs to Ned to retire for the present. The little black girl came running out. "I have changed my mind," her mistress said. "Let my breakfast be sent out here to me, instead of indoors, and I am hungry. Tell the cook to be sure and let it be a good one, and as soon as possible." Much surprised by these orders, the black girl again left her. "My father has gone to town," she said to the boys when they joined her. "When he comes back, I will ask him what can be done. It will not be easy to hide you, for these negroes chatter like so many parrots, and the news will spread all over the town that some English boys are here, and in that case they will take you away, and my father would be powerless, as I, to help you." The black cook was indeed astonished at the demolition of the breakfast effected by her young mistress, but she put it down to the fact that she must have given a large portion of it to her dogs, of which one or more were generally her companions in the garden. Fortunately, on the present occasion, the great bloodhound Zirz had gone down into the town with his master. Of this, however, the cook knew nothing, and muttered to herself somewhat angrily as she saw the empty dishes which were brought back to her, that it was a sin to give to that creature a meal which was sufficient for 5 noblemen. When Signor Sagasta returned to his beautiful villa in the afternoon, his daughter at once confided to him what had happened. He entered warmly into her scheme for the aid and protection of the lads, and expressed himself willing to do anything that she could suggest. "But," he said, "you know as well as I do that if the news gets about that 2 boys of Captain Drake's band are here, nothing will save them from the rage of the population. And indeed, if the people and the military authorities were disposed to let them alone, the Inquisition would be too strong for them, and would claim its own, and against the Inquisition even governors are powerless. Therefore, if they are to stop, and stop they must, at least for a time, it must be done in perfect secrecy. There is no possibility of disguising 2 English boys to look like negroes. The only plan I can suggest is that they should have that gardener's hut. I can remove the man who lives there at present, and will send him up the country to look after my place there. Then you must take old David into our confidence. He and his wife Chloe are perfectly faithful, and can be trusted to the death. It is lucky that she is cook, for she will be able to prepare food for them. The hut must be kept, of course, locked up at all times, but as it is close to the fence, and the window indeed looks into the garden, you can go there of a day and speak to them, and take them books, and lighten their captivity. When it gets dark, I will go with you down the garden, and will see these brave lads. In the meantime, old David shall get some shirts and shoes, and other necessaries for them. We have a plentiful store of things in the magazine, and he can rig them up there perfectly. I will at once get the gardener out of the house, and will give David instructions to carry the things there as soon as it is empty." That evening, after it was dark, the boys, who had been anxiously listening for every movement, saw in the dim light the white figure of the girl advancing, with her father beside her. When she came to the arbor, she raised her voice. "Are you here?" she cried. "You can come out without fear." And as they advanced, "My father will do all in his power to protect the savior of his daughter." The merchant shook the hands of the boys with the stately ceremony of the Spaniard, and assured them that he was their servant indeed for their treatment of his daughter, and that his house and all that it contained was at their disposal. Ned and Gerald understood little enough of what he was saying, but his manner and gestures were sufficient, and they thanked him heartily for his kindness. He now led the way along many winding paths, till they reached a low fence forming the border of the garden, and distant a long way from the house. A light was already burning in it, and a black servant was at work within. There was a break in the fence, by which they passed through without difficulty, and on entering the hut they found everything prepared for them. On a table stood a dainty supper. The rooms were swept, and fresh furniture had been placed in them. In these countries furniture is of the slightest kind: a hammock to swing in by day or sleep in by night, a couple of cane chairs, and a mat of beautifully woven straw for the floor. This is nearly all the furniture which is required in the tropics. First the negro beckoned the boys into an inner room, and there, to their intense delight, they saw a large tub full of water, and 2 piles of clothes lying beside it. Don Sagasta and his daughter, after a few more words, left them, assuring them that they would be safe from observation there, but that they must not stir out during the day, and must keep the door securely fastened, and must give no answer to anyone who might come and knock or call, unless to themselves, to the black who was now with them, or his wife, who would accompany him perhaps the next evening. Donna Anna herself promised that she would come and see them the next morning, and that she hoped to find that they were comfortable. When left alone, the boys luxuriated in the bath, and then, having put on fresh suits, they felt clean and comfortable once again. The clothes were those used by the upper class of slaves employed as overseers. Don Sagasta had determined to get them some clothes of a superior class, but he felt that it was better that, so long as they were in hiding, they should be dressed in a costume which would, should anyone perchance to get a distant look at them, excite no curiosity or surprise. The boys ate a hearty supper, and then, throwing themselves into the swinging hammocks, were soon fast asleep. They were up with dawn next morning, tidied up their room, and made all ready for the visit of Donna Anna. She soon appeared, having got rid of her little black maid, as upon the morning before. She brought them a store of books, and among them a Spanish dictionary and grammar. She told them that she thought it would be of assistance to pass away their time, and be of the greatest use for them to learn to speak as much Spanish as possible, and that she was willing, when she could spare time unobserved, to teach them the language. Very gratefully the boys accepted her offer, and day by day for the next month the young lady came every morning, and for an hour taught them the meaning and pronunciation of the words which during the day they learnt by heart. They found that the island upon which they had been cast ashore was Porto Rico, an island of considerable size, not far from Hispaniola. Chapter 5. Section 7 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, a tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 6. In the Woods. In the evening Senor Sagasta visited the lads, and had long conversations with them. He promised them that, upon the very first opportunity which should occur, he would aid them to escape, but pointed out that at present there was no possibility of their getting away. Captain Drake, he said, has left the seas, and until he comes back again, or some other of your English filibusters, I see no chance of your escape. As soon as I hear of an English ship in these waters, I will have a small boat, well fitted up with sails and all necessaries, conveyed to a creek on the coast. To this you shall be taken down, and make your way to the point where we hear that the vessel is accustomed to rendezvous." This appeared to the boys to be the only possible plan, and they warmly expressed their gratitude to their host for his thoughtful kindness. Another month passed, and then one evening Don Sagasta came to the hut with a certain anxiety in his face. "Is there anything the matter?" Ned, who now began to speak Spanish with some fluency, asked. "I am much disturbed. Since you have been here, I am sure that no one has got sight of you, and I can rely so implicitly upon David and Flora that I am sure the secret has not leaked out there. But from what I hear, it seems that you must have been seen during the time that you were wrecked, and before you came here. I hear in the town today that a rumor is current among the people that 2 white men were seen near the sea upon the day after the great storm. Someone else, too, seems to have said that he caught sight of 2 white men not far from this house, just before daybreak 2 days afterwards. This report has, it seems, been going from mouth to mouth, and has at last reached the ears of the governor. The portions of a wreck which were driven ashore seem to confirm the story, and unfortunately the board with the name of the ship was washed ashore, and it is known to be that of one of those captured by Captain Drake. Putting the 2 things together, it is supposed that misfortune overtook a portion of his fleet, and that 2 of his men managed to save their lives, and are now lurking somewhere about the neighborhood. I hear that the governor has ordered a strict search to be set on foot, and that a large reward is to be offered for the discovery of any signs of the fugitives." The next day the boys heard that the persons to whom the story had been traced had been taken before the governor and strictly examined, and that he was fully convinced of the truth of the story. 3 days afterwards Don Sagasta brought them a copy of a notice which had been placed in the marketplace, offering a reward of $1,000 for any news which would lead to the capture of the English pirates, and announcing the severest punishment upon any who should dare to conceal or to assist them. Gerald at once said that, rather than be a cause of anxiety to their kind host and his daughter, they would give themselves up. This offer was, however, indignantly refused by Don Sagasta. "No, no," he said, "this must not be. I might take you into the house, but I fear that with so many servants, some of whom are as bigoted as any of us whites, you would be sure to be discovered, and they would either reveal in confession or disclose to the authorities the fact of your concealment. The only plan which promises to offer safety that I can suggest is that you shall take to the mountains. There are many runaways there, and although sometimes they are hunted down and slain, yet they have caverns and other places of concealment where you might remain for years. I will speak to David about it at once." David, on being questioned, said that there was an old native woman living at a hut a little way off, who had the reputation of having the evil eye, and who was certainly acquainted with the doings of the runaways. If any slave wished to send a message to one of his friends who had taken to the hills, the old woman would, for a present, always convey or get it conveyed to the man for whom it was intended. He thought that it would be absolutely necessary that some such means should be taken of introducing the boys to the runaways. Otherwise, hunted as these were, they would either fly when they saw 2 whites approaching, or would surround and destroy them. Don Sagasta at once accepted the suggestion, and David was dispatched to the old woman with offers of a handsome present if she would give a guide to the boys to the mountains. David was instructed especially to tell her that they were English and the natural enemies of the Spaniards, that they had done them much harm at sea, and that if caught by the Spaniards they would be killed. He returned an hour later with news that the old Indian woman had, at once upon hearing these facts, promised to get them passed up to the hiding places of the natives. "You think," Don Sagasta said, "that there is no fear of her mentioning the fact that she has seen my friends to any of the searchers?" "Oh, no," David said. "She is as close as wax. Over and over again, when she has been suspected of assisting in the evasion of a slave, she has been beaten and put to torture, but nothing was ever extracted from her lips, and it is certain that she would die rather than reveal a secret." Donna Anna was much moved when she said adieu to the lads. She regarded Ned as the preserver of her life, and both had, during the 2 months of daily intercourse, much endeared themselves to her. Don Sagasta brought to them a handsome pair of pistols each, and a sword, and then, giving them a basket of provisions and a purse containing money, which he thought might be useful even among runaway slaves, he and his daughter bade adieu to them, with many expressions of kindness and gratitude on both sides. "Do not hesitate," Don Sagasta said, "to let me know if I can at any time do or send anything for you. Should it be possible, I will send a message to you by the old woman if any expedition on a grand scale is being got up against the runaways, and this may make your position more comfortable among them." Under the guidance of David, they then started for the Indian woman's hut, while Flora set to work to carry away and obliterate all signs from the hut of its late residents. After a few minutes' walking, the boys arrived at the Indian hut. It was constructed simply of boughs of trees, thickly worked together. On hearing their footsteps, an old woman, the boys thought they had never seen anyone so old, with long white hair and a face wrinkled till it hardly seemed like the face of a human being, came to the door, with a torch made of resinous wood held aloft. She peered under her hand at the boys, and said a few words to David, which he translated to the boys to be: "And these are English, the people of whom the Spaniards are as afraid as my people are of them? 2 Spaniards can drive 50 Indians before them, but I hear that a dozen of these Englishmen can take a ship with 100 Spaniards on board. It is wonderful. They look something like our oppressors, but they are fairer, and their eyes are blue, and they look honest, and have not that air of pride and arrogance which the Spaniard never lays aside. I have a boy here," and as she spoke, an Indian boy of some 13 years of age slipped out from behind her. "He will show them to the refuge places of the last of my race. There they will be well received, for I have sent by him a message to their chiefs, and it may be that these lads, knowing the ways of white warfare, will be able to assist my countrymen, and to enable them to resist these dogs of Spaniards. The blessing of an old woman be upon you. I have seen many changes. I have seen my people, possessors of this island, save a small settlement which they had even then the folly to allow the Spaniards to possess. I have seen them swept away by the oppressor, my husband tortured and killed, my brothers burned alive, all that I loved slain by the Spaniards. Now it does my old eyes good to see 2 of the race who will, in the future, drive those dogs from these fair lands as they have driven my people." And so saying, she returned into the hut. The boys prepared at once to start, and the lads, wringing the hand of the black who had been so kind to them, at once followed their guide into the darkness. For some hours they walked without intermission, sometimes going at a sling trot, and then easing down again. Dark as was the night, their guide trod the paths without hesitation or pause. The boys could scarce see the ground upon which they trod, but the eyes of the native were keener than theirs, and to him the way seemed as clear as in broad daylight. After traversing for some miles of flat level country, they began to mount, and for about 2 hours ascended a mountain thickly covered with forest. And then the guide stopped, and motioned to them that he could now go no further, and must rest for the present. The boys were surprised at this sudden stop, for their guide had gone along so quickly and easily that he taxed to the utmost their powers of progression, while he himself never breathed any harder than when walking upon the level ground. They had, however, no means of interrogating him, for he spoke no language which they understood. Without a word, the lad threw himself down at full length, an example which they followed without hesitation. "I wonder," Ned said, "why he stopped." "Because he is tired, I expect," Gerald replied, "or that he does not know the exact spot upon which he is likely to meet the band, and that he has taken us so far along the one path which was certain to lead in the right direction. But for the precise spot he must wait until morning." It was not many minutes before the three lads were fast asleep, but with the first gleam of daylight the Indian boy awoke. Touching his companions, he sprang to his feet, and without hesitation turned off to the right and climbed an even steeper path than any which they had followed in the darkness. The trees grew thinner as they advanced, and they were soon climbing over bare rock. They saw now that they were near the extreme summit of one of the hills. The boy, as they passed through the trees, had gathered some dry sticks and a handful or two of green leaves. Upon reaching the top, he placed these down upon the ground and looked towards the east. The sun would not be up for another half hour yet. The boy at once began with steady earnestness to rub two pieces of sticks together according to their way of kindling a fire. It was a quarter of an hour before the sparks began to drop from the wood. These, with some very dry leaves and tiny chips of wood, the Indian boy rapidly blew into life, and then, with a very small fire of dry wood, he sat patiently watching the east. At the moment that the sun showed above the sea, he placed the little fire in the heart of the pile of wood which he had collected, threw the green leaves upon it, and blew vigorously until the whole caught fire, and a wreath of smoke ascended above them. For 5 minutes only he allowed the fire to burn, and then at once extinguished it carefully, knocking the fire from each individual brand. When the last curl of white smoke had ceased to ascend, he stood up and eagerly looked round the country. It was a glorious view. On the one hand, the wood-clad hills sloped to the foot of the plain, covered with plantations, dotted here and there with the villages of the slaves and the white houses of the overseers. At a distance could be faintly seen the towers of a city, while beyond the sea stretched like a blue wall far as the eye could see. Inland the country was broken and mountainous, the hills being in all cases thickly covered with trees. From 2 points in the heart of these hills white smoke curled up as soon as the smoke of their fire died away. These too, in a short time, also ceased to rise, and the boys knew that they were signal fires in response to that which their guide had made. The boy hesitated for a minute or two as to the direction which he should take. As, however, one of the fires appeared a good deal nearer than the other, this probably decided him in its favor, and he started in a straight line towards the spot where the smoke had curled up. Another 2 hours' walking, and they entered an open glade where 10 or 12 natives and 2 or 3 negroes were gathered. They were greatly surprised at seeing 2 white men, but the presence of the native guide apparently vouched for these visitors, and although 1 or 2 of the men sprang up and at a rapid pace proceeded in the direction from which the newcomers had arrived, the rest simply rose to their feet, and grasping the spears, bows and arrows and clubs which they carried, waited silently to hear what the Indian boy had to tell them. He poured forth an animated strain of words for a few minutes, and the faces of the Indians lit up with pleasure. The one among them who appeared to be the chief of the party advanced at once to the boys and made every sign of welcome. One of the negroes also approached, and in broken Spanish asked them if they could speak in that language. The boys were able now to reply in the affirmative, and quickly supplemented the account of them which had been given by their guide, by their own description of the manner of their coming there. The negro, after explaining to the rest what the boys had said, then assured them, in the name of the chief, that every welcome was theirs, and that they hailed among them as a happy incident the arrival of two of the famous race who were the deadly enemies of the Spaniards. The boys, on their part, assured them that they would endeavor to repay the hospitality with which they were received by their assistance, should the Spaniards make any attacks upon the tribe during the time they were there; that the English everywhere were the friends of those who were oppressed by the Spaniards, and that their countrymen were moved with horror and indignation at the accounts which had reached them of the diabolical treatment to which the Indians were exposed. The party now pressed still further into the forest, and turning up a ravine, followed its windings for some distance, and then passing through an exceedingly narrow gorge, reached a charming little valley in which were some rough huts, showing that the residence of at least a portion of the runaways had been reached. Here for some time life passed uneventfully with the boys. Their first care was to study sufficient of the language of the natives to enable them to hold converse with them, for it was clear to them that they might have to stop there for some considerable time. Their food consisted of roots of wild fruit and of yams, which the natives cultivated in small scattered plots of ground. Many birds too were brought in, the natives bringing them down with small darts. They were able to throw their light spears with extreme precision, and often pierced the larger kinds of birds as they sat upon the boughs of trees with these weapons before they could open their wings for flight. With bows and arrows too they were able to shoot with great accuracy, and the boys felt sure that if properly led they'd be able to make a stout resistance to the Spaniards. They heard several times during the first 3 weeks of their sojourn there of raids made by small parties of the Spaniards, but in none of these cases were the searchers successful in finding traces of the fugitive slaves, nor did they come into the part of the wood in which was the village which served as headquarters of the negroes. At the end of 3 weeks the boys accompanied a party of their friends to other points at which the fugitives were gathered, although they found that in that part of the island there were some hundreds of natives, with about 40 or 50 runaway negroes. Through the latter the boys explained to the natives that they ought to build strong places to which in case of necessity they could retreat, and where they could offer a desperate resistance to the enemy. The extreme roughness of the ground, the deep ravines and precipices, were all favorable for defense, and although they could not hope to make a permanent resistance to a large armed force, yet they might easily resist small parties and then make good their retreat before large reinforcements could arrive. The negroes expressed their approval of the plans, but the Indians shook their heads over the proposition. "These men have no courage," the blacks said to the boys. "Their heart is broken. They fly at the sound of a Spaniard's voice. What good do you expect from them? But if the Spaniards come, we fight. Our people are brave, and we do not fear death. If the Spaniards come, we fight with you and die rather than be taken back as slaves." One morning, on rising, the boys heard some exclamations among their allies. "What is it?" they asked. The negroes pointed to films of smoke rising from the summits of 2 hills at a short distance from each other. "What is that a sign of?" they asked. "It is a sign that the Spaniards are coming, no doubt in pursuit of a runaway, perhaps with those terrible dogs. The Spaniards could do nothing among these mountains without them. They follow their game through the thickest woods." "But," said Ned, "why on earth do not the negroes take to the trees? Surely there could be no difficulty in getting from tree to tree by the branches for a certain distance, so as to throw the hounds off the scent." "Many do escape in that way," the negro said, "but the pursuit is often so hot, and the dogs so close upon the trail, that there is little time for maneuvers of this sort. Besides which, many of the fugitives are half mad with fear. I know myself that the baying of those horrible dogs seems to freeze the blood, and in my case I only escaped by luckily striking a rivulet. Then my hopes rose again, and after following it for a time, I had the happy thought of climbing into a tree which overhung it, and then dropping down at some little distance off, and so completely throwing the dogs off the trail." "Why do they not shoot the dogs?" Ned asked. "I do not mean the men whom they are scenting, but their friends." "We might shoot them," the negro said, "if they were allowed to run free. but here in the woods they are usually kept on the chain, so that their masters are close to them. Listen," he said, "do you not hear the distant baying?" Listening attentively, however, the boys could hear nothing. Their ears were not trained so well as that of the negro, and it was some minutes before they heard a distant, faint sound of the deep bark of a dog. A few minutes later, a negro, panting for breath, bathed in perspiration, and completely exhausted, staggered into the glade where they were standing. The other negroes gave a slight cry of alarm at the proximity of so dangerous a comrade. "Save me!" the man cried. "I am pursued." "How many men are after you?" Ned asked. The negro started in astonishment at seeing a white face and being questioned in Spanish. Seeing, however, that his comrades were on good terms with his questioner, he answered at once. "There are some 20 of them, with 2 dogs." "Let us give them a sharp lesson," Ned said to the negroes standing round. "We have made preparations, and it is time that we begin to show our teeth. If they find they cannot come with impunity into our woods, they will not be so anxious to pursue single men, and will leave us alone, except they bring all the force of the island against us." The negroes looked doubtful as to the wisdom of taking the initiative, so great was their fear of the Spaniards. However, the cheerfulness with which the 2 English boys proposed resistance animated them, and with sharp whistles they called the whole of their comrades to the place. Ned briefly explained their intentions. "There is no time to be lost. We must take our places on the upper ground of that narrow valley, and tell the man to run straight through. We have plenty of stones piled there, and may give the Spaniards a warmer reception than they expect." "We could not have a better opportunity, for with such small numbers as they have, they certainly will not be able to attack us with any hope of success, up so steep a hillside." The valley which Ned indicated was not one of those which led in the direction of their stronghold, but it was a very steep gorge, which they had remarked as being particularly well fitted for checking a pursuing party, and for that end had prepared piles of stones on the upper heights. The negroes, taking with them the sharpened poles which they used as spears, and their bows and arrows, started under Ned and Gerald to the indicated spot. Gerald had arranged to go with a party to one side of the gorge, Ned to the other, but they decided it was better they should keep together, the more to encourage the natives, and while a few negroes were sent to one side of the gorge, the main body, under the 2 English lads, kept together on the other. The fugitive had already gone ahead, with one of the negroes to show him the way. Scarcely had they taken their places at the top of the gorge when the baying of the hounds, which had been increasing every minute in volume, became so loud that the Spaniards were clearly close at hand. In another 3 or 4 minutes there issued from the wood a party of some 20 men, leading 2 dogs by chains. The creatures struggled to get forward, and their eyes seemed almost starting out of their heads with their eagerness to reach the object of their pursuit. Their speed was, however, moderated by the fact that the band, who were all on horseback, had to pick their way through the great boulders. The wood itself was difficult for horsemen, but here and there were spaces, and they had been able to ride at a fair pace. On entering the mouth of the gorge, however, they were obliged to fall into an order of 2 abreast, and sometimes even to go in Indian file. Huge boulders strewed the bottom of the chasm, where indeed a stream in winter poured through. The sides were by no means perpendicular, but were exceedingly precipitous. When the Spaniards had fairly got into the gorge, Ned gave the signal, and a shower of great stones came leaping down the sides of the rocks upon the astonished foes. Several were struck from their horses, many of the horses themselves were knocked down, and a scene of confusion at once took place. The Spaniards, however, were accustomed to fighting, and the person in command, giving a few orders, led 10 of his men up the rocks upon the side where the assailants were in strongest force, while the rest of the party, seizing the horses' heads, drove the frightened animals back through the ravine to the mouth. The instant that the Spaniards commenced their ascent, long habits of fear told upon some of the slaves, and these took to their heels at once. Many others stood more firmly, but were evidently wavering. Ned and Gerald, however, kept them at work, hurling stones down, and more than one of the Spaniards was carried off his feet by these missiles. Still they bravely ascended. Then Ned, taking a deliberate aim with his pistol, brought down one of the leaders, and this greatly surprised and checked the advance. The pistol shot was followed by that of Gerald, and the Spaniards wavered at this unexpected addition to the forces of the natives. And then Ned in English shouted, "Now, my brave Britons, show these Spaniards you can fight as well on land as on sea." The words were probably not understood by any of the Spaniards, but they knew that the language was not Spanish or Indian, and the thought that a number of English were there completely paralyzed them. They hesitated, and then began slowly to fall back. And that was all that was needed to encourage the negroes. With a shout, these now advanced to the attack, shooting their arrows and hurling stones, and the retreat of the enemy was rapidly converted into a flight. Their blood once thoroughly up, the negroes were ready for anything. Throwing aside their bows and arrows, they charged upon the Spaniards, and in spite of the superior arms and gallant defense of the latter, many of them were beaten down and killed by the heavy clubs and pointed staves of the negroes. More indeed would have perished, and indeed all might have fallen, had not at this moment a formidable reinforcement of strength reached them. The men from below, having got the horses fairly out of the gorge, left but 2 of their number with them, and advanced to the assistance of their friends, bringing with them the 2 bloodhounds. "Never fear the hounds," Ned shouted. "We can beat them to death as easily as if they were pigs. Keep a bold front and attack them, and I warrant you they are no more formidable than their masters." Had these reinforcements arrived earlier, they might have changed the fight. But the Spaniards who survived were anxious only to be off, and the negroes' blood was so thoroughly up that under the leadership of the boys they were prepared to face even these terrible dogs. These threw themselves into the fray with all the ferocity of their savage nature. Springing at the throats of 2 of the negroes, they brought them to the ground. One of the dogs was instantly disposed of by Gerald, who, placing his pistol to its ear, blew out its brains. Ned fell upon the other with his sword, and the negroes, joining him, speedily beat it down and slew it. The diversion, however, had enabled the Spaniards to get upon their horses, and they now galloped off at full speed among the trees. Chapter 6.
Section 8 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meridiculous. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 7. An Attack in Force. The negroes were delighted at the success of the conflict, as were the Indians, who soon joined them. But 10 of the Spaniards had escaped, the rest having fallen, either in the gorge killed by the rocks, or in the subsequent fight. Ned and Gerald, who were now looked upon as the leaders of the party, told the negroes to collect the arms of the fallen men, and to give a hasty burial to their bodies. The boys knew too well the savage nature of the war which raged between the black and the white to ask whether any of the Spaniards were only wounded. They knew that an instant death had awaited all who fell into the hands of their late slaves. "Now," Ned said, "my friends, you must not suppose that your fighting is over. The Spaniards will take the news back to the town, and it is likely enough that we shall have a large force upon us in the course of a few days. I do not suspect that they will come before that time. Indeed, it may be far longer, but they know that it will require a very large force to search these woods, and that now our blood is up, it will be no trifle to overcome us in our stronghold. If we are to succeed at last, labor, discipline, and courage will all be required." The negroes now besought the boys formally to take the command, and promised to obey their orders implicitly. "Well," Ned said, "if you promise this, we will lead you. My friend is older than I, and he shall be captain, and I will be first lieutenant." "No, no," Gerald said. "This must not be, Ned. I am the oldest, it is true, by a few months, but you are far more active and quick than I, and you have been the leader ever since we left the ship. I certainly will not take the command from you." "Well, we will be joint generals," Ned said, laughing, "and I do not think that our orders will clash." He then explained to the negroes and natives the course which he thought that they ought to pursue. First, every point at which the enemy could be harassed should be provided with missiles. In the second place, all signs of footsteps and paths leading to their accustomed dwelling places should be obliterated. Thirdly, they should fight as little as possible, it being their object to fight when pursued and interfered with by small parties of Spaniards, but to avoid conflict with large bodies. "Our object," he said, "is to live free and unmolested here; and if the Spanish find that when they come in large numbers they cannot overtake us, and that when they come in small ones they are defeated with loss, they will take to leaving us alone." All agreed to this policy, and it was arranged that the women, children, and most feeble of the natives should retire to almost inaccessible hiding places, far in the mountains, and that the more active spirits, with the negroes, and divided into 5 or 6 bands, acting to some extent independently of each other, but yet in accordance with a general plan, should remain to oppose the passage of the enemy. This, their first success over the Spaniards, caused a wild exultation among the negroes and natives, and Ned and Gerald were viewed as heroes. The lads took advantage of their popularity to impress upon the negroes the necessity of organizing themselves and undergoing certain drill and discipline. Without it, as they told them, although occasionally they might succeed in driving back the Spaniards, yet in the long run they must be defeated. It was only by fighting with regularity, like trained soldiers, that they would make themselves respected by the Spaniards, and the latter, instead of viewing them as wild beasts to be hunted, would regard them with respect. The negroes, fresh from a success gained by irregular means, were at first loath to undertake the trouble and pains which the boys desired; but the latter pointed out that it was not always that the enemy were to be caught napping, and that after such a check as had been put upon them, the Spaniards would be sure to come in greater numbers, and to be far more cautious how they trusted themselves into places where they might be caught in a trap. The weapons thrown away or left upon the ground by the Spaniards were divided among the negroes, and these and the natives were now formed into companies, natives and negroes being mixed in each company, so that the latter might animate the former by their example. 4 companies of 40 men each were formed, and for the next fortnight incessant drill went on, by which time the forest fugitives began to have a fair notion of the rudimentary elements of drill. When the boys were not engaged upon this, in company with one of the native chiefs, they examined the mountains, and at last fixed upon a place which should serve as the last stronghold, should they be driven to bay by the enemy. It was 3 weeks before there were any signs of the Spaniards. At the end of that time a great smoke, rising from the signal hill, proclaimed that a large body of the enemy were approaching the forest. This was expected, for 2 days before 3 negro runaways had taken shelter with them. The negroes had been armed with long pikes of tough wood, sharpened in the fire, and capable of inflicting fully as deadly a wound as those carried by the Spaniards. Each carried a club, the leaders being armed with the swords taken from the Spaniards, while there were also 8 arquebuses, which had been gained from the same source. All the natives bore bows and arrows, with which they were able to shoot with great accuracy. The negroes were not skilled with these weapons, but were more useful from their greater strength for hurling down rocks and missiles upon the Spaniards when below. A consultation had been previously held as to the course to be taken in case of the approach of the enemy. It was determined as far as possible to avoid fighting, to allow the Spaniards to tramp from place to place, and then to harass them by falling upon them in the night, disturbing their sleep, cutting down sentries, and harassing them until they were forced by pure exhaustion to leave the forest. These tactics were admirably adapted to the nature of the contest. The only thing which threatened to render them nugatory was the presence of the fierce dogs of the Spaniards. Preparations had already been made for checking the bloodhounds in pursuit of fugitive slaves. In a narrow place, in one of the valleys at the entrance of the forest, a somewhat heavy gallery had been erected. This was made of wood heaped with great stones, and was so arranged that any animal running through it would push aside a stick which acted as a trigger. This would release a lever, and the heavy logs above would fall, crushing to death anything beneath it. A lookout was always placed to intercept any fugitive slaves who might enter the forest, and to guide them through this trap, which was of course not set until after they had passed. This had been done in the case of the 2 negroes who had arrived the previous day, and the boys felt that any pursuit of them by bloodhounds would at once be cut short, and the Spaniards left to their own devices. This anticipation proved correct. The scouts reported that they could hear in the distance the baying of dogs, and that undoubtedly the enemy were proceeding on the track of the slaves. The 4 companies were each told off to positions considerably apart from each other, while Ned and Gerald, with the cacique or chief of the Indians, 1 negro, and 4 or 5 fleet-footed young men, remained to watch the success of the trap. This was all that they had hoped. The Spaniards were seen coming up the glade, a troop 200 strong. The leaders were on horseback, some 15 in number, and after them marched the pikemen, in steady array, having men moving at a distance on each flank to prevent surprise. This, said Ned, is a regular military enterprise. This last was a mere pursuing party gathered at random. It will not be so easy to deal with cautious men like these. 3 hounds ran ahead of their leaders, with their noses on the ground, giving now and then the deep bay peculiar to their kind. They reached the trap and rushed into the gallery, which was some 12 feet in length, and of sufficient height to enable a man on foot to march through. The leaders, on seeing the trap, drew in their horses, in doubt what this structure could mean, and shouted to the hounds to stop, but the latter, having the scent strong in their nostrils, ran on without pausing. As the last hound disappeared in the gallery, a crash was heard, and the whole erection collapsed, crushing the hounds beneath it. A cry of consternation and surprise burst from the Spaniards. The artifice was a new one, and showed that the fugitives were assisted by men with intellect far in advance of their own. The pursuit was summarily checked, for the guides of the Spaniards were now gone. The enemy paused, and a consultation took place among the leaders. It was apparently determined to pursue their way alone, taking every precaution, in hopes that the natives would attack them as they had done in the previous expedition, when they hoped to inflict a decisive blow upon them. That they would themselves be able to find the runaway negroes in the forest, they had but small hope, but they thought it possible that these would again take the initiative. First, under the guide of one who had evidently been in the last expedition, they took their way to the valley where the fight had taken place. Here all was still. There were no signs of their foes. They found in the gorge a great cairn of stones with a wooden cross placed over it, and the words in Spanish cut upon it: "Here lie the bodies of 10 Spaniards who sought to attack harmless men in these woods. Let their fate be a lesson to those who may follow their example." This inscription caused great surprise among the Spaniards, who gathered round the mound and conversed earnestly upon it, looking round at the deep and silent woods which might, for aught they knew, contain foes who would prove themselves formidable. It was evident that the soldiers, brave as they were, yet felt misgivings as to the task upon which they had entered. They knew that 2 Englishmen, a portion of the body which, under Drake, had rendered themselves so feared, were leaders of these men, and so great was the respect in which the English were at that time held, that this alone vastly added to the difficulties and dangers which the Spaniards saw awaiting them. However, after a few minutes' consultation, the party moved forward. It was now formed in 2 bodies, about equally strong, one going a quarter of a mile ahead, the other following it. "What have these men divided their forces for?" the negro asked Ned. "It seems to me," he answered, "that they hope we shall fall upon the first body, thinking that there are no more behind, and that the others coming up in the midst of the fight will take us by surprise. However, we will let them march. Send word to the company which lies somewhat in the line in which they have taken, of their approach, and let them at once retire. Tell them to make circuits in the hills, but to leave behind them sufficient traces for the Spaniards to follow. This will encourage them to keep on, and by nightfall they will be thoroughly tired out. Whenever they get in valleys or other places where advantage may be taken of them, 2 of the companies shall accompany them, at a good distance on their flanks, and pour in volleys of arrows or roll stones down upon them. I will take command of one of these companies, Gerald of the other. Do you," he said to the negro, "follow with the last. Keep out of their reach, but occasionally, after they have passed, fire arrows among the rear guard. Do you, cacique, make your way to the leading column. See that they choose the most difficult gorges, and give, as far as possible, the appearance of hurry to their flight, so as to encourage the Spaniards to follow." These tactics were faithfully carried out. All day the Spaniards followed, as they believed, close upon the footsteps of the flying foe. But from time to time, from strong advantage spots, arrows were rained upon them, great rocks thundered down, and wild yells rang through the forest. Before, however, they could ascend the slopes and get hand to hand with their enemy, these had retreated, and all was silent as the grave in the woods. Perplexed, harassed, and somewhat awestruck by these new and inexplicable tactics, and having lost many men by the arrows and stones of the enemy, the two troops gathered at nightfall in an open glade. Here a bivouac was formed, branches of the trees cut down, and the provisions which each had brought with him produced. A rivulet ran through the glade, and the weary troops were soon lying on the grass, a strong line of sentries having been placed round. Already the appearance of the troop was greatly changed from that of the body which had entered the wood. Then all were eager for the fray, confident in the extreme of their power to crush with ease these unarmed negroes and natives, who had hitherto, except on the last occasion, fled like hunted deer at their approach. Now, however, this feeling was checked. They had learned that the enemy were well commanded and prepared, and that so far, while they themselves had lost several men, not a native had been so much as seen by them. At nightfall the air became alive with mysterious noises, cries as of animals, occasionally Indian whoops, shouts from one voice to another were heard all around. The Spaniards stood to their arms and gazed anxiously into the darkness. Soon the shouts of the sentries told that flights of arrows were being discharged at them by invisible foes. Volley after volley were fired from the musketoons and arquebuses into the wood. These were answered by bursts of taunting laughter and mocking yells, while the rain of arrows continued. The Spanish troops, whose position and figures could be seen by the blaze of the lighted fires, while a dense darkness reigned within the forest, began to suffer severely from the arrows of these unseen foes. Bodies 50 strong advanced into the dark forest to search out their enemies, but they searched in vain. The Indians, better accustomed to the darkness and knowing the forest well, easily retreated as they advanced, and the Spaniards dared not venture far from their fires, for they feared being lost in the forest. The officer commanding, an old and experienced soldier, soon ceased these useless sorties. Calling his men into the center of the glade, he ordered them to stand in readiness to repel an assault, extinguished every fire, and allowed half the troop at once to lie down, to endeavor to snatch some sleep. This, however, was impossible, for although the Indians did not venture upon an attack, the chorus of shouts and yells was so terrible and continuous, and the flights of arrows at times fell so fast, that not one of the troop ventured to close an eye. From time to time volleys were fired into the darkness, and once or twice a loud cry told that some at least of the balls had taken effect, but the opponents, sheltered each behind the trunk of a tree, suffered comparatively slightly, while many of the Spaniards were struck by their missiles. Morning dawned upon a worn-out and dispirited band, but with daylight their hopes revived. Vigorous sorties were made into the wood, and though these discovered in a few places marks of blood where some of their enemies had fallen, and signs of a party being carried away, the woods were now as deserted as they had appeared to be on the previous evening, when they first halted. There was a consultation among the leaders, and it was determined to abandon the pursuit of these invisible foes, as it was agreed that nothing short of a great effort by the whole available force of the island would be sufficient to cope with a foe whose tactics were so bewildering and formidable. Upon their march out from the wood, the troop was pursued with the same persistence with which it had been dogged on the preceding day, and when at length it emerged, and the captain counted the numbers of his men, it was found that there were no less than 30 wounded, and that 20 had been left behind dead. The dwellers of the wood were overjoyed with their success, and felt that a new existence had opened before them. Hitherto they had been fugitives only, and no thought of resistance to the Spaniards had ever entered their minds. They felt now that, so long as they remained in the woods, and maintained their drill and discipline, and persisted in the tactics which they had adopted, they could defy the Spaniards, unless, indeed, the latter came in overwhelming strength. Some time elapsed before any fresh effort was made by the Spaniards. The affair caused intense excitement in the city, and it is difficult to say whether alarm or rage most predominated. It was felt that a great effort must be made to crush the men of the forest, for unless this were done a vast number of the negro slaves would escape and join them, and the movement would become more formidable every day. Upon the part of those in the forest, great consultations took place. Some of the negroes were for sending messages to the slaves to rise and join them, but Ned and Gerald strongly opposed this course. There were, as they pointed out, no means whatever in the forest for supporting a larger body of men than those gathered there. The tree-clad hills which constituted their stronghold were some 30 miles in diameter, and the supply of fruits, of roots, and of birds were sufficient for their wants, but it would be very different if their numbers largely increased. Then they would be forced to make raids upon the cultivated ground beyond, and here, however strong, they would be no match for the Spaniards, whose superior arms and discipline would be certain to give them victory. The Indians strongly supported the reasoning of the boys, and the negroes, when they fully understood the difficulties which would arise, finally acquiesced in their arguments. Schemes were broached for making sallies from the forest at night, and falling upon the plantations of the Spaniards. This offered greater chances of success, but the boys foresaw that all sorts of atrocities would be sure to take place, and that no quarter would be given to Spaniards, of either age or sex. They therefore combated vigorously this proposal also. They pointed out that, so long as they remained quiet in the forest, and were not joined by large numbers of fugitive negroes, the Spaniards might be content to let them remain unmolested. But upon the contrary, were they to adopt offensive tactics, not only would every Spaniard in the island take up arms against them, but if necessary they would send for help to the neighboring islands, and would assemble a force sufficient thoroughly to search the woods and to annihilate them. The only case in which the boys considered that an attack upon the Spaniards would be lawful would be in the event of fresh expeditions being organized. In that case, they were of opinion that it would be useful to destroy 1 or 2 large mansions and plantations, as near as possible to the town, sending at the same time a message to the Spaniards that if they persisted in disturbing them in the forest, a similar fate would befall every Spanish plantation situated beyond the town. It was not long before these tactics were called into play. One of the negroes had, as was their custom, gone down to the town to purchase such articles as were indispensable. Upon these occasions, as usual, he went down to the hut of the old woman who acted as their intermediary, and remained concealed there during the day, while she went into the town to buy cotton for dresses and other things. This she could only do in small quantities at a time, using various shops for the purpose, returning each time with her parcel to the hut. The suspicion of the Spaniards had, however, been aroused, and orders had been given to watch her closely. The consequence was that, after purchasing a few articles, she was followed, and a band of soldiers surrounded the hut after she had entered. The fugitive was there found concealed, and he and the old woman were at once fastened in the hut. This was then set alight, and they were both burned to death upon the spot. When the news reached the mountains, Ned at once determined upon a reprisal. The negroes and natives were alike ready to follow him, and the next night the whole party, 150 strong, marched down from the forest. The object of their attack was a handsome palace belonging to the military governor of the island, situated at a short distance from the town. Passing through the cultivated country, noiselessly and without detection, they reached the mansion and surrounded it. There were here a guard of some 30 soldiers, and sentries were placed at the entrance. At the signal given by the blowing of a conch shell, the attack commenced on all sides. The sentries were at once shot down, and the negroes and their allies speedily penetrated into the building. The Spanish guard fought with great bravery, but they were overpowered by the infuriated negroes. Yells, shrieks, and shouts of all kinds resounded through the palace. Before starting on their adventure, Ned and Gerald had exacted a solemn oath from each of the men who were to take part in it, that on no account would he lift his hand against a defenseless person, and also that he spare everybody who surrendered. The negroes were greatly loath to take this promise, and had Ned urged them to do so purely for the sake of humanity, the oath would unquestionably have been refused, for in those days of savage warfare there was little or no mercy shown on either side. It was only on the ground of expediency, and the extreme necessity of not irritating the Spaniards beyond a certain point, that he succeeded in obtaining their promise. In the principal room of the palace they found the governor himself. His sword was in his hand, and he was prepared to defend his life to the last. The boys, however, rushed forward, and cried to him to throw his sword down, as the only plan by which his life could be saved. The brave officer refused, answering by a vigorous thrust. In a moment the 2 lads had sprung upon him, one from each side, and wrested his sword from his hand. The negroes, with yells of triumph, were rushing upon him with drawn swords, but the boys sternly motioned them back, keeping well in front of their prisoner. "You have sworn," they said, "and the first man who breaks his oath we will shoot through the head." Then, turning to the governor, they said, "Sir, you see what these men, whom you have so long hunted as wild beasts, can do. Take warning from this, and let all in the town know the determination to which we have arrived. If we are let alone, we will let others alone. We promise that no serious depredations of any kind shall be performed by any of our party in the forest. But if we are molested, or if any of our band who may fall into your hands are ill-treated, we swear that for each drop of blood slain, we will ravage a plantation and destroy a house. On this occasion, as you see, the Negroes have abstained from shedding blood. But our influence over them may not avail in future. Now that you see that we too can attack, you may think fit to leave us alone. In case of serious interference with us, we will lay waste the land up to the houses of the city and destroy every plantation and hacienda." Then they hurried the governor to a back entrance, gave him his sword again, and having seen him in safety, fairly beyond the reach of any of their party who might be wandering about, dismissed him. Returning to the palace, they had to exert themselves to the utmost to prevail on the Negroes to spare all who were there. Indeed, one man who refused to obey Ned's orders and to lower his club, he shot down at once. This vigorous act excited, for a moment, yells of indignation among the rest, but the firm bearing of the two young Englishmen, and the knowledge that they were acting as they themselves had given them leave to act, should any of the party break their oaths, subdued them into silence. The palace was now stripped of all portable and useful articles. Ned would not permit anything to be carried away of a merely ornamental or valuable character, but only such as kitchen utensils, crockery, stoves, arms, hangings, and articles of a description that would be useful to them in their wild life in the forest. The quantity of arms taken was considerable, as, in addition to those belonging to the guard, there were a considerable number piled in the armory, in readiness for any occasion when they might be required. When all that could be useful to them was removed, lights were applied to the hangings and wooden lattice work, and before they retired, they saw the flames take sufficient possession of the building to ensure its destruction. Many of the Negroes had at first laden themselves with wine, but this Ned peremptorily refused to allow them to carry away. He knew that it was of the most supreme necessity that good fellowship and amity should run between the members of the bands, and that, were wine to be introduced, quarrels might arise which would in the end prove fatal to all. He allowed, however, sufficient to be taken away to furnish a reasonable share for each man at the feast which it was only natural they would wish to hold in commemoration of their victory. End of chapter 7.
Section 9 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 8, The Forest Fastness. It was with a feeling of triumph, indeed, that the Negroes, after gaining their own fastness, looked back at the sky, lighted by the distant conflagration. They had now, for the first time, inflicted such a lesson upon their oppressors as would make a deep mark. They felt themselves to be really free, and knew that they, in their turn, had struck terror into the hearts of the Spaniards. Retiring to the depths of the forest, great fires were made. Sheep, fowls, and other articles of provision which had been brought back were killed and prepared. Huge bonfires were lit, and the party, secure that, for 24 hours at least, the Spaniards could attempt no retributive measures, sat down to enjoy the banquet. They had driven with them a few small bullocks, and also some scores of sheep. These, however, were not destined for the spit. They were to be placed in the heart of their country, so that, unless disturbed by the Spaniards, they might prove a source of future sustenance to them. There was wild feasting that night, with dances and songs of triumph in the Negro and native dialects, and Ned and Gerald were lauded and praised as the authors of the change which had taken place in the condition of the fugitives. Even the stern severity of Ned's act was thoroughly approved, and it was agreed, again, that anyone refusing to obey the orders of the white chiefs should forfeit his life. The blow which the Negroes had struck caused intense consternation throughout Hispaniola. The younger and more warlike spirit were in favor of organizing an distant crusade for sending to the other islands for more troops, for surrounding the forest country, and for putting the last of the Negroes to the sword. More peaceful counsels, however, prevailed, for it was felt that the whole open country was, as Ned had told the governor, at their mercy, that the damage which could be inflicted would be enormous, and the satisfaction of putting the fugitives to death, even if they were finally conquered, would be but a poor recompense for the blow which might be given to the prosperity and wealth of the island. All sorts of schemes were mooted, by which the runaways could be beguiled into laying down their arms, but no practicable plan could be hit upon. In the meantime, in the mountains, the bands improved in drill and discipline. They had now gained some confidence in themselves, and gave themselves up heartily to the work. Portions of land, too, were turned up, and yams and other fruit, on a larger scale than had hitherto been attempted, were planted. A good supply of goats was obtained, huts were erected, and the lads determined that, at least as long as the Spaniards allowed it, their lives should be made as comfortable as possible. Fugitive slaves from time to time joined the party, but Ned strongly discouraged any increase at present from this cause. He was sure that, were the Spaniards to find that their runaways were sheltered there, and that a general desertion of their slaves might take place, they would be obliged, in self-defense, to root out this formidable organization in their midst. Therefore emissaries were sent out among the negroes, stating that none would be received in the mountains, save those who had previously asked permission, this being only accorded in cases where such extreme brutality and cruelty had been exercised by the masters as would wholly justify the flight of the slave. For some months a sort of truce was maintained between the Spaniards and this little army in the woods. The blacks observed the promises which Ned had made with great fidelity. The planters found that no depredations took place, and that the desertions among their slaves were no more numerous than before, and had it depended solely upon them no further measures would have been taken. The case, however, was different among the military part in the island. To them the failure of the expedition into the forest and the burning of the governor's house were matters which seriously affected their pride. Defeat by English buccaneers they were accustomed to, and regarding the English at sea as a species of demon against whom human bravery availed little, they were slightly touched by it. But that they should be defied by a set of runaway slaves, and of natives whom they had formerly regarded with contempt, was a blow to their pride. Quietly and without ostentation troops were drafted into the island from the neighboring posts, until a formidable force had been gathered there. The foresters had now plenty of means of communication with the negroes, who regarded them as saviors to whom they could look for rescue and shelter in case of their masters' cruelty, and were always ready to send messengers up into the forest with news of every occurrence which took place under their observation. The grown-up slaves, of course, could not leave the plantation, but there were numbers of fleet-footed lads who, after nightfall, could be dispatched from the huts into the mountains, and return before daylight, while even should they remain until the next night, they would attract no attention by their absence. Thus, then, Ned and Gerald learned that a formidable body of Spaniards were being collected, quietly, in the town, and every effort was made to meet the coming storm. The various gorges were blocked with high barricades. Difficult parts of the mountain were, with great labor, scarped so as to render the advance of an armed force difficult in the extreme. Great piles of stones were collected, to roll down into the ravines, and provisions of yams, sweet potatoes, and other food were stored up. The last stronghold had, after great debate, been fixed upon at a point in the heart of one of the hills. This was singularly well adapted for defense. The hill itself was extremely precipitous on all sides. On one side it fell sheer down. A goat track ran along the face of this precipice to a point where the hill fell back, forming a sort of semicircular arena on the very face of the precipice. This plateau was some 2 acres in extent. Here quantities of forage were heaped up in readiness, for the food of such animals as might be driven in there. The track itself was, with great labor, widened, platforms of wood being placed at the narrow points, and steps were cut in the hill behind the plateau to enable them, should their stronghold be stormed, to escape at the last moment up the hilltop above. In most places the cliff behind the plateau rose so steeply as to almost overhang the foot, and in these were so many gaps and crevices in which a considerable number of people could take shelter, so as to avoid stones and other missiles hurled down from above. At one point in particular the precipice overhung, and under this a strong erection of trunks of trees was made. This was for the animals to be placed in. The heavy roof was amply sufficient to keep out any bullet shots, while from its position no masses of rock could be dropped upon it. It was not thought probable that the Spaniards would harass them much from above, for the ascent to the summit was everywhere extremely difficult, and the hillside was perfectly bare, and sloped so sharply upward, from the edge of the precipitous cliff, that it would be a difficult and dangerous task to descend, so as to fire down into the arena, and although every precaution had been taken, it was felt that there was little fear of any attack from above. At last all was in readiness, as far as the efforts of those in the forest could avail. A message was then sent in to the governor, to the effect that the men of the forest desired to know for what purpose so many soldiers were being assembled in the island, and that on a given day, unless some of these were embarked and sent off, they would consider that a war was being prepared against them, and that the agreement that the outlying settlements should be left intact was therefore invalid. As the boys had anticipated, the Spaniards answered this missive by an instant movement forward, and some 400 men were reported as moving out towards the hills. This the boys were prepared for, and simultaneously with the movement of the whole band divided into parties of 6, each of which had its fixed destination, and instructions all being alike solemnly pledged to take no life in cold blood, and to abstain from all unnecessary cruelties, started quickly from the forest. That night the Spanish force halted near the edge of the forest, but at midnight a general consternation seized the camp when, from 50 different points, flames were seen suddenly to rise on the plain. Furious at this misfortune, the general in command put his cavalry in motion, and scoured the country, only to find, however, that the whole of the haciendas of the Spanish proprietors were in flames, and that fire had been applied to all the standing crops. Everywhere he heard the same tale, that those who had resisted had been killed, that no harm had been inflicted upon defenseless persons. This was so new a feature in troubles with the negroes that the Spaniards could not but be surprised, and filled with admiration at conduct so different to that to which they were accustomed. The sight of the tremendous destruction of property, however, roused them to fury, and this was still further heightened when, towards morning, a great burst of flame in the city proclaimed that the negroes had fallen upon the town, while the greater portion of its defenders were withdrawn. This was, indeed, a masterly stroke on the part of the boys. They knew that, even deducting those who had set forth, there would still be an amply sufficient force in the city to defeat and crush their band, but they thought that, by a quick stroke, they might succeed in inflicting a heavy blow upon them. Each of the bands, therefore, had instructions, after doing his allotted share of incendiarism, to make for the town, and to meet at a certain point outside it. Then, quietly and noiselessly, they had entered. One party fell upon the armory, and another attacked with fury the governor's house. The guards there were, as had happened with his residence in the country, cut down. Fire was applied in a dozen places, and before the astonished troops and inhabitants could rally from the different parts of the town, the negroes were again in the country, having fulfilled their object, and carried off with them a large additional stock of arms. Before the cavalry from the front could arrive, they were again far in the country, and making a long detour, gained their fastness, having struck a terrible blow, with the cost to themselves of only some 8 or 10 lives. It was a singular sight as they looked out in the morning from their hilltops. Great masses of smoke extended over the whole country, for although most of the dwellings were by this time leveled to the ground, for, built of the lightest construction, they offered but little resistance to the flames. From the fields of maize and cane, clouds of smoke were still rising, as the conflagration spread, and at one stroke the whole agricultural wealth of the island was destroyed. The boys regretted that this should necessarily be the case, but they felt that it was now war to the knife between the Spaniards and them, and that such a defeat would be beneficial. This indeed was the case, for the commander drew back his troops to the town, in order to make fresh arrangements before venturing upon an attack on foes who showed themselves possessed of such desperate determination. Another 6 weeks elapsed, indeed, before a forward movement was again commenced, and in that time considerable acquisitions of force were obtained. Strong as the bands felt themselves, they could not be but alarmed at the thought of the tremendous storm gathering to burst over their heads. The women had long since been sent away to small native villages existing on the other side of the island, and living at peace with their neighbors. Thither Ned also dispatched several of the party whom he believed to be either wanting in courage, or whose constancy he somewhat doubted. A traitor now would be the destruction of the party, and it was certain that any negro deserting to the enemy and offering to act as their guide to the various strongholds of the defenders would receive immense rewards. Thus it was imperative that every man, of whose fidelity and constancy the least doubt was entertained, should be carefully sent out of the way of temptation. All the band were, indeed, pledged by a most solemn oath, and death by torture was the penalty awarded for any act of treachery. The greater portion of the force were now provided with European arms. The negroes had musketoons and arquebuses. The natives still retained the bow, while all had pikes and spears. They were undefended by protective armor, and in this respect the Spaniards had a great advantage in the fight. But, as the boys pointed out, this advantage was more than counterbalanced by the extra facility of movement on the part of the natives, who could scale rocks and climb hills absolutely inaccessible to their heavily armed and weighty opponents. The scouts who had been stationed on the lookout at the edge of the forest brought word that the Spaniards, nigh 1,500 strong, had divided in 6 bodies, and were marching so as to enter the forest from 6 different and nearly equidistant points. Each band was accompanied by bloodhounds, and a large number of other fierce dogs of the wolfhound breed, which the Spaniards had imported for the purpose of attacking negroes in their hiding places. Of these animals the negroes had the greatest dread, and even the bravest, who were ready to match themselves against armed Spaniards, yet trembled at the thought of the encounter with these ferocious animals. It was clear that no repetition of the tactics formerly pursued would be possible, for if any attempt at night attacks were made, the dogs would rush out and attack them, and not only prove formidable enemies themselves, but guide the Spaniards to the places where they were stationed. Ned and Gerald would fain have persuaded the natives that the dogs, after all, however formidable they might appear, were easily mastered by well-armed men, and that any dog rushing to attack them would be pierced with spears and arrows, to say nothing of being shot by the arquebuses, before he could seize any of them. The negroes, however, had known so many cases in which fugitives had been horribly torn, and indeed frequently killed, by these ferocious animals, that the dread of them was too great for them to listen to the boys' explanations. The latter, seeing that it would be useless to attempt to overcome their fears on this ground, abstained from the attempt. It had been agreed that, in the event of the Spaniards advancing from different quarters, one column only should be selected for a main attack, and that, while the others should be harassed by small parties, who should cast down rocks upon them while passing through the gorges, and so inflict as much damage as possible, no attempt would be made to strike any serious blow upon them. The column selected for attack was, naturally, that whose path led through the points which had been most strongly prepared and fortified. This band mustered about 300, and was clearly too strong to be attacked in open fight by the forest bands. Gerald and Ned had already talked the matter over in every light, and decided that a purely defensive fight must be maintained, each place where preparations had been made being held to the last, and a rapid retreat beaten to the next barricade. The Spaniards advanced in heavy column. At distances of 100 yards on each side marched a body of 50 in compact mass, thereby sheltering the main body from any sudden attack. The first point at which the lads had determined to make a stand was the mouth of a gorge. Here steep rocks rose perpendicularly from the ground, running almost like a wall along that portion of the forest. In the midst of this was a cleft, through which a little stream ran. It was here that the boys had made preparations. The point could not be turned without a long and difficult march along the face of the cliff, and on the summit of this 60 men, divided into 2 parties, one at each side of the fissure, were stationed. The Spaniards advanced until they nearly reached the mouth of the ravine. It must be remembered that, although the forest was very thick and the vegetation luxuriant, yet there were paths here and there, made by the constant passing to and fro of the occupants of the wood. Their main direction acted as a guide to the Spaniards, and the hounds, by their sniffing and eagerness, acted as a guide to the advancing force. They paused when they saw, opening before them, this entrance to the rocky gorge. While they halted, the increased eagerness of the dogs told them that they were now approaching the point where their foes were concealed, and the prospect of an attack on so strong a position was formidable, even to such a body. A small party of 30 men was told off to advance and reconnoiter the position. These were allowed to enter the gorge and to follow it for a distance of 100 yards, to a point where the sides were approached to their nearest point. Then, from a parapet of rock piled across the ravine, came a volley of musketry, and, simultaneously, from the heights of either side, great stones came crashing down. Such of the party as did not fall at the first discharge fired a volley at their invisible assailants, and then hurried back to the main body. It was now clear that fighting, and that of a serious character, was to be undertaken. The Spanish commander rapidly reconnoitered the position, and saw that here, at least, no flanking movement was possible. He therefore ordered his men to advance for a direct attack. Being more afraid of the stones from above than of the defenders of the ravine, the Spaniards prepared to advance in skirmishing order. In that way they would be able to creep up to the barricade of rocks with the least loss to themselves from the fire of its defenders, while the stones from above would prove far less dangerous than would be the case upon a solid column. With great determination the Spanish troops advanced to the attack. As they neared the mouth of the gorge, flights of arrows from above were poured down upon them, and these were answered by their own musketeers and bowmen, although the figures occasionally exposed above offered but a poor mark, in comparison to that afforded by the column below. The men on the ridge were entirely natives, the boys having selected the negroes, on whose courage at close quarters they could more thoroughly rely, for the defense of the ravine. The firearms in those days could scarcely be termed arms of precision. The bell-mouth arquebuses could carry a large and heavy charge, but there was nothing like accuracy in their fire, and although a steady fire was kept up from the barricade, and many Spaniards fell, yet a larger number succeeded in making their way through the zone of fire by taking advantage of the rocks and bushes, and these gathered near the foot of the barricade. The stones which came crashing from above did serious damage among them, but the real effect of these was more moral than physical. The sound of the great masses of stone plunging down the hillside, setting in motion numbers of small rocks as they came, tearing down the bushes and small trees, was exceedingly terrifying at first. But as block after block dashed down, doing comparatively little harm, the Spaniards became accustomed to them, and, keeping under the shelter of masses of rock to the last moment, prepared all their energies for the attack. The Spanish commander found that the greater portion of his troop were within striking distance, and he gave the command to those gathered near the barricade to spring forward to the attack. The gorge at this point was some 15 yards wide. The barricade across it was 30 feet in height. It was formed of blocks of stone of various sizes, intermingled with which were sharp stakes, with their points projecting, lines of bushes and arms of trees piled outwards, and the whole was covered loosely with sharp prickly creepers, cut from the trees and heaped there. A more difficult place to climb, even without its being defended from above, would be difficult to find. The covering of thorny creepers hid the rocks below, and at each step the soldiers put their feet into deep holes between the masses of rock, and fell forward, lacerating themselves horribly with the thorns, or coming face downwards on one of the sharp-pointed stakes. But if, without any resistance from above, the feat of climbing this carefully prepared barricade was difficult, it was terrible when, from the ridge above, a storm of bullets swept down. It was only for a moment that the negroes exposed themselves in the act of firing. Behind the barricade was as level and smooth as it was difficult upon the outer side. Great steps, some 3 feet wide, had been prepared of wood, so that the defenders could easily mount, and standing in lines, relieve each other as they fired. The stones of the top series had been carefully chosen of a form so as to leave, between each, crevices through which the defenders could fire, while scarcely exposing themselves to the enemy. The Spaniards behind endeavored to cover the advance of their comrades by keeping up a heavy fire at the summit of the barricade, and several of the negroes were shot through the head in the act of firing. Their loss, however, was small in comparison to that of the assailants, who strove in vain to climb up the thorny ascent, their position being the more terrible inasmuch as the fire from the parties on the rocks above never ceased, and the stones kept up a sort of bombardment on those in the ravine. Even the fierce dogs could with difficulty climb the thorn-covered barriers, and those who reached the top were instantly shot or stabbed. At last, after suffering very considerable loss, the Spanish commander drew off his soldiers, and a wild yell of triumph rose from the negroes. The combat, however, had, as the boys were aware, scarcely begun, and they now waited to see what the next effort of the Spaniards would be. It was an hour before the latter again advanced to the attack. This time the troops were carrying large bundles of dried grass and rushes, and although again suffering heavily in the attack, they piled these at the foot of the barricade, and in another minute a flash of fire ran up the side. The smoke and flame for a time separated the defenders from their foes, and the fire ceased on both sides, although those above never relaxed their efforts to harass the assailants. As the Spaniards had calculated, the flame of the great heap of straw communicated with the creepers and burnt them up in fiery tongue; and when the flames abated, the rocks lay open and uncovered. The Spaniards now, with renewed hopes, advanced again to the attack, and this time were able, though with heavy loss, to make their way up the barricade. When they arrived within 3 or 4 feet of the top, Ned gave the word, and a line of 30 powerful negroes, each armed with a long pike, suddenly arose, and with a yell threw themselves over the edge and dashed down upon the Spaniards. The latter, struggling to ascend, with unsteady footing on the loose and uneven rocks, were unable for an instant to defend themselves against this assault. The negroes, barefooted, had no difficulty on the surface which proved so fatal to the Spaniards, and, like the crest of a wave, they swept their opponents headlong down the face of the barricade. The heavily armed Spaniards fell over each other, those in front hurling those behind backwards in wild confusion, and the first lines of negroes being succeeded by another armed with axes, who completed the work which the first line had begun, the slaughter for a minute was terrible. For some 30 paces the negroes pursued their advantage, and then, at a loud shout from Ned, turned, and with a celerity equal to that of their advance, the whole were back over the barricade before the Spaniards or rear could awaken from their surprise, and scarcely a shot was fired as the dark figures bounded back into shelter. This time the Spanish officer drew back his men sullenly. He felt that they had done all that could be expected of them. Upwards of 60 men had fallen. It would be vain to ask them to make the assault again. He knew, too, that by waiting the other columns would be gradually approaching, and that on the morrow some method of getting in the enemy's rear would probably be discovered. In the meantime he sent off 50 men on either flank to discover how far its rocky wall extended, while trumpeters, under strong guards, were sent up to the hilltops in the rear, and sounded the call lustily. Musketoons, heavily charged so as to make as loud a report as possible, were also fired, to attract the attention of the other columns. The boys were perfectly aware that they could not hope, finally, to defend this position. They had, however, given the Spaniards a very heavy lesson, and the success of the defense had immensely raised the spirits and courage of their men. The signal was therefore given for a retreat, and in half an hour both the Indians on the summit of the hill and the negroes, behind the barricade, had fallen back, leaving only some half dozen to keep the appearance of defense, and to bring back tidings of the doings of the enemy, while the rest hurried off to aid the detached parties to inflict heavy blows upon the other columns. It was found that these were steadily approaching, but had lost a good many men. The reinforcements enabled the natives to make a more determined resistance, and in 1 or 2 places the columns were effectually checked. The reports, when night fell, were that the Spaniards had altogether lost over 200 men, but that all their columns had advanced a considerable distance toward the center of the forest, and halted, each as they stood, and bivouacked, keeping up huge fires and careful watches. It formed no part, however, of the boys' plan to attack them thus, and when morning dawned the whole of the defenders, each taking different paths as far as possible, some even making greater circuits as to deceive the enemy, were directed to make for the central fortress. The intermediate positions, several of which were as strong as the barricade which they had so well defended, were abandoned, and for the advance of other quarters rendered it impossible to hold these. End of chapter 8.
Section 10 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Under Drake's Flag. A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 9. Baffled. By midday all the defenders of the forest were assembled in the semicircular plateau on the face of the hill, and, scouts having been placed near the entrance, they awaited the coming of the enemy. So far as possible, every means had been taken to prevent the access to their place of retreat being discovered. A stream had been turned, so as to run down a small ravine, leading to its approach. Trees which had been blown down by the wind had been previously brought from a considerable distance, and these were piled in careless confusion across the gorge, so as to look as if they had fallen there, and give an idea that no one could have passed that way. For the next 2 days all was quiet. A scout upon the hilltop, and others who were told off to watch the Spaniards, reported that the woods below were being thoroughly searched, that the enemy were acting in the most methodical way, the columns being now in close connection with each other, the intermediate forest being searched foot by foot, and that all were converging towards the central mountains of the position. The dogs had proved valuable assistants, and these were tracking the paths used by them, and steadily leading them towards the stronghold. That they would finally escape detection, none of the defenders had much hope. The Spaniards would be sure that they must be somewhere within their line, and after the loss suffered, and immense preparations made, it was certain that they would not retire until they had solved the mystery, and, if possible, annihilated the forest bands. On the 4th day after entering the wood, the Spaniards came to the point where the barricade of trees had been erected. So skillfully had this been constructed that they would have retired, believing that there was no path beyond this little gorge. However, the restlessness and anger of the dogs convinced them that there must be something behind. Slowly a passage was cut, with axes, through the virgin forest on either side, for the lesson they had received had checked their impetuosity. They came down at the side of the barricade, and thus, having passed it, pressed forward in steady array until they came to the foot of the great cliff. Here the dogs were not long before they pointed out to the assailants the narrow path, scarcely visible, running along its face, and a shout of satisfaction from the Spaniards testified that they now felt certain that they had caught their enemies in a trap. Parties were sent off to positions whence they could obtain a good view of the place, and these soon reported that the ledge continued to a great opening in the face of the precipice; that in some places logs had been fixed to widen the path, and that there was plenty of room on the plateau formed by the retirement of the hill face for a large body to have taken refuge. They also reported that the cliffs rose behind this amphitheatre almost, if not quite, perpendicularly, for a great height, and that, still higher, the bare rock fell away at so steep an angle that it would be difficult, in the extreme, to take up such a position from above as would enable them to keep up a musketry fire, or to hurl rocks upon the defenders of the amphitheatre. When the reports were considered by the Spanish leader, he saw at once that this was not an enterprise to be undertaken rashly. Men were sent down to the plain below to reconnoitre, while others were dispatched round the mountain, to see whether the path extended across the whole face of the precipice, and also to discover, if possible, whether the recess was commanded from above. Both reports were unfavourable. From the valley the great natural strength of the position was manifest, for half a dozen men could defend such a path as this against 1,000, by placing themselves behind an angle and shooting down all who turned the corner; while the men from above reported that the peak shelved so rapidly towards the top of the sheer precipice that it would be impossible to get near enough to the edge to see down into the amphitheatre. They reported, however, that stones and rocks set going would dash down below, and that points could be gained from which these missiles could be dispatched on their errand. A council of war was held, and it was determined, in the first place, to endeavour to force the position by direct attack. Some men of approved courage were chosen to lead the forlorn hope. A number of marksmen with arrows and firearms were placed in the valley to keep up a fire upon any who might show themselves on the path, while above, Several hundreds of men were sent up, with crowbars, to loosen and hurl down rocks. The defenders, on their part, were not idle. 2 spots had been chosen in the pathway for the defence. At each of these the face of the cliff extended sharply out in an angle, and it was on the side of this angle, next to the amphitheatre, that the preparations were made. Here barricades of stones were heaped up on the path, which at this point was some 3 yards wide. 6 of the steadiest and most courageous negroes were placed there, with muskets and pikes. 2 of them were to lie with their guns pointed at the protecting angles, so that, the instant any one showed himself round the corner, they could open fire upon him. The others were lying in readiness to assist, or to relieve those on guard. Either Gerald or Ned remained with them always. A few stones were thrown up on the outside edge of the path, to protect the defenders from the shots of those in the valley below. Not indeed that the danger from this source was very great, for the face of the precipice was some 800 feet high, and the path ran along some 400 from the bottom. With the clumsy arms in use in those days, the fear of anyone being struck from below was by no means great. A similar barricade was erected behind, and the negroes were, in case of extreme necessity, to fall back from their first position. At the second point an equal number of men were placed. Lastly, where the path ended at the amphitheatre, strong barricades had been erected in a sort of semicircle, so that anyone, after having forced the first defences, would, as he showed himself at the entrance to the amphitheatre, be exposed to the fire of the whole of its defenders. The position was so strong that Ned and Gerald had no fear, whatever, of its being forced. As the time approached when Ned expected an attack, the defenders of the farthest barricade were strengthened by a considerable number, lying down upon the path, for it was certain that, for the first 2 or 3 assaults, the Spaniards would push matters to the utmost, and that they would not be repulsed, without severe fighting. So indeed it proved. Advancing with great caution along the narrow path, which was sometimes 7 or 8 feet wide, sometimes narrowing to a few inches, the leaders of the party of attack made their way along, until they turned the projecting point. Then the guns of the 2 men on guard spoke out, and the 2 leaders fell, shot through the body, over the precipice. Now that they knew the position of their enemy, the Spaniards prepared for a rush. Gathering themselves as closely as they could together, they pressed round the corner. Shot after shot rang out from the defenders, as they turned it; but although many fell, the others pressed forward so numerously and bravely, that they could be said fairly to have established themselves round the corner. The barricade now, however, faced them, and behind this were gathered the bravest of the negroes, led by the boys. The barricade, too, had been covered with thorny branches, as had that which they had defended before, and the Spaniards, of whom only some 10 or 12 could find fighting room round the corner, were shot down before they could make any impression whatever. Bravely as they fought, it was impossible for men to maintain so unequal and difficult a fight as this, and after trying for an hour to storm the barricade, the Spaniards fell back, having lost over 50 of the best of their men. In the meantime, with a thundering sound, the rocks were rolling down from the summit of the mountain. The great portion of them did not fall in the amphitheatre at all, but, from the impetus of their descent down the sloping rocks above, shot far out beyond its edge. Others, however, crashed down on the little plateau, and all who were there were lying so close to the face of the rock that the missiles from above went far beyond them. From below in the valley a constant fire was kept up, but this was as innocuous as the bombardment from above, and when the Spaniards fell back, only 3 of the defenders had been in any way injured, and these were hit by the pistol balls fired by the assailants of the barricade. When the Spaniards retired, all, except the men told off for the posts at the barricades, fell back to the amphitheatre. The negroes and natives were, both alike, delighted with the success of the defense, and were now perfectly confident of their ability to hold out, as long as their provisions lasted. There was no fear of want of water, for from the face of the hill a little stream trickled out. Piles of yams, bananas, sweet potatoes, and other tropical fruit had been collected, and a score of sheep, and with care the boys calculated that for 5 weeks they could hold out. The Spaniards were furious at the non-success of their enterprise, but after reconnoitring the position in every way, the commanders came to the conclusion that it was absolutely impregnable, and that the only plan was to starve out the besieged. It did not appear that there could be any other way of retreat, and a small force could watch the path, as it would be as difficult for the besieged to force their way back by it as for the besiegers to find an entry. The greater portion of the force was, therefore, marched home, a guard of 200 men being set to watch the point where the path along the precipice started. The incidents of the 5 weeks which elapsed after the siege began were not important. It was soon found that the Spaniards had abandoned the notion of attack, but the vigilance of the defenders was never relaxed, for it was possible that at any moment the enemy, believing that they had been lulled into carelessness, might renew their attack. Twice, indeed, at nightfall the Spaniards advanced and crept round the point of defence, but were each time received so quickly by the fire of the defenders of the barricade that they were finally convinced that there was no hope whatever of catching them napping. At the end of 5 weeks it was determined that the time had arrived when they should leave their fortress. The Spaniards had placed a guard of 50 men near the foot of the precipice, to prevent any attempt of the besieged to descend its face by means of ropes, but above no precautions had been taken, as it appeared impossible to anyone looking at the face of the cliff from a distance that a human being could scale it. Thanks, however, to the pains which had been taken previously, the way was open. In most places rough steps had been cut. In others, where this was impossible, short stakes had been driven into crevices of the rock to form steps, and although the ascent was difficult, it was quite possible to lightly clad and active men. The time chosen for the attempt was just after dusk had fallen, when it was still light enough to see close at hand, but dark enough to prevent those in the valley observing what was passing. A young moon was already up, giving sufficient light to aid the enterprise. Some of the most active of the natives first ascended. They were provided with ropes, which, at every bend and turn of the ascent, they lowered so as to give assistance to those mounting behind. The strictest silence was enforced, and the arms were all wrapped up, so as to avoid noise should they strike the rock. One by one the men mounted in a steady stream. All were barefooted, for Ned and Gerald had imitated the example of the natives, and upon such a task as this the bare foot has an infinitely safer hold than one shod with leather. Although the cliff looked quite precipitous from a distance, in reality it sloped gently backwards, and the task was far less difficult than it appeared to be. The most dangerous part, indeed, was that which followed the arrival at the top. The mountain sloped so steeply back that it was like climbing the roof of a very steep house, and hand and foot were alike called into requisition to enable them to get forward. Indeed, to many it would have been impossible, had not the leaders lowered their rope down from above, affording an immense assistance to those following. At last the whole body reached the top, and, descending upon the other side, plunged into the forest. They directed their course to a valley, 10 miles distant, where considerable supplies of provisions had been stored up, and where some of their crops had been planted, a few weeks before the arrival of the Spaniards. Here, for 2 days, they feasted, secure that a considerable time might elapse before the Spaniards discovered that they had vanished from the fortress. Then they prepared to put into execution the plan upon which they had resolved. They knew that in the town there would be no watch of any sort kept, for all believed them cooped up, without a chance of escape. The 4 troops then, commanded as before, issued from the forest as the sun went down, and marched towards the town. It was soon after midnight when they entered the streets, and, proceeding noiselessly through them, advanced to the spot assigned to each. One was to attack the governor's house, and to make him a prisoner. 2 others were to fall upon the barracks, and to do as much harm as possible, while the 4th was to proceed to the government magazines of stores and munitions, to fire these at a great many places. This programme was carried out successfully. The guards at the governor's house were overpowered in an instant, and, as it had been surrounded, all the inmates were captured. Those of the men who defended themselves were cut down, but Gerald and Ned had insisted that no unnecessary slaughter should take place. The party attacking the barracks had no such instructions. It was legitimate for them to inflict as much loss as possible upon the soldiers. And when, with terrible shouts, the negroes broke in upon them, the Spaniards, taken by surprise, offered but a feeble resistance. Large numbers of them were cut down, before they could rally or open fire upon their enemies. As soon as the resistance became serious, the negroes and Indians vanished, as quickly as they had come. In the meantime, the whole of the town was lit up by sheets of fire, rising from the government magazines. The alarm bells of the churches tolled out. The shouts of the frightened inhabitants mingled with the yells of the natives, and the report of firearms, from all parts of the town, and the townspeople thought that a general sack and slaughter was at hand. The negroes, however, entered no private house, but in an hour from their first appearance they had retired beyond the town, and were making their way, in a solid and well-ordered mass, for the forest, bearing in the centre the governor and 2 of his sons. The success of the enterprise had been complete. They were now, Ned thought, in a position, if not to dictate terms to the enemy, at least to secure for themselves an immunity from attacks. Day was breaking when they entered the hills, and, an hour later, one of the sons of the governor was sent to the party still besieging their former stronghold, to inform them that the besieged had all escaped, had made a raid upon the city, and had carried off the governor, whose instructions to them was that they were to at once fall back, to avoid being attacked by the negroes. The officer commanding the besiegers was glad enough to call his men together, and to retire unharmed from the forest, which now began to inspire an almost superstitious fear in the Spaniards, so unexpected and mysterious had been the defeat inflicted upon them there. The governor's son accompanied the troops back to the city, and was the bearer of a missive from Ned to the officer commanding the troops, and to the inhabitants. Ned offered, upon the part of the forest men, that if the Spaniards would consent to leave them unmolested in their forest, they, upon their part, would, in the first place, release the governor, and in the second, promise that no acts of violence, or raids of any kind, should be made beyond its boundaries. The question of fugitive slaves, who might seek refuge among them, was to be discussed at a meeting between the heads of each party, should the proposal be accepted. The governor sent a line, on his part, to say that he was well treated, that he authorized them to enter into any negotiations which they might think fit, adding that, in case they should decide to refuse the offer made to them, no thought of his safety should be allowed, for an instant, to sway their notions. It was 2 days before the messenger returned. Several stormy meetings had taken place in the town. The officers were, for the most part, anxious to renew the fighting. They were intensely mortified at the idea of the forces of Spain being compelled to treat, upon something like even terms, with a handful of escaped slaves, and would have again marched the troops into the forest, and renewed the war. The townspeople, however, were strongly opposed to this. They had suffered immensely, already, by the destruction of the outlying plantations and haciendas, and the events of the attack upon the town showed that there was no little danger of the whole place being burnt to the ground. They were, therefore, eager in the extreme to make terms with this active and ubiquitous enemy. The troops, too, were by no means eager to attempt another entry into the forest. They had fared so ill heretofore that they shrank from another encounter. There was neither glory nor booty to be obtained, and warfare such as this was altogether unsuited to their habits. Their discipline was useless, and they were so bewildered by the tactics of their active foes that there was a very strong feeling among them in favor of making terms. The council sat the whole day, and finally the pacific party prevailed. The deputation, consisting of the officer commanding the troops, of the ecclesiastic of highest rank in the town, and of one of the principal merchants, proceeded to the forest. When they were seen by the lookout to be approaching, Ned and Gerald, with the leading native and negro, proceeded to meet them. The details were soon arranged, upon the basis which had been suggested. The forest men were to enjoy their freedom unmolested. They were to be allowed to cultivate land on the edge of the forest, and it was forbidden to any Spaniard to enter their limits, without previously applying for a pass. They, on their part, promised to abstain from all aggression in any shape. The question of runaways was then discussed. This was by far the most difficult part of the negotiations. The Spaniards urged that they could not tolerate that an asylum should be offered to all who chose to desert from their plantations. The boys saw the justice of this, and finally it was arranged that the case of every slave who made for the forest should be investigated, that the owners should themselves come to lay a formal complaint of their case, that the slave should reply, and each might produce witnesses. The negro was to be given up, unless he could prove that he had been treated with gross cruelty, in which case he was to be allowed protection in the forest. These preliminaries settled, a short document embodying them was drawn up, in duplicate, and these treaties were signed, by the 3 Spaniards who formed the deputation, and by the governor on the one side, and by the 4 representatives of the forest men on the other. Thus ended the first successful resistance to Spanish power among the islands of the western seas. The governor and his son then left for the city, and the forest men retired to what was now their country. Ned and Gerald impressed upon their allies the importance of observing strictly the conditions of peace, and at the same time of continuing their exercises in arms and maintaining their discipline. They pointed out to them that a treaty of this kind, extorted as it were from one, and that the strongest of the contracting powers, was certain not to have long duration. The Spaniards were smart at the humiliation which had, in their opinion, befallen them, and although the fugitive clause might for some time act favourably, it was sure, sooner or later, to be a bone of contention. They impressed upon them also that although they might, as had been shown, achieve successes for a time, yet that in the long run the power of the Spaniards must prevail, and that nothing short of extermination awaited them. Therefore he urged the strictest adherence to the treaty, and at the same time a preparedness for the recommencement of hostilities. Some months passed without incident, and the relations between the little community in the mountains and the Spaniards became more pacific. The latter found that the natives, if left alone, did them no damage. Bad masters learned that a course of ill treatment of their slaves was certain to be followed by their flight, and upon the bad treatment being proved, these found shelter among the mountains. Upon the other hand, the owners who treated their slaves with kindness and forbearance found that, if these took to the mountains in a fit of restlessness, a shelter there was refused them. Upon the edge of the forest, patches of plantation ground made their appearance, and the treaty was, upon the whole, well observed on both sides. It was about a year after they had taken to the hills that news reached the boys that an English ship had come into those waters. It was brought them across at an island by some Simeroons who had been where the English ship anchored. They said it was commanded by Master John Oxenford. The boys knew him, as he had been on board Captain Francis Drake's ship during the last expedition, and they determined to make an effort to join him. He had, however, left the island before the natives started with the news, and they made an arrangement with them to convey them across to that place, when it should be learned that the vessel was returning, or was again there. It was not long before they were filled with grief at the news that reached them, although they felt not a little thankful that they had not been able to join Captain Oxenford when he first reached the island. This adventurous seaman had, after the return to England of Captain Francis Drake's expedition, waited for some time on shore, and then, fretting under forced inactivity, for Captain Drake had, for the time, abandoned any project which he had entertained of a return to the Spanish seas, and had engaged in a war in Ireland, determined to equip an expedition of his own, with the assistance of several of those who had sailed in the last voyage with him, and of some Devonshire gentlemen who thought that a large booty might be made out of the venture. He equipped a sloop of 140 tons burden, and sailed for Darien. When he arrived at this isthmus, he laid up his ship and marched inland, guided by Indians. After traveling 12 leagues among the mountains, he came to a small river running down into the Pacific. Here he and his comrades built a boat, launched it in the stream, and dropped down into the Bay of Panama. Then he rowed to the Isle of Pearls, and there captured a small bark from Quito, with 60 pounds of gold. This raised the spirits of the adventurers, and 6 days later they took another bark, with 160 pounds of silver. They then set off in quest of pearls. They searched for a few days, but did not find them in proportion to their expectations. They therefore determined to return, and re-entered the mouth of the river they had descended. Here they loosed the prizes they had taken, and let them go. The delay at Pearl Island was a mistake and a misfortune. Captain Oxenford should have known that the Spanish authorities of the mainland would, when they heard that a single boat's load of Englishmen was ravaging their commerce, make a great effort to capture him, and his attack should have been swift and determined, and his retreat made without a halt. The fortnight which had been allowed to slip away caused his ruin. The news of their presence speedily arrived at Panama. Captain Ortuga was dispatched with 4 barks in search of them, and falling in with the liberated prizes, learned the course that the English had taken. The river had 3 branches, and the Spaniard would have been much puzzled to know which to ascend, but the carelessness of the adventurers gave him a clue, for, as he lay with his boats, wondering which river he should ascend, he saw floating on the water large quantities of feathers. These were sufficient indications of a camp on the banks, and he at once followed that branch of the stream. In 4 days he came upon the boat, which was hauled upon the sand, with only 6 men with her. They were lying asleep on the bank, and the coming of the Spaniards took them completely by surprise, and one of them was killed before he could make his escape into the woods. The rest got off. The Spaniards left 20 men to guard the boat, and with 80 others went up the country. Half a league away they found some huts, and in these the treasures of gold and silver which the English had captured were discovered. Satisfied with having recovered these, Captain Ortuga was about to return to the river with his men, when Oxenford, with the English and 200 Simeroons, attacked them. The Spaniards fought bravely, and the Simeroons would not stand against their fire. The English struggled desperately. 11 of these were killed, and the Simeroons took to their heels. Oxenford and a few of his companions escaped, and made their way back towards the spot where they had left their ship. News of what was going on had, however, been sent across from Panama to Nombre de Dios, and 4 barks from that port had put out, and had found and taken Oxenford's ship. A band of 150 men scoured the mountains, and into the hands of these Captain Oxenford and his companions fell. All of them were executed on the spot, except Oxenford, the master, the pilot, and 5 boys. These were taken to Panama, where the 3 men were executed, the lives of the 5 boys being spared. This news was a sore blow to the lads, who had hoped much to be able to reach the ship, and to return to England in her. The delay, however, was not long, for a few weeks afterwards came the news that another English ship was in those waters. A party of Simeroons offered to take Ned and Gerald thither in their boat, and they determined to avail themselves of the offer. Great was the lamentation among the community in the forest when the news that their leaders were about to leave became known. The simple Indians assembled around them, and wept, and used every entreaty and prayer to change their resolution. However, the boys pointed out to them that they had already been absent near 3 years from home, and that as the settlers were now able to defend themselves, and had earned the respect of the Spaniards, they would, if they continued their present course of avoiding giving cause of any complaint to the whites, no doubt be allowed to live in peace. They had, too, now learned the tactics that should be pursued, in case of difficulty, and by adhering to these, the boys assured them that they might rely upon tiring out the Spaniards. Some of the negroes were in favor of retaining the English leaders by force, but this was objected to by the majority. Many of the Indians possessed gold, which had been the property of their ancestors before the arrival of the Spaniards, and some of these treasures were now dug up, and the boys were presented with a great store of pretty ornaments, and other workmanship of the natives. Much rough gold was also placed on board their canoe, and a great portion of the dwellers of the hills marched down at night with them to the point of embarkation, a lonely creek far from the settlement of the Spaniards, to bid them farewell. The boys themselves were affected by the sorrow of their friends, and by the confidence which these had placed in them, and they promised that, should they return to those parts, they would assuredly pay a visit to them again in the hills. Before leaving, they had seen that 2 of the worthiest and wisest of the natives were chosen as leaders, and to these all the rest had sworn an oath, promising to obey their orders in all respects. They had constantly acted with the boys, and had, indeed, been their chief advisers in the matters internal to the tribe, and the lads had little doubt that, for some time at least, things would go well in the mountains. As to the ultimate power of the refugees to maintain their independence, this must, they felt, depend upon events beyond them. If the Spaniards were left at peace, and undisturbed by English adventurers or other troubles, there was little doubt, sooner or later, they would destroy the whole of the natives of this island, as they had destroyed them in almost every place where they had come into contact with them. However, the boys had the satisfaction of knowing that they had been the means of, at least, prolonging the existence of this band, and of putting off the evil day, perhaps for years to come. The Simeroons paddled out from the creek, and, hoisting the sail, the boat merrily danced over the water, and the boys felt their spirits rise at the hope of seeing their countrymen, and hearing their native tongue again, after 18 months past absolutely separate from all civilized communion. After 2 days' sailing and paddling, they reached the bay where the natives had reported the English ship to be lying, and here, to their great delight, they found the Maria, Captain Cliff, lying at anchor. Ned and Gerald, when they explained who they were received with great joy and amazement. The story of their loss had been told in England, and the captain, who came from the neighborhood where Gerald's father dwelt, reported that the family had long mourned him as dead. He himself was bent not upon a buccaneering voyage, although no doubt, if a rich ship had fallen into his hands, he would have made no scruple in taking it, but his object was to trade with the natives, and to gather a store of such goods as the islands furnished, in exchange for those of English make. He had, too, fetched slaves from the western coast of Africa, and had disposed of them to much advantage, and the ship was now about to proceed on her way home, each man's share of the profits of the expedition amounting to a sum which quite answered his expectations. It was 2 months later before the boys, to their great delight, again saw the hills behind Plymouth. None who had seen them embark in the Swan would have recognized, in the stalwart young fellows who now stepped ashore on the Hove, the lads who then set sail. Nearly 3 years had passed. The sun of the tropics had burnt their faces almost to a mahogany color. The habit of command among the natives had given them an air and bearing beyond their years, and though Ned was but 18, and Gerald a little older, they carried themselves like men of mature years. It had been, indeed, no slight burden that they had endured. The fighting which had formed the first epoch of their stay in the island, serious as it had been less wearing to them than the constant care and anxiety of the subsequent quiet time. The arrival of each fugitive slave was a source of fresh danger, and it had often needed all their authority to prevent the younger and wilder spirits of their little community from indulging in raids upon the crops of the Spaniards. Once in Plymouth, the lads said goodbye to each other, promising to meet again in a few days. Each then proceeded to his home. Ned, indeed, found that he had a home no longer, for on reaching the village he found that his father had died a few months after his departure, and a new pedagogue had taken his place and occupied the little cottage. The shock was a great one, although hardly unexpected, for his father's health had not been strong, and the thought that he would not be alive when he returned had often saddened Ned's mind during his absence. He found, however, no lack of welcome in the village. There were many of his school friends still there, and these looked with astonishment and admiration on the bronzed, military-looking man, and could scarce believe that he was their playmate, the Otter. Here Ned tarried a few days, and then, according to his promise to Gerald, started for the part of the country where he lived, and received a most cordial welcome from the father and family of his friend. End of chapter 9.
Section 11 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 10. Southward Ho! Upon making inquiries, Ned Hearne found that Captain Drake had, upon the return of his expedition, set aside the shares of the prize money of Gerald Summers, himself, and the men who were lost in the wreck of the prize, in hopes that they would some day return to claim them. Upon the evidence given by Gerald and himself of the death of the others, their shares were paid, by the bankers at Plymouth who had charge of them, to their families, while Ned and Gerald received their portions. Owing to the great mortality which had taken place among the crews, each of the lads received a sum of nearly £1,000, the total capture amounting to a value of over £1,000,000 of money. As boys, they each received the half of a man's share. The officers, of course, had received larger shares, and the merchants who had lent money to get up the expedition gained large profits. Ned thought, at first, of embarking his money in the purchase of a share in a trading vessel, and of taking to that service; but, hearing that Captain Drake intended to fit out another expedition, he decided to wait for that event, and to make one more voyage to the Spanish Main before determining on his future course. Having, therefore, his time on his hands, he accepted the invitation of the parents of his 3 boy friends, Tom Tressilis, Gerald Summers, and Reuben Gale. He was most warmly welcomed, for both Tom and Gerald declared that they owed their lives to him. He spent several weeks at each of their homes, and then returned to Plymouth, where he put himself into the hands of a retired master mariner, to learn navigation and other matters connected with his profession, and occupied his spare time in studying the usual branches of a gentleman's education. It was some months before Captain Francis returned from Ireland, but when he did so, he at once began his preparations for his next voyage. The expedition was to be on a larger scale than that in which he had formerly embarked, for he had formed the resolve to sail around Cape Horn, to coast along north to the Spanish settlements upon the great ocean he had seen from the tree top in the Isthmus of Darien, and then, if all went well, to sail still further north, double the northern coasts of America, and to find some short way by which English ships might reach the Pacific. These projects were, however, known to but few, as it was considered of the utmost importance to prevent them from being noised abroad, lest they might come to the ears of the Spaniards, and so put them on their guard. In spite of the great losses of men upon the former expedition, the number of volunteers who came forward, directly Captain Drake's intention to sail again to the Indies was known, was greatly in excess of the requirements. All, however, who had sailed upon the last voyage, and were willing again to venture, were enrolled, and Captain Drake expressed a lively pleasure at meeting Ned Hearne and Gerald Summers, whom he had given up as lost. The expenses of the expedition were defrayed partly from the funds of Captain Drake and his officers, partly by money subscribed by merchants and others who took shares in the speculation. These were termed adventurers. Ned embarked £500 of his prize money in the venture, as did each of his three friends. He was now 19, and a broad, strongly built young fellow. His friends were all somewhat older, and all four were entered by Captain Francis's men, and ranked as gentlemen adventurers, and would therefore receive their full share of prize money. On the 12th of November, 1577, the fleet sailed out of Plymouth Sound, amid the salutes of the guns of the fort there. It consisted of 5 ships: the Pelican, of 100 tons, the flagship, commanded by Captain General Francis Drake; the Elizabeth, 80 tons, Captain John Winter; the Marigold, a bark of 30 tons, Captain John Thomas; the Swan, a flyboat of 50 tons, Captain John Chester; and the Christopher, a pinnace of 15 tons, Captain Thomas Moore. The voyage began unfortunately, for, meeting a head wind, they were forced to put into Falmouth, where a tempest ill treated them sorely. Some of the ships had to cut away their masts, and the whole were obliged to put back into Plymouth, to refit, entering the harbor in a very different state to that in which they had left it a fortnight before. Every exertion was made, and, after a few days' delay, the fleet again set sail. They carried an abundance of stores, of all kinds, together with large quantities of fancy articles, as presents for the savage people whom they might meet in their voyaging. The second start was more prosperous than the first, and, after touching at various points on the west coast of Africa, they shaped their way to the mouth of the La Plata, sailing through the Cape de Verde Islands, where their appearance caused no slight consternation among the Portuguese. However, as they had more important objects in view, they did not stop to molest any of the principal towns, only landing at quiet bays to procure a fresh supply of water, and to obtain fruits and vegetables, which, in those days, when ships only carried salt provisions, were absolutely necessary to preserve the crews in health. All were charmed with the beauty and fertility of these islands, which were veritable gardens of tropical fruits, and they left these seas with regret. The fleet reached the La Plata in safety, but made no long stay there, for the extreme shallowness of the water, and the frequency and abundance of the shoals in the river, made the admiral fear for the safety of his ships, and accordingly, after a few days' rest, the anchors were weighed, and the fleet proceeded down the coast. For some time they sailed without adventure, save that once or twice, in the storms they encountered, one or other of the ships were separated from the rest. After several weeks' sailing, they put into the Bay of St. Julian, on the coast of Patagonia. Here the crews landed to obtain water. Soon the natives came down to meet them. These were tall, active men, but yet far from being the giants which the Spaniards had represented them, few of them being taller than a tall Englishman. They were dressed in the scantiest clothing, the men wearing a short apron made of skin, with another skin as a mantle over one shoulder, the women wearing a kind of petticoat made of soft skin. The men carried bows and arrows and spears, and were painted strangely, one half the head and body being painted white, the other black. Their demeanor was perfectly friendly, and Captain Drake, fearing no harm, walked some distance inland, and many of those not engaged in getting water into the boats also strolled away from the shore. Among those who rambled farthest were Ned and Tom Tressilis, together with another gentleman adventurer named Arbuckle. When they left Captain Francis, the armorer, who had brought a bow on shore with him, was showing the natives how much farther our English bow could carry than the native weapon. Wondering what the country was like beyond the hills, the little party ascended the slope. Just as they reached the top, they heard a shout. Looking back, they saw that all was confusion. The string of the armorer's bow had snapped, and the natives, knowing nothing of guns, believed that the party were now unarmed. As the armorer was restringing his bow, one of the natives shot an arrow at him, and he fell, mortally wounded. One standing near now raised his arquebus, but before he could fire, he too was pierced by 2 arrows, and fell dead. The admiral himself caught up the arquebus, and shot the man who had first fired. The little party on the hill had been struck with amazement and consternation at the sudden outburst, and were recalled to a sense of their danger by the whiz of an arrow, which struck Master Arbuckle in the heart; and at the same moment a dozen of the savages made their appearance from among the trees below them. Seeing the deadliness of their aim, and that he and Tom would be shot down at once, before they could get to close quarters, Ned turned to fly. "Quick, Tom, for your life!" Fortunately they stood on the very top of the ascent, so that a single bound backwards took them out of sight and range of their enemies. There was a wood a few hundred miles inland, apparently of great extent, and towards this the lads ran at the top of their speed. The savages had to climb the hill, and when they reached its crest the fugitives were out of bow shot range. A yell broke from them as they saw the lads, but these had made the best use of their time, and reached the wood some 200 yards ahead of their pursuers. Ned dashed into the undergrowth and tore his way through it, Tom close at his heels. Sometimes they came to open spaces, and here each time Ned changed the direction of their flight, choosing spots where they could take to the underwood without showing any sign, such as broken boughs, of their entrance. After an hour's running, the yells and shouts, which had at first seemed close behind, gradually lessened, and were now but faintly heard. Then, utterly exhausted, the lads threw themselves on the ground. In a few minutes, however, Ned rose again. "Come, Tom," he said, "we must keep on. These fellows will trace us with the sagacity of dogs; but, clever as they may be, it takes time to follow a track. We must keep on now. When it gets dark, which will be in another hour or so, they will be able to follow us no longer, and then we can take it easily. Do as you think best, Ned. You are accustomed to this kind of thing." Without another word they started off at a run again, keeping as nearly as they could a straight course, for Ned's experience in forest life enabled him to do this, when one unused to woodcraft would have lost all idea of direction. The fact, however, that the mosses grew on the side of the trees looking east, was guide enough for him, for he knew that the warm breezes from the sea would attract them, while the colder inland winds would have an opposite effect. Just as it was getting dark they emerged from the wood, and could see, stretching far before them, an undulating and almost treeless country. "Fortunately there has been no rain for some time, and the ground is as hard as iron," Ned said. "On the damp soil under the trees they will track our steps, but we shall leave no marks here, and in the morning when they trace us to this spot, they will be at fault." So saying, he struck off across the country. For some hours they walked, the moon being high and enabling them to make their way without difficulty. At last they came upon a clump of bushes, and here Ned proposed a halt. Tom was perfectly ready, for they had now walked and run for many hours, and both were thoroughly fatigued, for after so long a voyage in a small ship they were out of condition for a long journey on foot. "The first thing to do is light a fire," Ned said, "for it is bitterly cold." "But how do you mean to light it?" "I have flint and steel in my pouch," Ned said, "and a flask of powder, for priming my pistols, in each sash here. It is a pity, indeed, we did not put our pistols into our belts when we came ashore. But even if I had not had the flint and steel, I could have made a fire by rubbing 2 dead sticks together." "You forget I have lived among savages for a year." "You don't think that it is dangerous to light a fire?" "Not in the least. It was dark when we left the wood, and they must have halted in our track, far back among the trees, to follow it up by daylight. Besides, we have walked 5 hours since then, and must be 20 miles away, and we have crossed 5 or 6 hills. Find a few dead sticks, and I will pull a handful or 2 of dried grass. We will soon have a fire." Ned made a little pile of dried grass, scooped out a slight depression at the top, and placed a dead leaf in it. On this he poured a few grains of gunpowder, added a few blades of dried grass, and then set to work with his flint and steel. After a blow or two, a spark fell into the powder. It blazed up, igniting the blades of grass and the leaf, and in a minute the little pile was in a blaze. Dried twigs, and then larger sticks, were added, and soon a bright fire burned up. "Throw on some of the green bush," Ned said. "We do not want a blaze, for although we have thrown out the fellows in pursuit of us, there may be others about." "And now, Ned," Tom said, after sitting for some time gazing into the red fire, "what on earth are we to do next?" "That is a question more easily asked than answered," Ned said, cheerfully. "We have saved our skins for the present, now we have got to think out what is the best course to pursue." "I don't see any way to get back to the ship," Tom said, after a long pause. "Do you?" "No," Ned replied, "I don't, Tom. These savages know they have cut us off, and will be on the watch, you may be sure. They shoot so straight, with those little bows and arrows of theirs, that we should be killed without the least chance of ever getting to close quarters. Besides, the admiral will doubtless believe that we have been slain, and will sail away. We may be sure that he beat off the fellows who were attacking him, but they will all take to the woods, and he would never be able to get any distance among the trees. Besides, he would give up all hope of finding us there. As to our getting back through the wood, swarming with savages, it seems to me hopeless." "Then whatever is to become of us?" Tom asked hopelessly. "Well, the lookout is not bright," Ned said thoughtfully, "but there is a chance for us. We may keep ourselves by killing wild animals, and by pushing inland we may come upon some people less treacherous and bloody than those savages by the seashore. If so, we might hunt and live with them." Tom groaned. "I am not sure that I would not rather be killed at once than go on living like a savage." "The life is not such a bad one," Ned said. "I tried it once, and although the negroes and Indians of Porto Rico were certainly a very different people to these savages, still the life led on these great plains and hills, abounding with game, is more lively than being cooped up in a wood, as I was then. Besides, I don't mean that we should be here always. I propose that we try and cross the continent. It is not so very wide here, and we are nearly in a line with Lima. The admiral means to go on there, and expects a rich booty. He may be months before he gets round the Horn, and if we could manage to be there when he arrives, we should be rescued. If not, and I own that I have not much hope of it, we could at least go down to Lima some time or other. I can talk Spanish now, very fairly, and we shall have such a lot of adventures to tell that, even if they do not take us for Spanish sailors, as we can try to feign, they will not be likely to put us to death. They would do so if we were taken in arms as buccaneers, but, coming in peaceably, we might be kindly treated. At any rate, if we get on well with the Indians, we shall have the choice of making, some day or other, for the Spanish settlements on the west coast. But that is all in the distance. The first thing will be to get our living somehow; the second to get further inland; the third to make friends with the first band of natives we meet. And now, the best thing to do is to get off to sleep. I shall not be many minutes, I can tell you." Strange as was the situation, and many the perils that threatened them, both were in a few minutes fast asleep. The sun was rising above the hills when, with a start, they awoke, and at once sprang to their feet, and instinctively looked round in search of approaching danger. All was, however, quiet. Some herds of deer grazed in the distance, but no other living creature was visible. Then they turned their eyes upon each other, and burst into a simultaneous shout of laughter. Their clothes were torn literally into rags, by the bushes through which they had forced their way, while their faces were scratched and stained with blood, from the same cause. "The first thing to be done," Ned said, when the laugh was over, "is to look for a couple of long springy saplings, and to make bows and arrows. Of course they will not carry far, but we might knock down any small game we come across." Both lads were good shots with a bow, for in those days, although firearms were coming in, all Englishmen were still trained in the use of the bow. "But what about strings?" Tom asked. "I will cut 4 thin strips from my belt," Ned said. "Each pair, tied together, will make a string for a 5-foot bow, and will be fully strong enough for any weapon we shall be able to make." After an hour's walk, they came to a small grove of trees growing in a hollow. These were of several species, and, trying the branches, they found one kind which was at once strong and flexible. With their hangers, or short swords, they cut down a small sapling of some 4 inches in diameter, split it up, pared each half down, and manufactured 2 bows, which were rough indeed, but sufficiently strong to send an arrow a considerable distance. Then they made each a dozen shafts, pointed and notched them. Without feathers or metal points, these would not fly straight to any distance, but they had no thought of long-range shooting. "Now," Ned said, "we will go back to that bare space of rock we passed, 100 yards back. There were dozens of little lizards running about there. It will be hard if we cannot knock some over." "Are they good to eat?" Tom asked. "I have no doubt they are," Ned said. "As a rule, everything is more or less good to eat. Some things may be nicer than others, but hardly anything is poisonous. I have eaten snakes, over and over again, and very good they are. I have been keeping a lookout for them ever since we started this morning." When they reached the rock, the lizards all darted off to their cracks and crevices, but Ned and Tom lay down, with their bows bent and arrows in place, and waited quietly. Ere long the lizards popped up their heads again and began to move about, and the lads now let fly their arrows. Sometimes they hit, sometimes missed, and each shot was followed by the disappearance of the lizards, but with patience they found, by the end of an hour, that they had shot a dozen, which was sufficient for an ample meal for them. "How will you cook them, Ned?" "Skin them as if they were eels, and then roast them on a stick." "I am more thirsty than hungry," Tom said. "Yes, and from the look of the country, water must be scarce. However, as long as we can shoot lizards and birds, we can drink their blood." The fire was soon lighted, and the lizards cooked. They tasted like little birds, their flesh being tender and sweet. "Now we had better be proceeding," Ned said, when they had finished their meal. "We have an unknown country to explore, and, if we ever get across, we shall have materials for yarns for the rest of our lives." "Well, Ned, I must say you are a capital fellow to get into a scrape with. You got Gerald and me out of one, and if any one could get through this, I am sure you could do so. Gerald told me that he always relied upon you, and found you always right. You may be sure that I will do the same. So I appoint you captain general of this expedition, and promise to obey all orders unquestioningly." "Well, my first order is," Ned said, laughing, "that we each make a good pike. The wood we made our bows from will do capitally, and we can harden the points in the fire. We may meet some wild beasts, and a good strong 6-foot pike would be better than our swords." 2 hours' work completed the new weapons, and with their bows slung at their backs, and using their pikes as walking staves, they again set out on their journey across the continent. End of chapter 10. Recording by Dion Gimes, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Section 12 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 11. The marvel of fire. "What are those? Natives?" exclaimed Tom suddenly. Ned looked steadily at them for some time. "No, I think they are great birds. The ostrich abounds in these plains. No doubt they are ostriches. I suppose it is of no use our chasing them?" "Not a bit. They can run faster than a horse can gallop." During the day's walk they saw vast numbers of deer of various kinds, but as they were sure that these would not allow them to approach, they did not alter their course, which was, as nearly as they could calculate by the sun, due west. The sun was warm during the day, but all the higher hilltops were covered with snow. "If the worst comes to the worst," Ned said, "we must go up and get some snow. We can make a big ball of it, and bring it down with us in one of our sashes. But I should think there must be some stream somewhere about. The snow must melt. Besides, these great herds of deer must drink somewhere." Late in the afternoon they came on the crest of a ridge. "There," Ned said, pointing to a valley in which were a number of trees. "We shall find water there, or I am mistaken." An hour's tramp brought them to the valley. Through this a stream ran between steep banks. They followed it for half a mile, and then came to a spot where the banks sloped away. Here the ground was trampled with many feet, and the edge of the stream was trodden into mud. "Hurrah, Tom! Here is meat, and drink too. It is hard if we do not kill something or other here. Look at that clump of bushes, where the bank rises. If we hide there, the deer will almost touch us as they pass to water, and we are sure to be able to shoot them, even with these bows and arrows. But first of all, for a drink. Then we will cross the stream and make a camping ground under the trees opposite." The stream was but waist deep, but very cold, for it was composed of snow water. "Shall we light a fire, Ned? It might frighten the deer." "No, I think it will attract them," Ned said. "They are most inquisitive creatures, and are always attracted by anything strange." A fire was soon lighted, and after it got quite dark, they piled up dry wood upon it, recrossed the river, and took their places in the bushes. An hour passed, and then they heard a deep sound. In a minute or two the leading ranks of a great herd of deer appeared on the rise, and stood looking wonderingly at that fire. For some little time they halted, and then, pushed forward by those behind, and urged by their own curiosity, they advanced step by step, with their eyes fixed on the strange sight. So crowded were they that as they advanced they seemed a compact mass, those outside coming along close to the bushes in which the boys lay. Silently these raised their bows, bent them to the full strain, and each launched an arrow. The deer were not 5 feet from them, and 2 stags fell, pierced through and through. They leaped to their feet again, but the boys had dashed out with their swords in hand, and in an instant had cut them down. There was a wild rush on the part of the herd, a sound of feet almost like thunder, and then the boys stood alone, by the side of the 2 deer they had killed. They were small, the 2 together not weighing more than a good-sized sheep. The boys lifted them on their shoulders, rejoicing, and waded across the stream. One they hung up to the branch of a tree, the other they skinned and cut up, and were soon busy roasting pieces of its flesh over the fire. They had just finished an abundant meal when they heard a roar at a short distance, which brought them to their feet in a moment. Ned seized his pike, and faced the direction from which the sound had come. "Throw on fresh sticks, Tom. All animals fear fire." A bright blaze soon lit up the wood. "Now, Tom, do you climb the tree. I will give you the pieces of meat up, and then do you lift the other stag to a higher branch. I don't suppose the brute can climb, but he may be able to do so. At any rate, we will sleep in the tree, and keep watch and ward." As soon as Tom had followed these instructions, Ned handed him up the bows and arrows and spears, and then clambered up beside him. As the fire again burned low, an animal was seen to approach cautiously. "A lion!" whispered Tom. "I don't think that he is as big as a lion," Ned said, "but he certainly looks like one. A female, I suppose, as it has got no mane." Of course the lads did not know, nor indeed did anyone else at that time, that the lion is not a native of America. The animal before them was what is now called the South American lion or puma. The creature walked round and round the fire, snuffing, and then, with an angry roar, raised itself to its hind legs and scratched at the trunk of the tree. Several times it repeated his performance, and then, with another roar, walked away into the darkness. "Thank goodness it can climb," Ned said. "I expect with our spears and swords we could have beaten it back if it had tried. Still, it is just as well not to have had to do it. Besides, now we can both go to sleep. Let us get well up the tree, so that if anything can climb should come, it will fall to at the deer to begin with. That will be certain to wake us." They soon made themselves as comfortable as they could in crotches of the tree, tied themselves with their sashes to a bough to prevent a fall, and were soon asleep. The next day they rested in the wood, made fresh bowstrings from the twisted gut of the deer, cut the skins up into long strips, thereby obtaining 100 feet of strong cord, which Ned thought might be useful for snares. Here, too, they shot several birds, which they roasted, and from whose feathers, tied on with a thread like fibre, they further improved their arrows. They collected a good many pieces of fibre for further use, for, as Tom said, when they got on to rock again they would be sure to find some splinters of stone which they could fasten to the arrows for points, and would be then able to do good execution even at a distance. They cut a number of strips of flesh off the deer, and hung them in the smoke of the fire, by which means they calculated that they could keep for some days, and could be eaten without being cooked, which might be an advantage, as they feared that the odor of cooking might attract the attention of wandering Indians. The following morning they again started, keeping their backs as before to the sun. "Look at these creatures," Tom said suddenly, as a herd of animals dashed by a short distance. "They do not look like deer. No, they look more like sheep or goats, but they have much longer legs. I wonder what they can be." During the day's journey they came across no water, and by the end of the tramp were much exhausted. "We will not make a fire tonight," said Ned. "We must be careful of our powder. I don't want to be driven to use sticks for getting fire. It is a long and tedious business. We will be up at daybreak tomorrow, and will push on till we find water. We will content ourselves for tonight with a bit of this smoked venison." They found it dry work, eating this without water, and soon desisted, gathered some grass to make a bed, and were asleep a short time after it became dark. They were now in an open district, not having seen a tree since they started in the morning, and they had therefore less fear of being disturbed by wild beasts. They had, indeed, talked of keeping watch by turns, but without a fire they felt that this would be dull work, and would moreover be of little avail, as in the darkness the stealthy tread of a lion would not be heard, and they would therefore be attacked as suddenly as if no watch had been kept. If he should announce his coming by a roar, both would be sure to awake quickly enough. So lying down close together, with their spears at hand, they were soon asleep, with the happy carelessness of danger peculiar to youth. With the first streak of daybreak they were up and on their way. Until midday they came upon no water, the only excitement being the killing of an armadillo. Then they saw a few bushes in a hollow, and making towards it found a small pool of water. After a hearty drink, leaves and sticks were collected, a fire made, and slices of the smoked deer's meat were soon broiling over it. "This is jolly," Tom said. "I should not mind how long I tramped if we could always find water." "And have venison to eat with it," Ned added, laughing. "We have got a stock to last a week, that is a comfort, and this armadillo will do for supper and breakfast. But I don't think we need fear starvation, for these plains swarm with animals, and it is hard if we can't manage to kill one occasionally somehow or other. How far do you think it's across to the other coast?" "I have no idea," Ned said. "I don't suppose any Englishman knows, although the Spaniards can of course tell pretty closely. We know that, after rounding Cape Horn, they'll sail up the coast northwest, or in that direction, so that we have got the base of a triangle to cross, but beyond that I have no idea whatever. Hallo!" Simultaneously the two lads caught up their spears and leaped to their feet. Well might they be alarmed, for close were a party of some 20 Indians, who had, quietly and unperceived, come down upon them. They were standing immovable, and their attitude did not betoken hostility. Their eyes were fixed upon them, but their expression betrayed wonder rather than enmity. "Lay down your spear again, Tom," Ned said. "Let us receive them as friends." Dropping their spears, the lads advanced a pace or two, holding out their hands in token of amity. Then, slowly, step by step, the Indians advanced. "They look almost frightened," Ned said. "What can they be staring so fixedly at?" "It is the fire!" Ned exclaimed. "It is the fire! I do believe they have never seen fire before." It was so, as Sir Francis Drake afterwards discovered when landing on the coast. The Patagonian Indians at that time were wholly acquainted with fire. When the Indians came down, they looked from the fire to the boys, and perceived from the first time that they were creatures of another colour from themselves. Then simultaneously they threw themselves on their faces. "They believe that we are gods, or superior beings of some kind," Ned said. "They have clearly never heard of the Spaniards. What good fortune for us! Now let us reassure them." So saying, he stooped over the prostrate Indians, patted them on the head and shoulders, and, after some trouble, he succeeded in getting them to rise. Then he motioned them to sit down round the fire, put on some more meat, and when this was cooked, offered a piece to each, Tom and himself setting the example of eating it. The astonishment of the natives was great. Many of them, with a cry, dropped the meat on finding it hot. An excited talk went on between them. Presently, however, the man who appeared to be the chief set the example of carefully tasting a piece. He gave an exclamation of satisfaction, and soon all were engaged upon the food. When they had finished, Ned threw some more sticks on the fire, and as these burst into flames and then consumed away, the amazement of the natives was intense. Ned then made signs to them to pull up some bushes and cast on the fire. They all set to work with energy, and soon a huge pile was raised on the fire. At first great volumes of white smoke only poured up, then the leaves crackled, and presently a tongue of flame shot up, rising higher and higher, till a great bonfire blazed away, far above their heads. This completed the wonder and awe of the natives, who again prostrated themselves with every symptom of worship before the boys. This again raised them, and by signs intimated their intention of accompanying them. With lively demonstrations of gladness and welcome, the Indians turned to go, pointing to the west as the place where their abode lay. "We may as well leave our bows and arrows," Ned said. "Their bows are so immensely superior to ours that it will make us sink in their estimation if they see that our workmanship is so inferior to their own." The Indians, who were all very tall, splendidly made men, stepped out so rapidly that the lads had the greatest difficulty in keeping up with them, and were sometimes obliged to break into a half trot, seeing which the chief said a word to his followers, and they then proceeded at a more reasonable rate. It was late in the evening before they reached the village, which lay in a wooded hollow at the foot of some lofty hills. The natives gave a loud cry, which at once brought out the entire population, who ran up and gazed, astonished at the newcomers. The chief said a few words, when, with every mark of awe and surprise, all prostrated themselves as the men had before done. The village was composed of huts made of sticks closely intertwined and covered with the skins of animals. The chief led them to a large one, evidently his own, and invited them to enter. They found that it was also lined with skins, and others were laid upon the floor. A pile of skins served as a mat and bed. The chief made signs that he placed these at their disposal, and soon left them to themselves. In a short time he again drew aside the skin which hung across the entrance, and a squaw advanced, evidently in deep terror, bearing some raw meat. Ned received it graciously, and then said to Tom, "Now we will light a fire and astonish them again." So saying, the boys went outside, picked up a dry stick or two, and motioned to the Indians who were gathered round that they needed more. The whole population at once scattered through the grove, and soon a huge pile of dead wood was collected. The boys now made a little heap of dry leaves, placed a few grains of powder in a hollow at the top, and the flint and steel being put into requisition, the flame soon leaped up, amid a cry of astonishment and awe from the women and children. Wood was now laid on, and soon a great fire was blazing. The men gathered round and sat down, and the women and children gradually approached and took their places behind them. The evening was cold, and as the natives felt the grateful heat, fresh exclamations of pleasure broke from them, and gradually a complete babel of tongues broke out. Then the noise was hushed, and a silence of expectation and attention reigned, as the lads cut off slices of the meat, and spitting them on pieces of green wood, held them over the fire. Tom made signs to the chief and those sitting around to fetch meat, and followed their example. Some of the Indian women brought meat, and the men, with sharp stone knives, cut off pieces and stuck them on green sticks, as they had seen the boys do. Then very cautiously they approached the fire, shrinking back and exhibiting signs of alarm at the fierce heat it threw out, as they approached near to it. The boys, however, reassured them, and they presently set to work. When the meat was roasted, it was cut up and distributed in little bits to the crowd behind, all of whom were eager to taste this wonderful preparation. It was evident by the exclamations of satisfaction that the new viand was an immense success, and fresh supplies of meat were soon over the fire. An incident now occurred which threatened to mar the harmony of the proceedings. A stick breaking, some of the red-hot embers scattered around. One rolled close to Ned's leg, and the lad, with a quick snatch, caught it up and threw it back upon the fire. Seeing this, a native near grasped a glowing fragment which had fallen near him, but dropped it with a shriek of astonishment and pain. All leaped to their feet as the man danced in his agony. Some ran away in terror, others instinctively made for their weapons and gesticulated and yelled. Ned at once went to the man and patted him assuringly. Then, he got him to open his hand, which was really severely burned. Then he got a piece of a soft fat and rubbed it gently upon the sore, and then made signs that he wanted something to bandage it with. A woman brought some large fresh leaves, which were evidently good for hurts, and another a soft tongue of deer hide. The hand was soon bandaged up, and although the man must still have been in severe pain, he again took his seat, this time at a certain distance from the fire. This incident greatly increased the awe with which the boys were viewed, as not only had they the power of producing this new and astonishing element, but they could, unhurt, take up pieces of wood turned red by it, which inflicted terrible agony on others. Before leaving the fire and retiring to their tent, the boys made signs to the chief that it was necessary that someone should be appointed to throw on fresh wood from time to time, to keep the fire alight. This was hardly needed, as the whole population were far too excited to think of retiring to bed. After the lads had left, they gathered round the fire, and each took delight in throwing on pieces of wood, and in watching them consume, and several times, when they woke during the night, the boys saw, by the bright light streaming in through the slits in the deer skin, that the bonfire was never allowed to wane. In the morning fresh meat was brought to the boys, together with raw yams and other vegetables. There were now other marvels to be shown. Ned had learned, when with the negroes, how to cook in calabashes, and he now got a gourd from the natives, cut it in half, scooped its contents out, and then filled it with water. From the stream he then got a number of stones, and put them into the fire until they became intensely hot. Then with 2 sticks he raked them out, and dropped them into the water. The natives yelled with astonishment as they saw the water fizz and bubble. As the stones were thrown in, more were added until the water boiled. Then the yams, cut into pieces, were dropped in, more hot stones added to keep the water boiling, and when cooked the yams were taken out. When sufficiently cooled, the boys distributed the pieces among the chiefs, and again the signs of satisfaction showed that cooked vegetables were appreciated. Other yams were then cut up and laid among the hot embers to bake. After this the boys took a few half-burned sticks, carried them to another spot, added fresh fuel, and made another fire, and then signed to the natives to do the same. In a short time a dozen fires were blazing, and the whole population were engaged in grilling venison, and in boiling and baking yams. The boys were both good trenchermen, but they were astounded at the quantity of food which the Patagonians disposed of. By night time the entire stock of meat in the village was exhausted, and the chief motioned to the boys that in the morning he should go out with a party to lay a great stock of venison. To this they made signs that they would accompany the expedition. While the feasting had been going on, the lads had wandered away with 2 of the Indian bows and arrows. The bows were much shorter than those to which they were accustomed, and required far less strength to pull. The wood of which the bows were formed was tough and good, and as the boys had both the handiness of sailors and, like all lads of that period, had some knowledge of bow making, they returned to the camp and obtained 2 more of the strongest bows in the possession of the natives. Then they set to work with their knives, and, each taking 2 bows, cut them up, fitted and spliced them together. The originals were but 4 feet long, the new ones 6. The halves of one bow formed the 2 ends, the middle being made of the other bow doubled. The pieces were spliced together with deer sinews, and when, after some hours' work, they were completed, the boys found that they were as strong and tough as the best of their home-made bows, and required all their strength to draw them to the ear. The arrows were now too short, but upon making signs to the natives that they wanted wood for arrows, a stock of dried wood, carefully prepared, was at once given them, and of these they made some arrows of the regulation cloth-yard length. The feathers, fastened on with the sinews of some small animals, were stripped from the Indian arrows and fastened on, as were the sharp-pointed stones which formed their heads, and on making a trial the lads found that they could shoot as far and as straight as with their own familiar weapons. "We can reckon on killing a stag, if he will stand still at 150 yards," Ned said. "Or running at 100, don't you think so?" "Well, 6 times out of 7 we ought to, at any rate," Tom replied, "or our Devonshire archership has deserted us." When they heard, therefore, that there was to be a hunt upon the following day, they felt that they had another surprise for the natives, whose short bows and arrows were of little use at a greater distance than 50 yards, although up to that distance deadly weapons in their hands. End of chapter 11. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. April 2014. Wherefore means .blogspot.ca